Good evening, soccer fans, and welcome to the Rochester Rhinos pregame show sponsored by Perry's Ice Cream. I'm Joe Giuliano, and with tonight's temperatures of 90-plus degrees, tonight is a perfect night for some Perry's Ice Cream, no doubt about that. But the reason the fans are coming out to Paytech Park tonight, the New England Revolution and the Rochester Raging Rhinos face each other for the third time in U.S. Open Cup history. The Revs and the Rhinos were drawn up against each other 2 years in a row, in 2003 and 2004, with the Revs winning in 2003 and the Rhinos getting revenge with a win the following year. Both of those matches took place at Lusitano Stadium in Ludlow, Massachusetts, and Soccer Sam and I remember being crammed into that high school press box in Ludlow, Massachusetts. The Rhinos advanced to the fourth round after defeating the New Hampshire Phantoms 5-1 on July the 12th. The Rhinos scoring leader is Matthew Delicott. He's got 7 goals and 2 assists this season. Aaron Lyons, a player to watch. He has been in great form as of late. He's got 3 assists for the Rhinos. And Scotty Vallow with a great 0.82 goals against average. And a little payback possibly on the line tonight. Former New England Revolution forward Connolly Adosian, now with the Rochester Raging Rhinos. He also scored a goal in that game against New Hampshire, the 5-1 win on July the 12th. You can hear the Stampede now entering the stadium just below us here. The Rhinos currently find themselves tied for second in the USL First Division heading into the Open Cup match tonight. The Revolution, they enter the Lamar Hunt Open Cup tonight, 4th round for the Revs coming into the Cup. Tonight's match comes after the Revs' 1-1 draw at Kansas City on Saturday in the 95th minute. Steve Ralston received a pass from Clint Dempsey inside the penalty area to tie the game. Clint Dempsey will not be in attendance tonight, and supposedly having an MRI done on his right knee. Played 95 minutes on Saturday. Looked pretty healthy to me, but Dempsey, good news for the Rhinos, not in the lineup tonight for the New England Revolution. The Revs enter the match currently residing in second place in Major League Soccer's 6-team Eastern Conference. The team has been hit hard with injuries and national team call-ups. Midfielder Andy Dorman has had a breakout season for the Revs this year. The Revs are also led by Pat Noonan, MLS MVP Taylor Twellman, and, of course, Clint Dempsey, who is not in attendance tonight. The Revolution under head coach Steve Nicol have in the past been known to use the Open Cup as an opportunity to rest some key players while getting some of the younger players experience. But according to Revs assistant coach Paul Mariner, who won the FA Cup with Ipswich Town in 1978, the Revs will be using their first team this time. So we'll see what the situation is with the Revs lineup coming into the 4th round of the U.S. Open Cup. The winner of tonight's match faces the winner of Kansas City and Chicago. If the Rhinos are victorious tonight, that match will be here at Paytech Park on August the 23rd. Let's look at the matchup tonight between the Rochester Raging Rhinos and the New England Revolution. It's 4th round action of the U.S. Open Cup coming to you live from Paytech Park. When we come back, we'll be speaking with Soccer Sam from Paytech Park with more preview of the Rhinos and the Revs. You're listening to the Rhinos pregame show sponsored by Perry's Ice Cream on the Rhinos Broadcast Network. Welcome back to the Rhinos pregame show sponsored by Perry's Ice Cream at the very warm Paytech Park, and tickets are still available for the Rhinos and the Revolution. 4th round of the U.S. Open Cup tonight right here at Paytech Park. I'm joined by a man who officially is crazy. Almost 100 degrees. You're wearing a scarf, Soccer Sam.
I'm showing my support for the team, man. It's a Rhino scarf. Joe, I need to tell you, I'm so excited. 2 days off, baby. Summer school got canceled due to the heat. I'm so grateful for that.
Your mind's still working because we got some serious stuff to talk about.
My mind is working. I'm pumped. I'm getting 1996 Tampa Bay Mutiny feeling in my bones right now. I got a feeling tonight the Rhinos are going to beat this team 3-1. I feel it. The guys look pumped up. And I don't see a lot of guys dressed out there that we thought were going to play. Ralston came out in his just street kind of sneakers, hanging out. Doesn't look like he's starting to play. We know with Dempsey's not even here, Clint Dempsey. Some rumors he might even be traded.
Let's talk about that. You had Clint Dempsey on your show Saturday. And also, I guess there's someone poking some fun at you on a website. Talk about that.
Well, I guess there's ClintDempsey.com, a website. Okay. And he has the character on there saying that he was on the show and he was happy to be on, where I kind of got in trouble with the PR department because he wasn't officially supposed to be on. But the bottom line, he was on. He was fantastic. He hinted that his dream is to someday go to the next level. You know that the trade deadline or the transfer deadline?
I think end of August for European teams is when they can sign players. By that point, they have to sign all their players. You've heard some stories, some rumors, and these are only speculation at this point. But what have you heard?
Well, I watched him play the other night against Kansas City. He didn't look hurt at all. He played in stoppage time. He assisted the goal. Rosslyn tying up the game. Brian Bliss, our boy from Webster, New York, had a chance to win a big game, but 5 minutes into extra time or stoppage time, Clinton Dempsey gets the ball. Nice little through pass to Ralston, Steve Ralston Purina, who was here back in '96 for Tampa Bay. He scores the goal 1-1. Dempsey didn't look hurt, Joe. Didn't look hurt at all. Suddenly he's not here today because he's got to get an MRI. If you go to some of these websites, there's some rumors that people out there want him in Germany and stuff. Other teams want him, so who knows what's really going on out there.
I heard Werder Bremen is the team that is looking at Dempsey right now in Germany. Again, just speculation, and I think it's going to come up that it is a fact Clint Dempsey is going to Europe.
I mean, it's good and it's bad for MLS. I mean, I've always talked about developing stars in our league, but I understand that if you got a player that you could score on and make $10 million or $5 million, you can help the league out. You got to do what you got to do. So it's kind of like a feeding league from some European teams. Hopefully, eventually, the USL will become that for the MLS. It hasn't been happening the last few years. We haven't seen a lot of USL players develop into MLS stars. I think it could happen, and hopefully they work on that little agreement that they used to have and get that happen again. But, hey, I'm hoping that Clint Dempsey stays in the MLS to help American soccer, but it would only better our national team by him going overseas and playing for a higher level.
Before we let you go, Soccer Sam, your prediction tonight, what's going to happen?
I think the Rhinos are going to come out on fire. I think New England's not going to be used to this pace of game. It's a faster game, USL Division I, and I think it's going to be 3-1 Rhinos. That's what I'm predicting right now. I think it's going to happen. I think you're going to see an amazing game tonight by Charles Becky and Conley and Dozen. If they're in the game, if they get to play, I think those two guys are going to be fired up because Conley was there, had a sniff of it. He knows these guys. He knows he's as good as them. And Charles Becky has been traveling around the world, but his ultimate dream is to play in the MLS someday, and this is his chance to shine. I saw Sunil Gulati, the man that's deciding who's going to be our next U.S. national team coach. He's in the house tonight. Is he here to scout Rhino players? Is he talking to Lori Calloway about possibly being the next national team coach? We don't know, Joe, but he's here tonight.
All right, Sam, we'll check on your prediction of the post-game show. Great tidbits regarding Gulati and Clint Dempsey. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Soccer Sam, as usual, great information on the pregame show. He'll be back on the postgame show after the Rhinos and the Revs in the fourth round of the U.S. Open Cup. When we come back, we'll be taking a look at the rest of the schedule in the U.S. Open Cup fourth round. And a former Rhino lands with an arch rival. We'll be talking about that when we come back on the Rhinos pregame show, sponsored by Perry's Ice Cream on the Rhinos Broadcast Network. Welcome back to the Rochester Rhinos pregame show. We're prepping you tonight for the fourth round matchup between the Rochester Raging Rhinos and the New England Revolution here at Paytech Park. 2 games last night in the U.S. Open Cup, fourth round. D.C. United needed extra time to take care of the Columbus Crew 2-1 at the Maryland Soccerplex. And the L.A. Galaxy ending the Cinderella run for amateur team Roma FC. The Galaxy 2-0 winners over Roma FC at the Home Depot Center. 4,000 fans on hand for that one. Roma FC had a great run in the U.S. Open Cup, knocking off Chivas USA along the way. Games tonight in the U.S. Open Cup fourth round. FC Dallas at Charleston, 7:30. The New York Red Bulls, who have found their form in Major League Soccer, at the Wilmington Hammerheads. Carolina Dynamo at the Houston Dynamo, the Battle of the Dynamo. Soccer Sam likes the Dynamo in that game. Kansas City Wizards at the Chicago Fire, and the Colorado Rapids at Real Salt Lake. And, of course, New England here in Rochester tonight. Next round, the quarterfinals in the U.S. Open Cup. And the Montreal Impact have come to terms with defender Billy Sedgwick just before the July 31st roster freeze. Sedgwick returning to the club after having played the 1997 and 1998 seasons in Montreal. The 34-year-old defender played the following 7 seasons with the Rochester Raging Rhinos. Sedgwick will be available for Montreal's next game, August 4th in Virginia Beach. Actually, they're playing August 4th and August 6th in Virginia Beach. So Billy Sedgwick living up in Montreal, also coming to terms with the Montreal Impact for the rest of the season. And the Rhinos announced that they did release Jonathan Bolanos and Juninho da Silva from player contracts. The club also announced the signing of goalkeeper Billy Andracki to serve as a third-string keeper behind Scott Vallow and Patrick Hannigan. The club and Bolanos and De Silva reached a mutually acceptable decision that enables the club to strengthen the team and enables the players to rehab on their own schedule and spend time with their families. That's from Rhinos Executive Vice President Matthew Ford. And there is talk that the players and the Rhinos will talk in the offseason about future contracts. When we come back, we'll surf the world, including some Major League Soccer notes and some World Soccer notes here on the Rhinos pregame show, sponsored by Perry's Ice Cream on the Rhinos Broadcast Network. Good evening and welcome back to the Rhinos pregame show, sponsored by Perry's Ice Cream, prepping you for the Rhinos and the New England Revolution fourth round of the U.S. Open Cup right here at Paytech Park tonight. Plenty of tickets remain. Find your way up and Paytech Park ticket office and get some tickets for the big one tonight, fourth round U.S. Open Cup, Rhinos and the Revs. Taking a look at some news from Major League Soccer, Red Bull New York announced that former U.S. men's national team standout John Harkes has been hired as an assistant coach. John Harkes made 167 Major League Soccer appearances, leading DC United to back-to-back MLS championships in 96 and 97, also playing under Bruce Arena at the University of Virginia from 1985 to 1987. So it looks like John Harkes out of the running for the head coaching position of the new USL team down in Cary, North Carolina. Looks like it's between Scott Schweitzer and Peter Pinizzotto. This Saturday at Toyota Park in Chicago, it's the MLS All-Stars against Premiership champion Chelsea. That game is on at 6:30 p.m. on ESPN. And Chelsea apparently are clueless on the whereabouts of French international defender William Gallas. Gallas failed to show up with the rest of his teammates for training in the USA. Look for a trade in the near future for William Gallas and Chelsea. And the spending spree might not be over for Chelsea. Ukrainian striker Andriy Shevchenko trained with the team last week at UCLA. They paid $50 million to acquire him. They also acquired German World Cup captain Michael Ballack, formerly of Bayern Munich. Now they're chasing Arsenal star defender Ashley Cole. He could join Chelsea. And in the recent World Cup, Chelsea had 16 current players in the competition, more than any other club at the 2006 World Cup. And France midfielder Patrick Vieira has been sold to Inter from Juventus for $12 million. The announcement was made by Juventus this morning. The Turin Giants bought Vieira from Arsenal for $25 million last summer, but players were being sold following the team's relegation to the Serie B. And former Brazil coach Carlos Alberto Pereira has signed a 4-year deal to take charge of the 2010 World Cup host South Africa. So Pereira leaving Brazil for South Africa. I'm not sure if you heard this on my show last night, but some interesting news out of New Zealand. Some bars in New Zealand are handing out yellow and red cards to curb drunkenness. A yellow card means you're cut off for a specific period of time. A red card means you've been ejected from the bar. Patrons who have been sent off can return another night and exchange their red cards for a free drink. Well, we'll see who that attracts. Maybe Paul Gascoigne from England will be moving to New Zealand soon, but we'll see how that works out for the bars in New Zealand. Let's look at the pregame show tonight. When we come back, Don Stevens will have the pregame festivities. Tonight, it's fourth round action of the U.S. Open Cup. It's the Rochester Raging Rhinos hosting the New England Revolution. You've been listening to the Rhinos pregame show.
From Paytech Park tonight, it is U.S. Open Cup action, fourth round, and this is always perhaps the most fun part of the season. One of the reasons it's so much fun is it's do-or-die situation. If you win, you continue, and if you lose, you don't. It's so much pressure that are put onto the teams in this tournament to make it as far as they can, including to all the way, which the Rhinos have done in the past, and would love to do it again. It is a lot of fun, this U.S. Open Cup, especially for the Rhinos as they get now to play in teams against the upper level, the MLS, and taking on tonight the New England Revolution. It is the third meeting in U.S. Open Cup play between the two teams, the rubber match, if you will, as the New England Revolution defeated the Rhinos in 2003, but the Rhinos, well, they returned the favor in 2004, so we'll see who will come out on top in this one this evening. For the Rhinos, again, their second game in Open Cup play as they defeated New Hampshire 5-1. For the New England Revolution, this is their entry into this year's U.S. Open Cup. Now we want to talk with the coach of the Rhinos, and that, of course, being Lori Calloway. The coach's comments brought to you by Zweigel's, the official hot dog at Paytech Park. The coach, last game, and his team move on to a 2-1 victory over the Seattle Sounders. So he came away with a nice win in that game, and I talked with the coach and asked him for his feelings on the outcome of that one.
Well, I thought it was our best 90 minutes. We controlled the play pretty much the whole time. Unfortunately, their first attack, it was their first corner, which led to their first shot, which led to their first goal. But the guys, to their credit, picked it up right away and battered them for the rest of the first half. And we took us a long time to get that first goal, but once we got it, then there was never any doubt in my mind that we were going to win the game. Started the second half very well, and eventually got the second goal. But true reflection on the game would have been 4 or 5-1, I think. 19-6, I think the shot, something like that. Didn't really reflect the score, but a win's a win. When you win by 1 goal, you win by 10 goals, you still only get 3 points. So
certainly over the last several games, you've gotten a lot of opportunities that we haven't finished on. Does that bother you still?
Yeah, we're still working on that. The reserve games give us a lot of opportunities to create and score. We usually end up scoring 5 to 10 goals in those games, so that gives the guys confidence. We're pretty much through that schedule now, so some of the guys have had a chance to play in those games and hone their skills a little bit against different opposition other than themselves in training. So we had a game on Monday and beat the team 5 or 6, but we've made a lot of chances. Again, we missed some, and we should do better. But it's the confidence has come in. I see an improvement from the dry spell we had when we tied all those games, and hopefully that'll keep going tonight.
Well, you've had a few days to practice, but there's been such a tremendous amount of heat. Have you been able to get any work in at all?
Yeah, we've kept them short though, 45 minutes to an hour. Just because of the hydration and that, the danger levels that have been, the weather services have been warning everywhere to stay indoors unless you absolutely have to go outside. So we've got some good working, quality work, but short, kept it short.
Oh, we're talking about the heat then for tonight. You have to be quite concerned about that, don't you?
Yeah, but it's 5 degrees hotter in Boston, I noticed, so it's the same for them. And they played in 100 degrees last weekend against Kansas City in Kansas. So I think any sort of edge that either team might have, I don't think there will be. I think it'll be cancelled out just because of the heat wave that we've all been working in. I'm concerned about the danger levels. Obviously, hypothermia. I've witnessed players keeling over and passing out in my career twice from extreme heat. So you have to make sure they're hydrated before the game, half time, and after the game, and during the game, which is a difficult part of it. So they'll have lots of water on the sideline, and hopefully get maybe sneak some bottles over onto the other side, so the guys that aren't away from the bench, they can get an occasional sip of fluids if they need it.
How about the surface? How does that hold up in this heat?
The heat, the temperature at the surface is about 20 degrees hotter than the actual daytime temperature at that time. We have a device that they measure that, and at this time of the day, with all the heat having been absorbed into the rubber and the gravel and the grass and all that type of stuff, that's all synthetic, it's probably 135 degrees at the field level. Fortunately, the rain that came through my area this afternoon didn't here, because I think even though that might have helped dampen the field, which we like, although it would have probably dried out by now, it would have probably created some humidity, even more humidity in the rubber and in the surface. So fortunately the rain didn't hit here, and so it's good and bad. If it rained, it'd make the field better to play on as far as the movement of the ball. If it rains tonight and you get some steam coming out of that field, it'll be like a greenhouse down there around your knees. So it's soccer's not a sport that was meant to be played in these temperatures. It's because there's too much activity going on. I don't think any sport was meant to be played in these temperatures. But it happens. It's the northeast, and this is probably unusually hot and record hot for this area. But we've got to deal with it. So So we'll make sure they're hydrated, and hopefully nobody gets any serious consequences from it.
Now you look at this New England roster, very talented lineup, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you got 4 or 5 internationals, either current or have played in the national program. Obviously Dempsey's doubtful and didn't make the trip, although I did hear this afternoon the rumour that he was coming. We'll see in about half an hour when we get the team sheet. But Twellman, if he plays, one of the leading goal scorers in the league for the last 4 years. Noonan's done a great job over since he came out of college. Cancella, if he plays in Dempsey's place, is their most technically talented player. Sherry, Joseph, Dorman, good players. Ralston, of course, one of the mainstays for the national team, one of the better players for the national team in Germany. One of the few players that distinguished himself, and it's a great roster. I mean, they've got maybe a little inexperience in the back, and that's where we'll try and get at them tonight. But we've got to make sure we stymie their midfield and forwards and give ourselves a chance, because we can get at them. I know that if we don't get ourselves into a hole and they can bunker down. But they won't come in with as much respect for us as all the teams in our league do, so perhaps won't close us down like other teams do. Maybe come in with more of an attacking minded game plan than other teams do, and that may be somewhere early on where we can get at them a little bit and hopefully get some initiative and maybe a lead, and take the game to them a little bit.
Any changes in your roster for this one?
None. Same starting lineup as last week. Barrow in goal, San Felipe, Bertz, Palguta, Kraft. Across the middle, Ball, Howes, Lyons and Monyunga, and then Delicate and Edozian up front.
Lloyd Calloway, the coach of the Rhinos. So tonight, the starters for the Rhinos will be exactly the same as the last game, and that hasn't happened a whole lot this season. I don't know if maybe Coach Calloway is finally settling on his lineup, but it would certainly be something to see, and I think welcome not only for fans and spectators and everybody else to sort of get used to a team, but how about for the players to finally figure out who it is that's going to be out on the pitch to start things out?
Well, I think also the setup of the schedule now, the Rhinos, they're not having a lot of back-to-back situations, so they've got the time to go with that consistent lineup and have some time off in between games where it doesn't have to pull off certain players to rest them because the games are in such a short span of time. So that's really helping the Rhinos keep a consistent lineup, is that spread out schedule, as far as you want to call it, for the USL First Division.
Well, the New England Revolution have been introduced, and they brought all their heavy hitters with them. In fact, that might be pretty close to their ordinary, their usual starting lineup for this team. Of course, missing is obviously Dempsey, who is not along out injured, but he would be the only one who is not along on this trip.
Yeah, they say Dempsey's injured, but Soccer Sam and I were talking during the pregame show. Clint Dempsey, I think he's in the process of signing a contract with a team overseas, and I think they're trying to protect him from getting injured. They're talking maybe $5-10 million deal to bring that guy over to a European side. So I think that's what's going on with Clint Dempsey.
But for the rest of it, as far as that goes, the New England Revolution, is it not pretty close to their starting team?
Absolutely. The only one, Jose Cancella, who really does a great job coming off the bench, would be a normal starter, you think, for this team. But otherwise, it's a solid lineup for the New England Revolution. Like Coach Calloway said, in the back, maybe a little suspect. They play a 3-5-2 like we've been playing, so we'll see how that works out.
Well, you look at this roster, first of all, you start out with Twellman, who was the MVP of the MLS last year. And you look at Parkhurst, who was the Rookie of the Year last year. You look at the third leading all-time assist record holder as far as MLS history is concerned, and that being Ralston, behind only Valderrama and Prucky. There's some great names out here.
Yeah, they're a quality side. They just haven't been able to play together this year due to a lot of injuries. National team call-ups, Avery John with Trinidad, Dempsey with the U.S. national team. So that's been a big hurt for the Revolution. Now, I think the U.S. Open Cup is a big option here for Steve Nicol and the Revolution to try and salvage something from the season where they're second place, but not going as well as they thought.
19 points behind first place DC United. Of course, I mean, they're on an unbelievable tear, so it really isn't a fair assessment. But you look at what's happening here tonight, and Think back to 10 years ago when the Rhinos were playing in the U.S. Open Cup, when they generally were playing against the reserve team or scrubs who were brought in for the games from the MLS teams. Now MLS takes it seriously. They have for the last many years.
They have since 1999.
Yeah, exactly.
When the Rhinos embarrassed Major League Soccer and won the U.S. Open Cup. So they've definitely changed their tune, bringing their key players in to face a second division club.
So tonight, the teams have been introduced. We'll be getting underway here at Paytech Park. This is round 4 of the U.S. Open Cup. And tonight, the Rhinos hosting the New England Revolution. The Rhinos and the Revolution, first time they played here in Rochester in Open Cup play. Previously, they played the Open Cup games in, well, do you want to call it neutral site territory, Lusitano, which is closer, of course, to New England than it is here to Rochester in the Springfield area. But tonight, it's here at Paytech Park in Rochester. So glad to have you folks along tonight along our network. Stick with us. Should be a good one. This is the Rhinos Broadcast Network. Paytech Park tonight. National anthem, and we'll be getting underway with the game between the Rhinos and the New England Revolution in U.S. Open Cup play. And again, this for the Rhinos is for both teams, it's round 4. For the Rhinos, the second game of Open Cup play this year. For the Revolution, it is their first as they enter the competition here tonight. Let's check out the starting lineups, which of course are brought to you each game by Nagels, Rochester's full-service realtor. Starting out in goal for the New England Revolution will be Matt Reese. Reese in goal for the Revolution, and he was also selected to the All-Star team. Through the defense, we'll see James Riley. It'll be Michael Parkhurst along with Avery John, and then Joe Franchino. Through the midfield, Charlie Joseph. It is Jeff Laurentowicz. Andy Dorman is another midfielder, and it is also Steve Ralston, and then up front, we'll see Patrick Noonan and Tyler Twellman. So there's your starters for the visitors, the New England Revolution. For the Rhinos tonight, it's the same lineup as was last game against the Seattle Sounders. In goal, Scott Vallow. Vallow, of course, winning last game, giving up 1 goal against the New Hampshire Phantoms. Vallow in goal. The defensive row, including Frankie Sanfilippo, Kenny Bertz, Scott Pelguda, and Nate Kraft. Midfielders John Ball, Greg Howes, Aaron Lyons, and Johnny Benyonger. And then up front, Matthew Delicott and Connolly Adosian. So there's your starters for the Rhinos.
And it's interesting to see if we get Aaron Lyons playing in that more central midfield role. I thought he was outstanding against Seattle in that central midfield role. We'll see if Lyons can fit. Not again. I think he's going to be side by side with Greg Howes. And then you're going to have Johnny Benyonger just at the top of the triangle for those two guys. That's a good formation. Hopefully it'll be successful for the Rhinos tonight.
So it's almost like a 4-3-1-2?
Well, it depends how far Benyonger goes up. If he goes up quite a bit, yeah, it is. But then if he stays back, it's strictly a 3-5-2. It all depends how far he stretches up into the attack.
Oh, 3-5. Okay. All right. The Rhinos will be shooting in the net to our left. Rochester wearing the black and white striped jerseys tonight with white shorts and socks. And the visiting Revolution in dark blue, little white and red trim. And they are attacking the net to our right with Scott Vallow in goal. Sun shining in Vallow's eyes for a little bit.
Identical 3-5-2 setups. To a T, identical.
Benyonger in the middle circle as we are underway tonight here at Paytech Park. Dropped back to his own defensive role. It's taken by Sanfilippo, rolls it in the middle. Joseph stepping up, but Howell spins away. However, yes, play goes on. Oh, it was a foul called. And now on the restart, here come the Rhinos. Head to midfield, off on the left side. Pelguda across the midfield line. Takes a look in the middle, rolls it up the left side. Line tips it to the outside for Kraft. Overlapping. Here's a cross down along the 6, but headed away and out by Franchino. Stepping in underneath the 30 yards out. Howes moves forward, right-footed, cracking the ball. He puts it 5 feet over top of the crossbar. So the Rhinos getting an early shot away and trying to attack the cage as best as possible.
And the Rams want to be careful. I'm not sure if they're aware of the power of Greg Howes' right foot. They gave a lot of space. They dropped back. Howes pushed it forward another 5 or 10 yards. Just didn't make contact like he wanted to, but still got some pace on the ball. And the key thing is the space that he found.
Reese, the right-footed goalkeeper, sends it downfield, but headed right back up into New England territory by Sanfilippo. In underneath it, headed aside by Adosian. That's flicked back by Ralston, and then first time away by Sims out to midfield. There's a collision there. Twellman head-to-head with Bertz and goes down holding the side of his head. The whistle stops play. as the center ref comes over and talks to Twellman.
That's the last thing the refs need. Steve Nickel up off the bench. He's upset at the
yellow card is issued to Bertz. Wasn't it a 50-50 ball? They were just going up for the header.
That's a delayed card there. I don't like the card. That's a bad call by the official. He said he came up with an elbow. And maybe there was some message from Kenny Bertz to Taylor Twellman, but it was way too late. After the complaints, the yellow card came out.
So that brings Coach Calloway off the bench. He's not too happy.
He should be upset.
Second minute, just getting underway at Paytech. No score. Out the right side for Riley. He'll push it ahead down to the Rochester 20, and Noonan tied up. The ball taken away by Kraft. Drops it off along his 25. Howes with the right foot. Will drive it out to the midfield circle. Blocked aside by Adosian for Delicat. On the right side, moving in underneath the ball. Chips it ahead, but in behind is Adosian. About 5 feet in behind the defender. Riley moving back. He turned back upfield, and that put Adosian way offside.
Smart offside trap there by the Revs defense. The former Revolution player, Adosian, a little too anxious there, trying to get forward to the goal. He's got to be aware of the last defender in the line of the New England defense.
And I'm sure Adosian will be very anxious in this game.
He wants to make Steve Nickel pay for releasing him. He played 9 games, didn't score any goals in first-team action, but he's going to be hungry to prove them wrong.
Driven out through midfield, Noonan tips it aside, but stepping in underneath it, Sanfilippo. The Rhinos take it away. Drop back Kraft from his 25. Chips it up the left wing side by Ralston, long downfield and into Revolution territory. Knocked aside by Riley, back in the middle, and played ahead by Parkhurst out to the midfield line. Spinning around, taken down was Dorman. And the play resumes now with Joseph long to the left wing side. The ball rolling to the corner. Sanfilippo back. And on him is Franchino. And it's out over the end line. Little physical play there. Knocking said ball down, that is.
That is going to be a great matchup to watch tonight. Joey Franchino, not known for his calm, tame temperament. He's a high-strung player. Johnny Ball can get under your skin like the best of them. That's going to be a great matchup on that far side. Ball and Franchino. Franchino's been talking to the official for about 40 yards now. And watch those two tonight. That's going to be explosive.
Well, it's a goal kick for the Rhinos. Vallow with the right foot. Hammers it away out through midfield. Flicked ahead, up in the air, Delicat, and underneath it now Dosian sends it to the outside for ball. Back heel to Younger, turning around but can't get away. He's tackled there by Franchino. Ball brought ahead. And the whistle stopped play. Oh, man, the foul is on New England, but the Rhinos certainly had an advantage. Head up the right side for ball to the outside. Now a high cross through the 6, and it's out over the end line. So it'll be a goal kick the other way for the Revolution.
Franchino and Johnny Ball, or Johnny Manyager definitely got tangled up with the referee. He's going to that whistle real quick. A lot of the flow is going to be taken away if he continues to blow the whistle that fast.
Ralston from his own 35 drops it back to Riley. Pass in the middle to Parkhurst. He'll take a look, feeds it forward, and brought ahead now, and chipped to the outside by Dorman. On the far wing, John in underneath it. Avery John up the left wing side, the midfield for Noonan. Turns it across into Rhino territory. Checking back, Twellman. His pass intercepted by Howes. Cross midfield for Adosian. Rhinos have it. Back at the midfield line for Younger, but dotted aside to the outside by Laurentowicz. On the attack come the Revs. Off the left wing side. Loren spinning around from the 30. Feeds it inside the 18. Not getting to it first is Sanfilippo. Spins with the right foot. Hammers it out to midfield for Adosian. Dropped off of the midfield line. Out with the ball, the Revolution in the center circle. Riley to the outside of the near wing for Ralston. Cross midfield, sneaks it by Kraft. Pass ahead from Dorman, gets it right back. Ralston center circle for Joseph. He'll feed it upfield in the middle. A give and go back to Twellman. Toss it off his foot. Noonan will send it wide to the outside. And then it bounces up into the stands out of play.
And we're seeing a team from Major League Soccer come in here tonight with definitely a different style of play. Slow pace. They're not going to run up and down the field. They're going to give the Rhinos some time to set up. So I think the fans are going to see a different kind of game. The USOC First Division, high pressure, very intense. But this team tonight, a little more laid back than we're normally used to seeing.
Cross midfield, Joseph knocks it down, and then on him is Howes. Joseph spinning up the midfield line, plays it to the outside. That's tipped ahead into Rhino territory by Franchino and nodded away by Falguda. Stepping in underneath, Joseph comes away with the ball. He'll deliver down to the 20. It's Noonan, slides it in on the right side, but taken away by Bertz, turns it to the outside of the near wing. Bertz rolls it ahead, Kraft up the left wing side as he's double teamed. Retreating, drops it back near the end line for Palguda. Turns to the corner with the left foot, drives it out to near midfield. Adosian, and he stepped on the ball and got away from him. and deflected up in the stands. On a play, that off the Rhinos. Throw it on the near side for the Revs.
The Rhinos got to continue with the high pressure here. The Revs get an MLS. You're giving a little more time to set up to get to that final throw. The Rhinos got to come high with the pressure.
Ball knocked down and brought away by Menyonger. Actually, the Rhinos, I think, got away with a handball right there. As Noonan turning, talking to the linesman, saying, what's going on? On the way up the right side by Sanfilippo. To the midfield line, turns it to the outside for Menyonger. He's in Revs territory, over the far side of the field. Rhinos again in the first half, shooting at the net to our left. Sanfilippo at the midfield line. On the far wing, ball 40 yards out, pass in the middle, turned back by Lines to the midfield line, and Sanfilippo now long chip up the right side. Delicott and John going to the corner. Delicott for the Rhinos, trying to spin away, but John is pulled down by Delicott, and the foul is called.
It's okay there. Delicott deep in New England territory. That's a good foul there. Just showing his muscle. He's going to tell Avery John it's going to be a physical battle tonight. Physically, Delicott has got to put his mark on the game right away and let them know he's going to be a tough forward to knock off the ball.
Well, the kick will be taken by Reese with the right foot. Drives it out through midfield. Stepping up, that's over top of everybody. Flighted deep in the corner. Bertz letting it roll, and finally out of bounds deep in the corner. The Rhinos will take a throw-in from around their own 10. 8th minute, no score here at Paytech Park.
Very hot, very warm night here. The Rhinos coming out with a little more pressure than New England. The Revs, again, that MLS style's a little slower, but also with the heat not going as fast as they normally would.
Out to the midfield line. Menyonger able to tip it across the line, but it's got to first by Dorman, who then chips it across field, and now all the way down into Rhino territory. Rolls out of bounds on the near side. Throw in for the Rhinos from their own 20. To be taken by Pelguda. Moves forward. High looping throw in the midfield for Lines. Austin off the outside of his left foot and out of bounds.
Lines, not the first touch that he wants to have here. He was such a presence in that last game. He hasn't had many touches here in the first 8 minutes. Got to get him much more involved.
Joseph rolls it off in the middle, but right to John Ball. However, coming back to intercept, or rather continue as Noonan on the outside. Franchino back to Noonan from 30 yards out, off on the left wing side, feeds it inside the far corner of the 18 to Dorman. He works deep to the end line and turned back in the corner once again. Being watched closely by Lyons, he'll roll it out top. Taken by Laurentides. His pass along the 18, stepping in to knock it away is Sanfilippo. Chipped it out to around the 30, comes loose on the near side. In underneath it is Riley. Pass in the middle for Joseph. And he'll turn it to the outside as Riley escapes the defense. Played along the 6, knocked down and rolling toward the net. Battle picks it up on the second hop, and the Rhino keeper has the ball.
That's the place, that's the style that the Revs like to play. A little patient centrally, then get some overlapping defenders coming in, swinging balls in the box. Twelman just thrives on those balls from Dorman and Ralston on the flank.
10th minute, no score here at Paytech. Open cup play between the Rhinos and New England Revolution. Bertz long to the right wing side, out near midfield. It's Lines drawing it across the midfield line. Into the center circle, drops it off Menyonger. Feet a hit for Ball. One touch to the outside for Lines. Sneaks it through, slots it up the right side, but unable to get to it as Adosia. Then he blocks it along in the 6. Picked up on the second hop by Reese. He'll throw it ahead right up the middle to around the 30. Brought forward by Joseph. Midfield circle across the line for Twellman. Drops it back, still in the circle. It's Joseph turning into the outside of the left wing for Avery John. It's feed out toward midfield once again. Franchino checking back on the ball. Drops it off. Again with it. On the outside is John. Takes his time. Dribbles with the left foot forward. Turns back again. Rolls it off in the middle. Sends it back to the outside for John. Works the left wing side. Long ball flighted downfield. Back is Pelguda to head it aside for Sanfilippo. As he's turned, trying to get away from Noonan, drops it off in the middle, spin around, and coming away is Bertz. Nifty move there by the rookie defender.
And gutsy, too. Bertz 20 yards away, a little spin move. Nice.
Pass in the center circle taken by Lines. Drops it to the outside for Menyonger. Long up the right wing for Johnny Ball. Down to the 35, to the 30. High cross through the 6, and Reese will let it roll out over the end line. Delicott couldn't get to it. This will be a goal kick for New England Revolution. Sponsors of tonight's broadcast include the Messenger Post. Stay posted. Call 442-POST for subscription information. By Power Trip. Taste the power. By Marina Dodge at 943 Ridge Road in Webster. And also the Democratic Chronicle. Catch all of tonight's Rhinos game highlights in tomorrow's DNC.
For the 2 forward formation seem to be a little too spread apart. 10, 15 yards apart. Dosian kind of drifting off, leaving Delicott all alone by himself up top.
Play picks up, out of bounds, far side, throw in for the Rhinos. The ref says, wait a minute. Now they get going with the throw in. And a feed forward. Block, give, and go back to Lines. Able to feed it through to Adosian. Tips it toward the middle for Howes. Sliding in to block it away is Riley. And that almost looked like a handball also. Menyager with the right foot. Takes the shot. Hit it with the upper right corner. Reese diving to his left. Comes down with the ball.
And Reese did a good job because Menyager hit it. That thing was knuckling. Did a good job to grab it and give up no rebound. But again, the space is there for the Rhinos to push it forward and get that shot off.
Kraft standing there. The ball knocked out of bounds by Riley, by Ralston. So a throw in for the Rhinos from 30 yards out. Palguda, as he looks around, Palguda going long to left. No, he brings it back in. Now he goes toward the corner of the 18. Delicott flips it along the 18, but Joseph is there to hit it away. Dorman attacked immediately by Howes, but a push, and a foul is called and a restart for New England from their own 30.
The last couple of games, Greg Howes, his work rate has definitely improved. I think it is a fitness issue. It's coming off the indoor game. It takes a long time to go from the indoor to the outdoor fitness, and I think it's coming back now, much more moving off the ball.
Turn to the outside, but chipped away and out by Ralston. So it'll be a throw-in on the near side for the Rhinos from about 50 yards out. Just across midfield, and Kraft goes long up the left wing side for Delicott. Down to the 10. On the near wing, watched, and a pass as he sneaks it by Riley to Lines right back to Delicott. In turn, that's blocked away by Joseph and taken back by the Revs. Out near midfield, carried through the center circle by Dorman. Plays it to the outside, moving up Franchino. Cross midfield on the left wing. And slow it up, turning off into the middle along the 35. Twellman drops it back. Pass by Laurento, it's in the middle for Noonan. Again, in the center circle, Joseph turns it to the right wing side. It's a feed up the right wing ahead for Ralston. Has it 20 yards out. As he moves, sneaks by Kraft, heading to the end line. Chipped down in front along the 6, but headed away by Ball out the near side. Actually up over the end line, out of play, so it'll be a corner kick for the New England Revolution.
Kraft is going to have to be careful as far as American players go. Steve Ralston is the master on the flanks. He'll take you on 1v1. He'll swerve a ball into the box, but the Revs, luckily for the Rhinos, no one on the end of that beautiful cross from Steve Ralston.
And Ralston with the corner kick off the right wing side. Outswinger low in the box. Headed away up in the air and out by Howes. Then nodded further out to around the 25. Riley tips it to the outside on the left wing. It's at the far corner of the 18. Across, down along the 6. Head ball, it comes out the near side. In underneath it, Ralston at the near end of the 18 from 2 yards out. His cross to the wide side. Off of the far wing, knocked down, settled at the far end of the box by Noonan. On the 18, turning back toward the middle. With the right foot, tries to chip it forward. Turned around to the 18, spinning around Dorman. Drops it off in the middle. Noonan take it down. In the ball down, finally brought away by Menyager. Feed forward to Lines. Tips it to the outside as he goes around. Ralston, nifty move right there. Up the near wing, Adosian tips it across midfield. Battling for the ball with Riley. Grabs on and a foul is called.
You know, the rap with the Revolution is if you can prevent Ralston, Dorman, and Franchino from swerving balls into the box, you've got a good chance to beat these guys because centrally, they don't get much creativity from the middle of the park, but from the outside, the Dormans and the Ralston crosses are very, very dangerous.
15th minute and scoreless here at Paycheck. Pass toward the middle for Noonan. Turns back, has it 40 yards out. Now he rolls the ball ahead, sliding in to kick it away is Palguda. Comes out toward the middle circle, taken by Ralston once again. His pass forward. It's Dorman spinning around. Lays it to the outside. Joseph along the left wing, 40 yards out. In the middle to Laurentowicz. Turns back. Rolls a pass ahead. Chipped back in the center circle by Dorman. And Adosian flicks it aside for Delicott. Checking back on the ball. Blocked it. Menyager. Cross midfield, but got away from him. It's recovered by New England at the midfield line. On the near side, Ralston through midfield. Knocked down by Noonan, spinning around, trying to work toward the middle. Being challenged there by Lines, who grabs on, pulls him down, and a foul is called.
I don't know about that call. That was a tough call there. That Lines did a good job just playing some tight defending. Noonan maybe pushing the ball a little too far in front of him. But the Revs catch the break here. And again, centrally, you're not worried about the threat. It's on the outside where they can really hurt you.
On the restart, here come the Revs. Pass to the middle from the 20, Twellman. Trying to sneak it through. He does get it through, but it's intercepted on the other side and brought away by Menyager. To the outside, John Ball dropping it off for Greg Howes. He'll right-footed across midfield. Delicott flicks it forward, but can't slot it through. Taken back and across midfield. Here come the Revs again on the attack. Joseph turning it to the outside. Off the right wing. Pulling it down. Sneaks it across the 18, but in behind is Noonan offside. Shot was taken down and blocked, but it was still offside against the Revs.
Good forward run there from Shalry Joseph, who you can see he's really pacing himself, not going at it full steam. Noonan made a nice diagonal run, just a little too anxious to get behind the defense.
17th minute, no score in Paycheck. U.S. Open Cup play, the 4th round. Donald placing the ball at his 20 to take the kick. with the right foot, drives it away through midfield. Up they go, and it's headed by Laurentowicz back in the center circle. Twellman knocks it down for Joseph. As he turns into the outside on the near wing, Ralston dropping it back for Riley. Pass ahead, Shalry Joseph. Spinning around, he'll drop it all the way back down to his 25. And they're switched to the outside by Parkhurst on the left wing for John. Watch there by Delicott. John turning back toward the middle, has it 35 yards out. Now he right foots in the middle, but he's bowled over from behind by Delicott, so the whistle blows on the foul.
And with the heat here, it's the pace a little slower than we're used to seeing, and a lot of play between the two 18s. Not many dangerous opportunities to start here. Both teams very cautious, trying to conserve some energy before they open things up.
Right away up the near wing across midfield. Riley on the attack. To the Rochester 40, feeds toward the middle for Noonan. Looks to slot it through, but Lyons blocks it, carries it away. Center circle, Aaron Lyons across midfield. Slots it, almost got it through to Delicott, but it's blocked away by Parkhurst.
That's the vision the Rhinos need from that central midfielder. Slotting balls, picking apart the defense. Good effort from Lyons.
Knocked away by Howes as the whistle is blown. We have back upfield, Menyunger and Joseph. Tangling up the center ref. Michael Kennedy has a few words to say to Menyunger as they shake hands.
I think Menyunger got a knee to the, or an elbow to the knee of Shalry Joseph.
Had to reach up to do that.
What could he call there?
I don't know. Elbows would be down around his ankles. All right, to the outside on the near wing. You know, they list Joseph as 5'11", I think it is. There's no way.
Well, he's standing next to Menyunger, too, so that makes
no, I'm sorry. Take that back. 6'3", that's better.
That sounds more like it.
Yeah. As the ball brought along the near side, Lyons has it from his own 30 and moves up the left wing side. Throws it to the outside, but intercepted by Riley. Taken back by the Revs. Pass toward the middle. Twellman dropping it off. Laurentowicz first touch. Off the left wing side, deep to the far corner. Moving in on the ball is Franchino. Drops it back up top. There's a Rhino down on the field. Pass inside, moving in Noonan with a roller. He puts it wide to the right post. And the ball out over the end line. As Vallow coming out is yelling at the ref for some reason. The Rhinos do have a player down on the field.
The referee,
it looks like maybe it's Menyunger.
Yeah, it is Menyunger. And what happened is the Revs, I don't think they knew that Menyunger was down, but they continued to play with the man advantage. And Vallow's upset that the referee didn't stop the play for the injury. John Ball trying to explain to the official, they're going one man up now. Menyunger's down. The referee, like we saw in the last game, he stopped the play even before the ball was knocked out of bounds there, and now the players take a chance here to get some fluids in them. But Velo upset. I think he's got a right to be there.
Well, Menyunger is up, and he's all right. We're in the 19th minute. No score here at Paycheck. And it'll be a goal kick for the Rhinos. Other sponsors of these broadcasts include the Personal Health Approach, Rochester's Upscale Health Club, 3450 Winton Place, by Molier Chevrolet Buick, West Main Street in Honeyway Falls, or online at Molier.com. And by Barry's Ice Cream, life's a bowl of berries. Yeah, into Rhino territory, or back to the midfield line. We're taken by Lyons. He'll drop it off for Pelguda. On the near side across midfield for Menyunger. Lays it back to midfield for Kraft. Feeds it forward to Lyons. Turns it to the outside for Pelguda. Rolls it up the left wing for Menyunger. Offside against the Rhinos. Well, unfortunate there is they had a nice build-up.
It is unfortunate. There was some nice combination passing, quick 1-2s. And Menyunger coming from the central midfield position to the outside flank. Just, again, a little behind the New England defense. The Reds are doing a good job playing the trap, reading what's happening, pushing forward, not chasing the man.
Cross midfield and turning back for the ball go the Rhinos.
But with the offside trap, it's good that Johnny Menyunger is pushing forward from that deep position. That might beat the trap one time here.
Long delivery downfield, but headed in the air to the midfield line. Lyons blocks it off the chest, settles the ball to feet as he's being chased behind by Dorman. Burns it ahead to the outside at midfield for Ball. Rolls it across midfield for Menyunger. Watch one-on-one, turns to get away from Laurentowicz, and he's taken down on a tackle by Joseph. Rhinos have it. Back in his own end, Bertz, 21st minute, no score. Bertz across midfield, in the middle, all by himself is Howes. Plenty of room to work. Now he goes to the outside for Kraft. He'll leave it off there for Adosian. 20 yards out, turns toward the middle to get away from Riley. Still along the 20, chips it down inside. Tried to sneak it through to Delicott, but headed away out the near wing. Nodded forward, in underneath the lines, takes it away. Turns upfield to get away from Dorman. To the outside for Kraft. Has it the 15. Here's a cross down along the 6. It's knocked down off of Delicott and out over the end line. It was flicked away on the far side by John, but right off the shoulder of Delicott and out.
Great swerving ball there from Nate Kraft. He's going to find the right mark eventually. But Adosian, again, he's got to stay closer to Delicott. They're swerving these great balls in the box, and Delicott's the lone forward. Leave Adosian in the central. Let Kraft work on this flank.
Goal kick for the Revolution. With the right foot, Reese hammers it out through midfield. Up they go, knotted back through midfield by Bertz. Joseph, a little bit taller than Younger, able to head it aside easily. And a pass forward to House. Spins around, but that's taken away. Trying to slot it through to Noonan, got too far ahead of him and couldn't track it down. Back inside of his 18, Vallow rolls it out to the near side. Up the left wing, brought away by Palguda. Feeds it across midfield for Younger. One touch to the outside. As he and Lorenowitz battle, and Younger comes away with the ball. Turning off in the middle, gives it to Lines. 45 yards out, drops it off in the center circle for House. Throws it ahead. Lines in the middle once again. Looks to the outside. Left foot on the near wing for Kraft. Along the touchline in the middle, Younger. Return pass to Kraft. Spinning around, tried to turn to the outside, but couldn't do it. Drops it back. Now Bertz falling up the left wing for Palguda, who overlaps. Down to around the 30. Battling one-on-one with Riley. Spins it off on the near side. Kraft moving up. Chips it up the left wing. Bouncing inside the 18. Delicott moving in, but up in the air is Reese to bring it down at his own 10-yard line.
That's a nice bit of possession there from the Rhinos and Kraft. Little contact there from Ralston, kind of shaking it off. Still a good service in the box. Reese had to be quick to come off his line because Delicott's hungry tonight. He's looking for that ball inside the box.
No score from Rochester. Paytech Park, Open Cup play. It is the 23rd minute. And out of midfield, controlled by Franchino on the outside, but taken away by Ball as he turns by Dorman, who grabs on. Foul is called. Rhinos have a restart of the midfield line. By the way, the center ref, Michael Kennedy. His assistants, Jason Kernack, Jeffrey Millen, and the fourth is Kevin Barcy.
The Revs technically have been a little off the mark with their passing. Some very, very poor touches for a team from the highest league in the United States.
In the center circle, Twellman drops it back for Riley. Pass ahead and on the slotted through up the right side for Noonan. He looked offside. A no call is made. Noonan up the right wing. Drawing it to the 18. He's down around the 2. Turning back toward the middle. Switching to the left foot. Takes a shot. Punched away over the end line by Vallow.
Great save from Scott Vallow. Good through ball to Noonan, who may have been even, if that. The referee's assist, maybe a step or two behind the play. But he got into the Rhinos' final third. Luckily for Rochester, it was such a quick ball. No one else pushing up into the attack for the Revolution, so he had to go 1v1 and try to get a shot from the corner of the 6. Great diving save, though, from Scotty Vallow.
Who, by the way, did spend a little time with New England. Here's the service, high in the box, and headed away now by San Filippo. Big bounce out to around the 25. Riley pushing it to the outside up the right wing once again for Ralston. Has it 15 yards out. He'll switch it back to the left foot. Tried to cross, but blocked away by Ball. And coming down in the middle where it's played back to around the 35. Franchino turning it to the outside on the left flank. And a pass ahead, turned back toward the middle. Noonan drops it off for Laurentowicz. 35 yards out and a pass on the near side. Riley moving up on the right wing. Tried to cross in front. Gets a shot deflected in on goal off of Lines. Picked up in the second off by Vallow.
Noonan listed as a forward side by side with Twellman, but up to this point he has showed so much more work than Taylor Twellman. Twellman's just kind of parked out central. Not much work off the ball. Very dangerous forward, but Noonan has been much more busy up front for the Revs.
Pushed away outside the 18 by Vallow. He just dribbles it ahead. No pressure being applied. 25th minute, no score. Vallow now pushing it further ahead. Twellman moves up, so Vallow will kick it away. Long service downfield to around the 25, flicked in the middle by Delicott. Dodosian couldn't get to it, and then the ball played out to midfield. It's Palguda chips it back, and it rolls down and rolling down inside the 18. I don't know that Twellman might not have won that race.
Again, his effort, he doesn't seem like he's very hungry tonight. I know he's coming off a bit of a knock. Came off in the 69th minute against Kansas City.
Spotted up the right side, Younger down to the 15. Switch back to the middle, switch to the end line. Across along the 6, but booted away and out. Nice play by Younger as he tried to feed it in along the 6.
The Liberian International took Lorenowitz to school there. Cutback move. He gets the big man flat-footed. Just the service not onto the Rhinos' foot.
And Chino, long delivery downfield, but in on offside on the left wing. Here's Gorman this time, and the fans will applaud the linesman.
He got that one. He was right there. And getting back to Twellman, he did come off in the 69th minute with a leg injury against Kansas City on Saturday. So maybe that's preventing him from giving him that big push forward tonight. So far he's been quiet. That's good for the Rhinos, but as you know with forwards, quiet for 78, 80 minutes, and then 2 goals in the last 10 minutes.
27th minute, and still scoreless at Paytech. Lines across midfield to the outside on the right wing, where it's taken by Ball. Drawing it forward. With the left foot, hammers it down. Delicott hits it outside Adosian. He got tangled up and couldn't turn to the net. Adosian near into the 18. Switch back in front. Howes nods it back on the outside of the near wing to Kraft. Drops it out around the 35. Pelguda moves forward. They'll deliver down inside, but it's headed away by John and outside. Nodded in the air by Lines. As Delicott checking back. And the whistle blows. Offside, or was it a foul?
It was a foul. Getting tangled up and using the arms. Matthew Delicott with Avery John, but Adosian's going to want that chance back. It was a great service into the box. Riley fell on the surface, the field turf surface here, and Adosian just a little choppy with his feet there. Couldn't get the ball to settle.
It was the linesman on the far side of the field that made that call. Cross midfield. Twellman settling the ball to the midfield line, and then he's tied up as it comes loose and still controlled by New England. Out the right side on the attack is Riley. Turns it to the outside for Ralston. Has it 30 yards out. Ralston looks and a feed in the middle. Howes will block it aside. Over picked up again and controlled by the Rebs. Dorman down to the 20. Tried to sneak it through, but it's blocked in the middle and carried away by Menyonger for Howes. One touch forward to Adosian. Checking back in the ball. Lays it off at his 35 for Lines. Turns it to the outside and on the near wing. Hits Kraft across midfield. On the attack, Nate Kraft. High chip down inside, but way too far ahead of Delicott or Adosian couldn't get to it.
Kraft had some space there to push forward. Maybe even take a player on. You're in the New England half of the field. A little more aggressive. Take a chance.
Not a whole lot of shot opportunities in this game. Each team with 2 thus far. As we're in the 28th minute and scoreless.
The Heat definitely slowing the pace down. Again, both teams, a lot on the line here. U.S. Open Cup, 4th round. A little cautious from both sides. I think New England maybe saving some for the second half.
Parkers plays it back to the keeper. His feed forward, Riley. In the middle, Parkers to the outside of the left wing for John. Avery John up the wing on the far wing for Franchino. As he pulls in the ball, drops it back to John around his 25 and a feed in the middle for Parkhurst. And a great year he had last year. Rookie of the year. Long ball off the left wing side. Franchino's in behind. Overlapping on the outside. Down to the far end of the 18. Pelguda back to cover up. Feed in the middle. Is tipped away by Bertz. Comes out the near side. Kraft able to feed it forward to Lines. And now to Menyonger in the middle. As he's challenged from behind by Ralston and sent flying. Right away by Delicott. Tried to turn it to the outside, but right on the foot of Riley, who anticipated perfectly. Off the right side, it's Ralston. Rochester 35. Feeds it in the middle. Stepping in to knock it away is Pelguda. Or make that San Filippo. Ahead for Lines. Came up with the left foot. Round eye level, so the whistle blows. And it'll be a restart.
That's a weak call. There was no danger there at all. That's a tough one. A great little flick up over the player. Continues with possession. Gets called for a dangerous play.
Riley just across midfield. Drawing it forward. Looking to slot it through to Dorman. Turns it back to the outside of the near wing for Joseph. Feed toward the middle. Riley right back to Joseph and a pass ahead 30 yards out. Noonan slotting it through. Turns taken by Ralston spinning. Trying to step over on the ball. Turns it down with the left foot. A roller in and he puts it 2 feet wide to the back post. 2 feet wide to the right post over the end line. It'll be a goal kick for the Rhinos. 30th minute. No score here at Paytech. Sponsors of these broadcasts include Connolly Printing, the official printer for the Rhinos. Call 426-4150. By Arrow East Athletic Club on the web at arroweast.com. And by Health Source Chiropractic. Patients being accepted at the Canal Park Medical Complex. Call 225-6430.
You're seeing Ralston. He wants more touches on the flank, not getting it, so he comes in central now to receive the ball and be more of an offensive presence that time. A nice step-over move. Just fired it wide of Scotty Vallow.
Vallow with the right foot sends it out to midfield. Lines draws it across the midfield line, but stepping up, Ralston heads it back into Rhino territory. Noonan crossed the line for Ralston. Has it his own side of midfield. Lays it on the outside of the near wing for Riley. First touch up the right side for Noonan. Brings it back, laying it to the outside for Riley. He'll go with the right foot deep up the right wing. Twellman trying to get loose. As Bertz knocks it away from Twellman. And it's out over the sideline, and so that'll be throw-in.
And if Kenny Bertz can keep up with this tight marking on Taylor
Twellman. The referee changed the call. He says no, the throw-in going to Rochester.
What?
Linesman said no, it was off of off of Bertz, but the center ref changes the call.
Bertz did a great... Oh, maybe he called a foul.
Oh, okay, a foul was called. Never mind.
Bertz did a great job to step in front of Twellman. Maybe he was tugged on from Taylor Twellman. But Bertz, if he can continue this pace of marking Twellman, it'll be a good to kind of freeze him out of the match.
Headed forward across the midfield line underneath of Noonan. Has blocked aside Pelguda on the near wing of midfield for Howes. as he draws it up the left wing, shoulder to shoulder with Noonan. They bump. Still in play along the near wing, and Howes taken down finally. And the whistle will blow. Nice job by Howes. Great 1v1 with Noonan.
You know how many players would have quit on that? A shoulder-to-shoulder challenge, 50-50. Howes said, no, I'm not going to stop. He comes right back into the play, wins a free kick for the Rhinos. Again, that's something we weren't seeing from Greg Howes. That work rate is increased dramatically.
Alguna will take the kick. 45 yards out off the left wing side. Long service all the way down to the 18. Delicott flicks it to the outside, but John in underneath it. Plays it away out of the box. Handed out at midfield. Sanfilippo stepping in. Nods it forward to Lines. Checking back on the ball. He's chased there by Laurentowicz. He'll drop it to his own side of midfield in the center circle for Bertz. Long up the left wing side to Adosian. Turns. Chasing the ball to the end line. Being blocked by Riley, and the ball out over the line. It'll be a throw in for New England from around their own 10 on the near side.
Looking for Adosian again. A little too far out to the side, Kraft. You know, you want that open space to run up and down the flank. Adosian comes in there, and it creates too much traffic for Kraft to do any kind of creative work when there's too many players in that area.
Throw in along the near wing, in underneath it Noonan as he's blocked with Bertz, and off of Noonan out. So now a throw in for the Rhinos on the near side, 45 yards out. Throw into Menyonger, off the chest, turns it back to the outside for Palguda. Drawing it forward, long chip up the left side, Lines after it, but in underneath it Parkhurst, and Lines battle for the puck as it rolls. So the ball as it rolls to the corner.
A little too hot for the puck tonight.
Well, you know, it's all that rubber stuff down the field, right?
Coming up, right? The black rubber stuff.
Brought away across midfield. Long service. It looked like there were two offsides right there, but going on after the ball is Dempsey up the left wing side, far into the 18. As he turns at the 5, settles it, drops it back out top for Franchino. It's chased. What did I say? Dempsey was Dorman, rather. Yeah, brought away up the right side, and ahead with it is Lines.
Well, we're happy
midfield
out here.
Yeah. At the midfield line, Adosian wide on the right side. He's everywhere tonight. He's all over the field.
But he's got to stay more up
exactly.
top.
You don't know where he is. Howes across midfield to Adosian. Maybe he's being told to be a floater. Turn to the outside. Howes after it. Taken down by Franchino. A foul is called, and a restart for the Rhinos. 40 yards out off the right wing side.
I just think that's his nature. I think he likes to get more involved. When he doesn't get the ball up top, he wants to come back and receive it out of a natural forward position. I think Lyons, if anyone's going to be the floater, he's the one who should make himself very difficult to mark and kind of float around the park.
34th minute, no score at Paycheck. On the restart, it'll be taken by Bertz. Off the right wing side. Bertz with the right foot drives it ahead. High ball going for the end line. Delicott heads it back in front. Up to go at the crossbar. It's brought down by Reese. Is right underneath him was Kraft. So Reese picks it off the crossbar.
It's a good set piece. Looking for the big man Delicott's head, but the second header has got to be away from the keeper to an on-rushing player.
Up in the air, Twelsman bowled over from behind. Twelman knocked down by Palguda. Sent flying face first into the turf, and the foul is called.
When Twelman is on his own half of the field, they're going to take shots at him. They're going to see what they can do to rile him up a little bit and not give a free kick in a dangerous situation for the Revolution. Palguda, Bertz, both have gotten shots in on Taylor Twelman. We'll see how he bounces back. He's got to play with his back to the goal. He's good at that, but now he knows the contact is going to be there.
Parkhurst from his own side of midfield. Drives it ahead to Noonan. Spinning around at the Rochester 40. Drops it back out toward the midfield line. Joseph a return pass to Noonan up the right wing. Chased by Bertz. Picks up speed a little. Heading to the end line. Bertz shoulder to shoulder. Takes the ball away inside the 18. Turns away. But his pass on the near wing is right to Ralston. Revs have it back. 20 in the middle. Joseph turns to his right. Long chip for the backside of the 6. And the offside flag is in the air against the Revs. Play going on. Play continues on as the Rhinos take the ball away. Sanfilippo on the far wing, in the middle for Lines. Return pass to Sanfilippo, moves up the right side across midfield. On the attack, open space on the right side for Adosian. Turns in behind Parker. Here's a cross along the 6. Delicott on the left side, but he's down too deep. As he stumbles and goes down to the end line, couldn't get a feed back in front.
Why he took that touch, he didn't need it. Great ball swerving in from Delicott. One time, finish it off. Delicott didn't need the 2 touches.
Run upfield by Ralston as he moves to his left to get by Howes. Across the midfield line, sneaks a pass in for Twelman. Checking back at midfield, in the center circle, it's Laurentowicz long to the right wing side. Off the right wing, we're taken by Noonan, approaching the end line. Here into the 6, down in front, and clicked away by Bertz off of the near wing. Up with it once again, Noonan keeps it in play. Back out now around the 25 on the near wing. Throws it out top for Riley. Once again, the MLS New England Revolution playing very deliberate. Not very much intensity or speed, if you will.
I hate to say it, but I see this a lot.
It's brought forward to the outside. Noonan up the right wing. Here's a cross. Backdoor side, but it's fighted over everybody through the 18 and rolls out of bounds on the far side.
You talk about their deliberate style. I think it's something that's league-wide. And Major League Soccer has to make some major changes to attract more fans.
Off the right wing, hammered out to midfield. Adosian tips it to the outside as he sneaks it by John, and now across midfield. Trying to knot it forward. John got a foot on it to slow it up. At midfield, and it is out of bounds off of Adosian.
That's just a battle with Adosian and Avery John. He gets nailed for the foul there. But good fight tonight from the former Revolution player.
All right, the foul on Adosian across midfield. We're in the 37th minute, and there is no score at Paytech. Ralston in the middle for Twellman. 30 yards out, sneaks a pass in the middle, tackled in by Sanfilippo, getting loose. Brought in now, right-footed roller, blocked away by Dallo, and the shot taken by Laurentowicz. Dallo, guessing right, goes to his right and blocks it away. Great save by Dallo.
It was a great save, and Frankie Sanfilippo, he bit hard, tried to go for the slide tackle, gets Noonan down, but Laurentowicz continues on the play, runs through the top of the 18. Dallo made another diving save. So the Revs are finding some space.
Who got the yellow?
And it was Frankie Sanfilippo for the challenge on Noonan.
38th minute, Sanfilippo with the card.
Great opportunity, the best opportunity for the Revolution. Inside the 18, New England, Laurentowicz in his second season just couldn't make it pay for the Revs.
Dallo will take the kick, this being from his own 15. Here's the part I'm not understanding. Sanfilippo comes up with a foul.
After the save, Laurentowicz and John Ball were in the corner there. Laurentowicz came in high with
it was after the play.
Yes.
Brought across midfield. Oh, wait a minute. He just announced
Laurentowicz with a yellow card. I didn't see that.
On the attack, Palguda. Drawing it off in the middle where it's taken and pulled forward by Lyons. Turns to the outside. Goes long to the left wing and overlapping down near the end line. Kraft across the 6. Oh, Delicott moving in, but it's booted away. And out on the near side by Parkers.
Saving the day, the big guy Delicott lurking. Not getting a piece.
Throw in along the near side. Lyons with the left foot. Goes high for the back post. And underneath it along the end line, Adosian turns it to the outside, the far end of the 18. Gets to it to keep it in play. He'll cross the other way. Hammers it along the 6, but booted away again. Off at the far wing, and then it's kicked by Franchino along the far wing and out of bounds. Throw in for the Rhinos. Sanfilippo from 45 yards out. Long up the right wing to the corner for Adosian. 1v1 with John. Adosian drops it off on the outside. Brought forward by Menyonger. Sends it down along the 20. Ball tried to backheel, but got tangled up on the ball. It's knocked loose. And then cleared away and downfield. Righted through everybody and out over the touchline on the far side. Once again,
he's chasing.
Well, yeah, obviously Noonan was offside.
Kelly's chasing the referee's assistant down the near side here. I mean, that should have been an offsides, and definitely Noonan has been offsides a couple of times and gotten away with a few. Hopefully it's not going to result in a cheap little goal here for the Revs.
Kind of like we've seen before here.
A few times. Looks like players down, I think it's Parkhurst for the Revolution.
All right, sponsors of tonight's broadcast include Nothnagels, Rochester's full-service realtor. Salvatores, they deliver everything but babies. By Time Warner, get all in one. Digital cable, digital phone, and Roadrunner, one package, save hundreds.
Parkhurst up, shaking it off, not sure what the injury was. But the Revs have had some very good opportunities here tonight. Every player up off the bench except for Kinsella. And we'll see if Coach goes to the bench here in the first half or makes some changes.
Now he's getting up too.
Yeah, he finally got his socks pulled up, I think.
Drop back. Revs have it. Drop back inside the 18 to the keeper, Reese. 41st minute, no score. As we approach halftime, Reese with the ball, dribbling it forward. No pressure, so he takes his time. Now goes to the outside on the left wing for Avery John. Turns it ahead from 35 out, feeds it off the left wing. Franchino checking back on the ball, drops it off once again for John. Delicott watching him. He'll play it off in the middle for Parkers from his 25. Brings it forward up the middle. Pass ahead toward the center circle. Checking back, Dorman dropping it off once again for Parkers. He'll roll it ahead for Laurentowicz. And turns and drops it back once again. Feed in the middle, Dorman, as the Revs tied up in the row into the field at the moment. Pass ahead for Laurentowicz.
They're conserving energy, taking their time. It's very hot tonight. The Revs, are they taking the Open Cup serious? I think they are, but I think it's very hot, and they're just going to recoup some energy.
John on the outside across midfield, stepping in to knock it away. Menyonger being challenged from behind by Franchino, draws it through the center circle, or pass into the center circle, but that's knocked away by Dorman and recovered once again by the Revs. Ralston in the center circle. Twellman give and go pass knocked away by Kraft, and the Rhinos have it. Drops it off. Menyonger, his own side of midfield. Rolls it through to Delicott. Turns it to the outside. Nate Kraft wide on the right wing side now. Drawing it forward. Pass toward Adosian. Spins. Fake the back heel. Turns it up the right side to get away from Parkhurst. Fire to the 18. Cross down in front. Knocked down and hop through the 6. Comes out the near side. And booted away by Joseph. Up into the stands on the near side, so a throw in for the Rhinos from 25 yards out.
That's an easy sitter. Someone just get hungry and poke it in the net, knowing they're hungry besides Delicott. Adosian again is far too wide.
Off the near wing, Twellman across midfield, turns to get away from Howes. Sneaks a pass through to Dorman, turns it on the outside of the near wing for Ralston. From the near side of the field, turns and plays it off in the middle. Little chip pass to Dorman, has it 40 yards out and feeds it to his left for Joseph. Moving up in the far wing, down to the 35, pass to the outside for Franchino. From 30 yards out, cross along, but it's booted away outside the 18 by Sanfilippo. Checking back on the ball, Adosian once again steps on the ball. And he got tangled up, but he's done that several times here tonight, stepped on the ball.
He's trying too hard, he's got to relax.
Feed down, far to the 18, stuck in behind. Franchino rolls to the end line, where Vallow stops the ball.
He wants to prove to Steve Nickel that it was a mistake to let him go from the Revs, but Adosian, solid player. Just keep his composure, play his game. He'll be fine.
Vallow, as he gets pressure now from Noonan, will pick the ball up. 43rd minute, no score, approaching halftime. They'll roll it outside the 18, off on the right side. Approaching the ball. The Rhinos also taking them plenty of time here tonight.
The heat is definitely a factor. These guys, they've got to pump themselves with fluids at halftime.
Sends it downfield. That would flick forward to Dosian. And Parkhurst gets to it first with the left foot, puts it into the stands. Throw it from across the way for the Rhinos.
I think it's a factor of the heat and the MLS style of play. They don't come out and pressure very high. It does slow the pace of the game down. And I think it's just a combination of both of those things.
Broad forward, Sanfilippo off the right wing, and a pass in the middle for Menyonger. Turns to the outside again and gives it off to Sanfilippo. Drawing it forward, turning back along the middle. He'll drop it back at midfield, where it's taken by Bertz. Bertz drawing it forward. By the way, congratulations to Kenny Bertz, making the team of the week last week in the league. That's USL First Division play. Off of the near wing, where it's chased down by Kraft.
He had a great assist to Matthew Delicott.
Adosian rolls it in the middle, but no help there as it's taken away. Twellman tips it forward, brought upfield by Ralston. Through midfield. As he'll drop it to the outside, Franchino gets to it. Now a long chip off on the right side, and underneath it goes Noonan. Chased there by Kraft in the near corner of the 18. Noonan drawing it forward. Kraft spinning it behind. Noonan still has it. Switch back, pass along the 20. Down to the 18. Spin around. Shot taken by Franchino. That's knocked down in front and booted away by Palguda. Big bounce into the stands on the far side. Throw in for the Revs about 25 yards out off the left wing.
Some life, some spark. Franchino, who's a fiery competitor coming in from that left flank, takes the shot, but it goes off of Ralston inside the 18.
Drop back out to the midfield line. Taken again by the Revs. To the outside for John as he brings it forward up the left wing side. Now long switch off of the near side of the field, and moving in underneath the ball goes Ralston. Turns it around, still has it. Drops it to the outside for Noonan. As he's challenged there, Lyons tips it away. The Rhinos have it. Palguda to the outside for Lyons. Right back to Palguda. From his own 30 feet on the near side, Kraft in a triangle with Lyons. Sent up the left wing side. As Kraft pushed and sent flying by Laurentowicz.
Soccer fans, there will be one.
Kraft came down very hard on the backside. 1 minute of stoppage time, and he came down out of the field of play as he was run over from behind by Laurentowicz.
He has taken a few shots tonight, Kraft. Even last week he took a few shots, and it's a tough competitor. The Rhinos have Johnny Steele on the bench for the left flank, but Kraft has served some good balls in the box tonight. Just no one been on the end of him to redirect him into the net or even towards the goal.
Hurry! Stoppage time. A minute to go, an additional time. Bertz with the right foot. High chip down to around the 18, but that's headed away easily by Riley. Up in the air, coming around to 30. Menyonger nods it forward as the play then sent out to midfield. Well, a foul was called on Menyonger. Once again comes up with the elbow. I told you the ref and Menyonger would see eye to eye. Look at, they're exactly the same height.
And Menyonger, he's going against 6'3" Shawry Joseph. he's got to do whatever he can to get a little hug from the referee to try and compete with the big man. So Menyanger a couple times on the wrong end of the call.
As the ball delivered downfield, the whistle blows, and that's it for the first half of play. Halftime, and there is no score. Not a whole lot to talk about in this game, as both sides taking it easy, taking it very deliberate in this heat, and not wanting to get run too far down. So when the pressure will begin to be applied, we don't know, probably later on in the game. Anyway, time now for the Marina Dodge halftime statistics. And looking at the scoreboard, we see 4 shots for the Rhinos, 3 for the Revs. In saves, each goalkeeper credited with 2 saves. Corner kicks, 2 for New England, none for the Rhinos. Fouls, Rochester with 13, and New England with 9. So that's about all the stats we have to talk about in the Marina Dodge first half statistics department. Really, neither team had much of an edge in play.
If anyone, maybe the Revs have a slight advantage. They had a couple of good chances.
Time of possession, probably more than anything.
Time of possession's a deceiving stat, though. A lot of possession was in their own half of the field, so it wasn't very threatening. At times, Lorenowitz came through, Ralston came through, but the MLS style of play, it's very hard to watch sometimes. When you're used to that USL pace, they were going and going. But so far, neither team has put their mark on the match tonight. 45 minutes, very hot night. We'll see who's got energy left in the tank.
It'll be interesting, and we have our halftime guest to talk to in just a moment, which we'll do coming up next at Baytech Park at the half scoreless. And this is the Rhinos Broadcast Network. Rhinos in their second game in the Cup. And New England joining the tournament here tonight. So far, scoreless at the half between the Rhinos and the Revs. Joined now by the Director of Soccer for the New England Revolution, Mike Bertz, former player for New England and has been around a few other teams, San Jose, Kansas City, so has been around the league a little bit over the years. And how long have you been since you played there? Just a couple of years, right?
Yeah, no, I've been out of the league since 2002. I played the first 7 years of the league, so I've been out for a little while now. And this is my second year working in the front office with the Revolution.
You've been here before, but not with the Revs, though, right?
I've been here before with actually in Rochester in 2001, playing for the Kansas City Wizards against the Rhinos in the Open Cup over at Frontier Field. So it's always my second time here, and it's always the fans are very knowledgeable and very supportive of the team, so it's a great place to come and play.
Probably a little disappointed you didn't get to play at Frontier Field again, huh? You had to come to this kind of a place.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We'll make do tonight. This is a wonderful facility. Obviously all the Rhino players are lucky to have a place like this, and it's great for our guys, obviously, to come here and play in this kind of environment.
Now, there's been talk, of course, rumors all over back and forth about the possibility of the Rhinos in the MLS. You've been around the league. You know all the buildings. How would this facility fit into the league?
This facility is great, in my opinion. It's soccer specific, obviously. The fan base has been tremendous for the Rhinos throughout the years. So, obviously that's the people, personnel at the league that makes those decisions at MLS. But I think the consensus is from all of MLS in terms of the players and front offices and all the teams involved in MLS that Rochester has something pretty special here.
What about the state of the MLS at this point? There's some talk about some teams that are maybe in a bit of a problem. Kansas City has been mentioned. Of course, Salt Lake's having some problems with a building and so on and so forth. Overall, the shape of the MLS at this point?
Overall, I think it's very strong. I mean, obviously, with the ownership of the Red Bulls organization coming in and purchasing New York, that was enormous. You look at all the teams that either have soccer-specific stadiums or are in the process of building soccer-specific stadiums. With the expansion of Toronto next year, I mean, it's the 11th year, and the league is a lot of promising things upon the future of MLS, for sure.
You feel it's building at this point?
Absolutely. I think that the level of play on the field is getting better, and there's a lot of positives happening off the field, so to speak. And I've heard the rumors about Kansas City, and hopefully Salt Lake can find a way to get a stadium built there, because they have a tremendous fan base out there. Last year and this year we go out there and they have almost 20,000 people on average at the games, and that's a great crowd, and you don't want to have to obviously relocate a team when you have that kind of fan base that's supporting it. So, without knowing all the intricacies of everything that's going on behind the scenes, could there be some shuffling of a couple of teams perhaps, but I definitely think there's a lot more positive going on in the league right now than negative, that's for sure.
What about the talent level? Of course, the top players and that will make their way to Europe pretty much. But is there a move on to try and keep those players here?
I think absolutely. I think from a team perspective, I think obviously there was a little bit of disappointment this summer over in Germany with the U.S. team not advancing out. But obviously you got to keep in mind the difficulty of the group they were in. And I'm not just saying this because he's a member of the Revolution, but I think you can make a pretty good argument that Clint Dempsey was perhaps the best U.S. performer in the World Cup, and he's obviously playing in MLS. So there are a lot of players on the World Cup roster that are current members of MLS teams, and that's a testament not only to the players but to our league.
I thought it was interesting to see watching the World Cup that the number of MLS players that are from different countries, but they play here in the MLS. I thought that was very interesting also.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a player that's playing tonight, Avery John, that represented Trinidad and Tobago in the World Cup, and a number of other players. So, the league is, like I said, on and off the field, is making tremendous strides.
Ever see the day when the MLS might have teams over in Europe?
That I don't think. That I can't envision. But you never know. Who knows? I don't envision that happening anytime.
So you don't see MLS trying to spread beyond the boundaries then?
In terms of, I think I'm missing you a little bit. Having like a Revolution team in England?
Having a team, maybe as a division, some teams over in England and France and around that area that are actually competing on a year-round basis with the MLS in part of the league.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't like I said, I don't envision that happening, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong a lot of other times.
It just seems like there's some other sports that are trying to make inroads into different countries and that, too. I didn't know that soccer would be a natural for that.
Yeah, no, perhaps. Like I said, I think although I've kind of hit upon how far we've come as a league, and obviously we have a ways to go as well. And I think the priority is to take care of everything here domestically.
Yeah,
before we start thinking about outside.
Unfortunately, we're out of time. You're just one quick thought. Your thoughts on this game?
I think it's been pretty evenly played game so far. I really do. I think 0-0 is probably a fair result at halftime, and obviously, I'm slightly biased. I hope the Revs can catch one here in the second half, but it's been a pretty evenly played game so far.
Mike, thanks so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hope to see you in the future.
My pleasure. Anytime.
All right. Mike Burns, who's the director of soccer for the New England Revolution. Continuing in a moment from Paytech, it's scoreless at the half, and this is the Rhinos Broadcast Network. Paytech Park, it's halftime. No score between the Rhinos and the New England Revolution. And with the heat, it'll be interesting to see if either team makes some kind of substitutions. As Joe noted, the Revs were up and the bench was warming up. I didn't see. Actually, I didn't even take a look. Were the Rhinos?
The only person warming up was Johnny Steele. He was definitely loosening up. But 4 substitutions. Normally in the USL First Division, you're going to get 5 substitutions. So 4 substitutions. Let's not forget that it could be a factor.
Also, what could be a factor is the way the game is played in open and cup play. Of course, there will be a winner declared, and if it is scoreless at the end of regulation, it goes to 2 15-minute overtime sessions. Now, that is 2 15-minute overtimes. It doesn't stop when a goal is scored, so you're going to play another 30 minutes if you're tied at the end of regulation.
They do not want to go to overtime in this heat. Someone, hopefully for us too, because I'm dying. It's hot. Scores here in the second half. They don't want to go to 120 minutes tonight. Then PKs. The Revs have a game Sunday. The Rhinos have a game Saturday. You want to have something left for your league play as well. But if it happens, it happens. Fitness will be the issue.
It's more of a still night, I think, than what we're used to tonight, too. The only saving grace that we generally have up here on hot nights is a bit of a breeze, but there's not much of a breeze tonight.
I'm not feeling. I feel like I've played 45 minutes myself.
Well, the Rhinos back to league play come Saturday as the Atlanta Silverbacks make their way into town. That's Atlanta coming to town on Saturday. And a reminder that it's an 8:05 kickoff. It's actually a doubleheader with the Rattlers across it. I was playing at 2 o'clock and the Rhinos playing at 8:05 here on Saturday night. By the way, you probably heard that the Rattlers had been eliminated from postseason play, but that was an error. The league went back and started checking it out and figured out that, yes, indeed, the Rattlers still do have an outside chance of making the playoffs. So how's that for...
That's a good news for the Rattlers, and that's got to be motivation for them on Saturday.
Well, so that was how about the league office doing that. I mean, Craig Grabczynski, our public relations director and everything else, he told them, he says, no, we're not out. And they said, yes, you are. So then it was put out and released that they were out of the playoffs, and then they decided, well, as Craig kept pressuring them, they decided, well, they better go back and look. And they did, and figured out. Well,
not a good league move.
No, not
league
at all.
Standpoint, not a good move at all.
All right, so players are coming out on the field. We'll be heading into the second half here at Paytech as the Rhinos and the Revolution will go at it. Scoreless at the half between the Rhinos and the New England Revolution in U.S. Open Cup play. This again is the fourth round. The fourth round As the Revs join the rest of the teams in the actually all the rest of the teams come into the tournament here tonight, right?
Well, Chivas USA was eliminated by Roma FC, but Roma FC lost to Dallas. So there was two teams.
But I mean tonight.
Oh, everybody.
Now everybody, from this point on, everybody that's going to be in the tournament is in the tournament.
Absolutely. No changes for the Revs to start the second half. One change for the Rhinos. Johnny Steele has come on for Nate Kraft. And Kraft was taking a bit of a beating there in this first half, but had some good services in the box.
Now, the interesting part with that change is Kraft, a defender, comes out, and Steele, a midfielder, going in.
Well, Kraft is a defender, but the Rhinos are playing a 3-5-2. So Kraft was a midfielder, an outside midfielder. Johnny Steele comes in, just another outside midfield substitution.
Rhinos will be shooting at the net to our right. Scott Dallow in goal to our left. Matt Reese in goal down to the right side. He is 31 years of age from Atlanta. Speaking of Atlanta goalkeepers, Billy Andracki. He's from Atlanta, I think. Born in Prince William, Virginia, but has been signed to a contract. So now the Rhinos have 3 keepers under contract for the remainder of the year.
Interesting move. Leave it at that.
Headed back at midfield. Dropped off in the center circle. Turned to the outside of the near wing. And up the right wing across midfield comes Lyons. On the attack to the 35. Down to the 30. Lyons drawing it to the 20. Now down to the 18. Turns toward the middle. Slots the ball through. And then taken down by John. But no call made. And the ball rolls into Reese.
Lyons going to take this half into his own hands. Driving directly into the New England defense. Something he didn't do much of in that first half. Tried to win the call there. But the attempted dive, not the best we've seen.
Rod forward. John up the left wing side. Rolls it ahead of the near wing for Franchino. Has been captain of this team for, I think, 6 years now. Back in the middle. Taken by Parkhurst. Drawing it forward. Long on the right wing side. Cross midfield into Rhino territory. Hits the ball into the deep in the far corner. Is controlled by the Revs. Ralston sneaks it through along the 18. Dropped off by Twellman. Back to Ralston. Rolls in the middle. Joseph. High chip. And as it bounces in, taken delivered along the backdoor side and rolls out through. However, offside flag on the far side is in the air.
It was offside, then it was down, then it was up again.
Yeah.
And what had happened was Twellman was in an offside position. He stopped, though. He didn't play the ball. Franchino continued his run. And if you go by the laws of the game, technically that was still onside.
Rochester's number 15.
Dallow rolling the ball out to his 18. 47th minute at Paytech Park and scoreless. Dallow with the right foot drives it out through midfield. Delicott checking back but couldn't get up for the ball. It comes off on the near side. Ball nods it off of the midfield line. Lyons hits it back to the outside, but Twellman gets a foot on it and boots it along the near side. Sanfilippo with the right foot out through midfield. Delicott and Dozian same space. As the ball comes loose and Howe's moving up. It's dropped off by Steele along to the right side. A little bit too much flight on the ball, over ball and out of bounds.
Johnny Steele, first touch, got to get the rust off a little bit there. Hasn't played, and now he's just got to get that first touch behind him and continue to be a very creative force down the left-sided flank. Kraft, more of a defensive-minded player. Steele likes to attack a lot more.
Throw in along the near side, but headed away by Sanfilippo and out. So another throw in on the near side for the Revs from around their own 40. And Gino cross midfield for Noonan. He checks back on the ball as at his own side of the midfield line and now delivers up the left wing, and Franchino moving ahead, stumbles and goes down. He got his cleats caught up in that high grass.
I don't know about the high grass or the black rubber that sticks out. The Revs not very happy about playing on this surface. They play on at times a beautiful surface at Gillette Stadium when football's not in session. So this is a bit of a transition for New England.
Cross midfield, flick toward the middle, checking back. Adosian drops it to the outside. Delicott, as he's challenged there, turns to get away from John. Holds it off. Lines on the near side. Sanfilippo up the right wing, but not right onto the foot of John, who then volleys it downfield. Big bouncer coming down just inside the 18, and Bertz heads it back to the keeper. One hop grab by Vallow.
Noonan put some pressure on, but Bertz did not feel the pressure. Noonan just stopped, and Vallow again furious. He wants Johnny Steele deeper into the New England half of the field. He had the same complaint with Kraft in the first half, having him push deeper into the New England zone.
Vallow with the right foot will drive it away downfield. Alguda trying to knot it forward, but headed away by John out on the near side to the foot of Lines as he's challenged there. On the near wing by Dorman, draws it back to midfield and drops it off for Bertz. Long up the right wing side. It's headed away by Franchino. Younger steps in to take it away. Turns it off in the middle. Grabbed and hauled down from behind by Franchino. Boy, I'll tell you what. Could have been a card on that one.
Could have been. Should have been. And Younger, beautiful 1v1 with Franchino. Gets around him, and there's just no intention to play the ball.
Grabbed with his hand onto the left shoulder and hauled him right down from behind. To the outside, up the right wing, to the corner, but wasn't done right. We'll do it again.
Yeah, the Rhinos asked for 10 yards, and then Lions tried to go with the quick restart. The referee's like, hey, you want 10, you got to wait for the whistle.
Take your pick. Which do you want, huh?
No, we're shooting distance here. Howe's powerful right foot. Lions can swerve one into the box. Now Coach Callaway pushing some more players into the box.
The ref and Lions are battling for inches on the ball. Now the ref will line it up, and Lions with the left foot goes for the back post, bending in, and Reese up in the air brings it down at his 2. That was wide of the net.
Something the Rhinos spent a lot of time on are these restarts. That time, looked like nothing coming out of the Rhinos playbook.
Off on the near side, Franchino challenged by Lions. He'll drop it back for Avery. That's Avery John. Left puts it downfield. Headed away, Sanfilippo over top of Twellman. Bertz drops it off toward the center circle for Howes with the left foot. Long service up the right wing side. Ball in underneath it. Got away, bounced off his right foot and out. Throwing on the near side for the Revs.
He tried to bring it down with the outside of his right foot. Very little surface area for ball to control anything there. So the inside of the right foot, settle it down, then go forward.
Franchino pass on the near side, intercepted by Howes. In the middle for Younger, spinning around 25 yards out. Lays it off in the middle, but too far for Lions. Couldn't get it to him.
This
throws it ahead.
Sloppy start.
Right ahead up the right side, turned along the right wing, and on the attack is Riley. Pushing it ahead, down to the Rochester 35. Turns, looks toward the middle, has it at the 25. He'll drop it back out top. Continuing on is a feet ahead. And trying to get through in the middle is Twellman. Drops it to the outside again for Riley. On the right wing, challenge there. Drops it ahead, back toward midfield. Laurentowicz passed through along the middle, 40 yards out of the middle. John up the left wing. It takes a crack at it, but puts it about 10 yards wide left of the net.
Very active bench for the Revolution. Steve Nickel, former standout with Liverpool, and Paul Mariner won the FA Cup with Ipswich Town. Actually, Paul Mariner and Laurie Callaway have a bit of a history when they were with the San Francisco Bay Blackhawks. Callaway, the head coach, Paul Mariner, his player assistant coach, getting reunited tonight.
Out through midfield. Turn to the outside up the near wing. Franchino, long service, goes to the far end of the 18. Big bouncer rolling deep in the corner. Noonan after it. As he's chased to the corner, gets the ball on the end line, and that's put away. Boy, I thought that was off of Noonan and out. However, it's a corner kick awarded to the Revs.
You can't say enough. The pace of this game is just dragging right now. Both teams very tired.
Out that top, chipped along the 18 in the middle. Joseph blocks it off his chest. Outside the 18, plays it out high to Riley. Goes to the right wing side. It rolls inside the 18 to the end line. And the Rhinos let it roll out. It'll be a goal kick. Sponsors of these broadcasts tonight include Dodge. Grab life by the horns. Dodge. By Joma, the official uniform supplier to the Rhinos. Available at Eurotech at the Rochester Sports Garden. By Food Link. Abundance shared. And by the Parrish Group. Relax and enjoy stress-free living in your Parrish apartment. See them all at Parrish.com.
Someone's going to have to take it upon themselves, whether it's a midfielder or forward, really, to just drive and take players on, loosen things up. Very tight right now.
Through midfield, turning back for the ball in his own 35 is Riley. Lights a high one downfield as it's headed aside by Sanfilippo for ball off the near wing. Chased by Franchino. Nutmegs it through and comes away across midfield. Ball spotting it through to Adosian. Now tries to sneak it to his left for Adosian, but not enough on it. For Delicate, and not enough on it. Rolls it to the outside of the near wing. Joseph up the left side, too far for Franchino. It's out. Throw in at midfield on the near side for the Rhinos.
Good effort there. Adosian has not had the best of games tonight. I think he's forcing it a little too much there. He's going to play it to the space, let Delicate run onto it.
Sanfilippo with a throw in along the near wing. Trying to sneak it into Adosian. Stumbles, goes down, and the ball to the end line is off of the right foot of Adosian out over the end line, so it'll be a goal kick the other way, this time for the Revs.
Too forced, too much push from Adosian. You can see he's got the happy feet when he's got the ball settling down for him. He's not sure where he's going to go. Just settle down a bit. Make your former mates pay. Play the way you know how to play.
54th minute of Paytech and scoreless. Headed by Sanfilippo in the air out to near midfield. Nodded for by Joseph. As Twellman will drop it off for Dorman. That blocked away by Palguda. Off on the far side, out of bounds. Throw in across the way for the Revolution, 40 yards out.
Both teams still sticking with the 3-5-2 formation. Very clogged up midfield right now.
Blocked away. Van Younger checking back on the ball. Played by Pelguda to the outside. Tipped toward the middle. Van Younger comes forward. To the midfield line. Delicott right back to Van Younger. Slots it up the left wing side. But in behind is steal and offside against the Rhinos.
Just a step behind again. The Revs really precise with the offsides trap. And that's a credit to the three-back line. Avery John, Parkhurst, and Riley being on the same page. If one player doesn't read that trap, the Rhinos are through to goal, but all three players communicating very well.
On ball, flighted downfield, 55th minute of play. Tech no score. Slotted up the right side to Dorman. Rolls it down in front along the 6. There's a shot. Blocked off the end line. Dano coming in, cutting off the angle for Twellman, who couldn't get a shot away.
And that's a perfect example of the Rhinos' defense. Pelguda and Bertz pushing up. Sanfilippo gets caught a little deep. The ball comes swerving into the box, and Twellman, I don't think Fellow even got a piece of it, but the Revs got a dangerous corner kick, and Twellman, his first look on goal, a very dangerous one.
Revs have 3 shots here in the half. That equals the number they had for the whole first half. So here in the second half, the Revs out shooting the Rhinos 3 shots to none. High floater down inside, hit it away and out by Delicott. Coming down, settled to the 35. Riley tips it to the outside of the near wing for Franchino. Crossing down along the 18, sneaks through in front, tipped ahead, moving in Joseph, then booted away at the last moment by Sanfilippo. Great defensive play.
It was a great read by Frankie Sanfilippo, and Twellman, a little toe poke forward to the 12 for Joseph. I think it was a little slow going to that ball there. Sanfilippo read it well.
Far corner of the 18, knocked loose in front, but up with it. Trying to sneak it through was Ralston, and then it's hammered in the air out and across on the far side and out of bounds. Throw in for the Revs. Out near midfield. Riley will take the throw in. Scoreless here in the 56th minute. Long up the right wing side. Ralston in underneath it. As he's challenged there. Turns to the wing. That's knocked away in the corner, and the Rhinos take it back. Pelguda spins it away out near midfield. Riley and Delicott got away from Riley out of bounds. So we're now at midfield for the Rhinos on the far side.
Again, midfield, 5-on-5, 3-5-2s. Someone's got to push forward, get away from the clutter that's in the middle of the park. No one has done it yet. It's been a battle of midfield so far.
Cross midfield, flick forward, Delicott, steal nod to the head, but no help there as the ball in is half volleyed high in the air through midfield. Headed to the outside of the far wing after Dorman as he and Pelguda battle, and the ball, the foul is called on Dorman. So restart for the Rhinos, their own 35.
Dorman, who's got 5 goals, 8 assists this year. He's been quiet tonight. I think with Dempsey out, Dorman's trying to be that guy who's the floater, kind of withdrawn. Not quite the same player. I think Dorman much more, a little more on the flank. For him in the center of the park, not his natural position.
He's been quiet. Well, everybody's been quiet tonight.
Yeah, that's true. Except for you.
Yeah. Vallow with the right foot drives it out through midfield. As Delicott pushed from behind, but turns back with the ball. Got away from him. It's out to near midfield and stepping up. Bertz with a long jam up the right side to make that Sanfilippo. Ahead deep in the right wing corner for John Ball. Has it 10 yards out, near into the 18, moving inside, switch left foot back post, and knotted out over the end line by Riley. Oh, what a golden opportunity. Great service by Ball for the back post, but Riley gets to it, puts it over the end line, corner kick for the Rhinos.
Finally, Johnny Ball gets a quick service on the flank, takes down the defender, left foot across into the box, gets Franchino to bite, and it's swerving to the corner of the 6. Delicott, it's over his head, and streaking in was Johnny Steele, just cleared away by the Revolution at the last second.
Then Younger with the corner kick off the left wing side. Right-footed kick, an in-swinging kick low in the box. That went chipped high in the air, coming down to the crossbar and grabbed. That was actually off of the Revs player.
He was trying to clear it, hit it. And the way this game is going, wouldn't be surprised to see it own goal.
Cleared away downfield. Big bouncer. And in behind offside is Twellman, so a restart for the Rhinos. Ball in the center circle to Bertz. A hit for Lines. Cross midfield for Younger. Challenge from behind. Ball taken away by Laurentowicz. Off the right wing to Noonan. Return pass. Laurentowicz deep on the right wing side. He'll feed it back toward the middle. Noonan tips it to the outside again. Laurentowicz 30 yards out with the right foot. Cross down inside, but that's headed away and out by Sanfilippo. On the far wing line. Settles it. Draws it forward. Pass toward the middle for Delicott. Turning back to the outside to make that steal, rather. And on the far side, kept it at the touchline by the Rhinos. Lines dropping it back for Pelguda. Left foot's it ahead. Younger touching it right back to Pelguda. on the left wing. This time a high chip across midfield. Dedicott flicks it up the far wing. It's stepping in behind where it's taken away by Parkhurst. John on the near wing, turning back. Adosian chasing. Adosian stumbled and went down again. He's had slippage problems tonight.
He has with his footing, and I tell you, the way this game is going, about 30 minutes left, you get the feeling it's going to come down to one major mistake, an own goal, or some kind of fluke play, because no creativity coming from either side.
Off the right side across midfield. Riley trying to slot it through, intercepted by Bertz. Plays it out on the far wing. Noonan had it knocked away by Dedicott. The Rhinos have it. On the far wing. Out the left wing side. Dropped back by Steele for Palguda. Turns to the outside to get away from Ralston. He'll send it away, but puts it out of bounds. Throw it on the far side for the Revs.
And eventually both teams are going to have to resort to the long ball. 5 midfielders on each side. It's a log jam. There's nowhere to go forward.
Toward the middle. Joseph with the left foot takes a crack at it. Puts it 3 feet over top of the crossbar, but right in the middle from 25. He went for it.
He finally got a little bit of space there for the Revs. But again, 5-on-5 in the midfield. The defenders for each side have to swerve long balls into the box and just really bypass the midfield. It's a stalemate right now.
Well, with it being so jammed up, you wonder why nobody's been doing it so far, going for the long ball.
Fatigue. When you go with the long ball, it changes the pace of the game. You've got to run. You've got to work. The ball's not going to be as accurately placed. So then that's part of the reason they haven't been going long.
Dorman over on the off the pitch, changing his shoes. He's putting on the ones that have air conditioning in them. Then Younger up the right side. Ball rolling to the end line along the near wing. Looking for the cross. High in the box. Hit it away and out top. Chased down around his 30 by Lines. Dorman still off the pitch. Here's a long shot in. Missing wide left out over the end line. On the shot taken by, is that Bertz in deep?
It's Palguda.
Palguda from about 25 yards out.
Normally, that's a much more accurate choice from Scotty Palguda that time. I'm not sure if he was confused whether to shoot or to get the pass in.
61st minute at Paytech, no score. Still between the Rhinos and New England. With the right foot, driven downfield. Coming down around the Rochester 35, headed to the outside by Bertz and chased down there by Steele. On the left wing, will volley it through midfield. Dedicott checking back, leaves it. Steele continues up the left side. Now long service toward the middle of Dosian, trying to get to it. One bounce inside the 18, grabbed by Reese. As he then goes sprawling out on the pitch. And he'll roll it ahead for Parkhurst.
If any game needs a goal, it's this one. It'll really loosen things up and open things up. It's just such a tight.
Well, there was the attempt at the long bomb by Steele, and it almost snuck through.
That's what's going to have to happen.
Turned off on the near side. Off the left wing, John across midfield, checking back, Twellman. A pass off in the center circle and a long feed up the left wing side, chased down by Ball. On him is Franchino. Ball plays it inside the 18 to Vallo. First times it away on the near wing. Headed to the outside by Lorentowicz. Throw in on the near side for the Rhinos from their own 45.
You know, and just a couple of long balls. A few long balls here. It'll force things to loosen up. It doesn't have to be a long ball the whole way, but a few more long balls, then the midfield will open up. Just haven't seen it just yet.
Well, Sanfilippo gains about 15 yards on the throw-in, takes it to midfield. But he goes back to Bertz and then hammers it away downfield. One bounce inside the 18, grabbed there by Reese.
You can't blame the defender. He's got to go deep. There's just everyone marked up in the middle of the park. Bertz very accurate with those long balls normally.
Into the center circle, Joseph across midfield. Drawing it out on the near wing, being chased from behind by Lines. He'll play it to the outside for Franchino as it's 25 yards out, dropping it back out top once again. This time Joseph in the middle for Noonan, spinning around looking for help. And return the pass to Joseph, moving in, trying to spot it through, but stepping in is Bertz to boot it away. Out toward midfield, tipped ahead, Dedicott spinning it behind John. Trying to get away across midfield, looking to gain control. Center circle, lays it to the open left wing side, Steele after it. Drawing it off on the far touchline, getting to the ball just in time as it's 25 yards out. Cross along the 18, but that's knocked down and carried away by Riley. Along on the right side, ahead for Dorman, who has new shoes on.
Quality of the crosses for both sides, really. Been very poor.
Right away up the left wing side and ahead with it, Noonan. Trying to sneak through. Triple team tackled and the ball bouncing inside the 18. Grabbed the one hop by Vallo.
Now a little more pace. Noonan, Twellman pushing forward a little bit. Taking players on. Maybe the second wind or the reserve now. The reserve take. Stepping up for both teams.
And on the right wing brought forward by Menyonger. Crossing down along in front, but headed away at out top. Moving in lines. Turns to his left with the foot. Takes a crack at it, but stubbed it. And it went off a leg. Dribbled inside the 18. Grabbed by Reese. Throws it ahead up the middle for Joseph. Howe's coming back. Runs into the elbow of Joseph. No call. It rolls out on the outside. Franchino passes the middle, but right to the chest of Laren Lyons. His feet ahead. Menyonger and the Rhinos on the attack. Lyons switching back to the right foot. 25 yards out. Looking to sneak it through Delicott. Turning to the outside. And Ball had stopped his run as Delicott played it to the outside.
Well, what happened there, Delicott's got to take the blame. Ball was making the run. The service has got to come quicker. The extra little touch not needed by Delicott.
Back for it. Bertz drawing it forward into the center circle. To the midfield line for Steele. Checking back to help out. Rolls it to the outside. Switching on the near side and rolls up the right wing. It's brought forward by Sanfilippo. Near corner of the 18. Cross down along the 6. Punched away by Reese. Out the near side. And Laurentowicz will head it away. Rhinos picking up the pace a bit here. Howes up the right side. Goes for another cross. Back post. Reese up in the air. Comes down with it at his 6. As awaiting on the left wing side was Adosian.
Reese getting much more busy here.
Long ball flighted downfield. Twellman trying to settle at the feet. Being chased there. Tackled away. Rolling through and out the near end to the 18. As Palguda got the foot on it. Twellman chasing it down on the near side. Cross along the 18 for the back post. Headed away to the end line and grabbed by Vallow. Off the end line. The head ball taken by Steele.
Finally some pace now. Both teams realize 25 minutes left. Okay, we've got to start playing. We delayed it enough now. Now the game is on 0-0. Who's got the energy?
65th minute. Up the right side comes Howes. Lays it on the outside. Ball passed toward the middle for Lyons. Has it 35 yards out. Now a long switch to the left wing and Steele in under the ball. Has it to the 20. The far end of the 18. Across down in front. Headed up in the air. Comes out the near side. Nodded away out of the box. It'll be chased down by Howes. On the right wing side, Howes looking for the cross. Goes for the back post. That flights out through the far end of the 6 and then headed away. In underneath it is Riley to draw it away. On the attack. Here come the Revs. Out to midfield. Riley taking the run all himself. Out the right wing and through midfield. As he's challenged, pushing it forward, but that'll be taken away by Bertz. Rolls it back to the keeper, Vallow, who first times it away out through midfield on the far side. Steele, flighted over him out of bounds, so throw in at the midfield line for the Revs.
From a fitness standpoint, the Revs look to be a little more tired. We'll see if they can continue to hang on here. The Rhinos putting some great pressure on Matt Reese.
Pass on the right side, cross down in front, but getting the left foot on it, booted away by Palguda. Up into the stands. Actually, that's over the end line. It turns out to be a corner kick. Didn't want that.
You can see the fatigue, though, because what's happening is the Revs' defense sitting back a little farther now. There's kind of a pocket there where the midfielder and the defense should connect. There's a bit of a gap there. That's definitely from fatigue, not staying as tight.
Looks like we'll see our first sub of the night coming to the Revolution. As getting ready to check in is Cancella. Off the right side, corner kick. Down inside, headed up in the air. And is at the 6, moving out. Battle punches it away out to the 18, and with the left foot, Lyons will pop it up in the air. It comes down around the 25. Lyons gets to it to tip it aside, and Sanfilippo draws it out on the right wing. Chased after by Adosian, in underneath it, drawing it up the right wing side, and Sanfilippo is on the run. Here's a cross down inside the 18, grabbed at one hop by Reese. Throws it out on the far side.
Opening up, getting some action and some pace.
And it looks like Ambersley is getting ready to come into the match for the Rhinos. Again, remember, another factor on the night is that there's only 4 substitutions allowed. Pass ahead. Checking back. Twellman dropping it off. Turn to the outside of the near wing. Franchino down to the 18. Cross along the 6 in front. Skips through out the far side of the 6. And out over the end line. This will be a goal kick for the Rhinos. Sponsors of tonight's broadcast include Freetime Magazine, Western New York's art and entertainment guide. By the Distillery. Sports on 32 screens. Lunch and dinner menus. Free parking and outdoor dining. By Auto Depot and Auction Direct. For your next car, log on to auctiondirect.com. Also by the Clarion Riverside Hotel, across the street from the Rochester Convention Center.
Opening up, some loosening, and again, fatigue setting in. Also a little more hunger on both sides. Finally, a little more action and some more pace.
Played away out through midfield, out of bounds on the far side. Throw in for the Revs. Laurentowicz, challenged there, turns, but Steele knocks it away as the ball drops it back for Palguda. On the left wing, rolls it ahead. Menyonger touching it off as Lyons continues on. Menyonger up with the ball again, drops it off at midfield. Stepping in, tipped across midfield. Menyonger turning along the 35, slides into the ball, able to kick it ahead for Delicott. All by himself, now catching up Lyons. He'll drop it to the outside, down to the 20, and on the right wing to Ball. Here into the 18, takes a look in front. Ball sneaks it, switches to the left foot, moving in, takes a shot, back post. Oh, Adosian couldn't get his foot on it. As Ball goes to the back post.
Johnny Ball, he can sense that Franchino is tired, and this is a good move by Steve Nickel. He's going to take off Joey Franchino. Johnny Ball's getting the best of him here on the near flank. That's just a good driven ball into the box. He's either going to go in the goal or someone's going to redirect it there. And a good challenge there from Johnny Ball.
Wellman coming out here in the 69th minute. Wellman is out.
Interesting substitution.
And who'd you say, Franchino?
Franchino is absolutely spent. Johnny Ball was getting the better of him. That's a good substitution by the Reds. Howe's coming off. He had a very quiet night. Ambersley, he's a busy bee. He's going to go at it in the midfield with Aaron Lyons.
Who's the other one that went in? Sims, wasn't it?
Sims. Willie Sims has come up top now with Noonan. Twellman has come up. Twellman did not move at all tonight. I'm not sure if he's still hampered by the injury from Saturday, but he did not move off the ball at all tonight.
And you said for the Rhinos, Howes is out and Ambersley is in?
You got it.
All right, so substitutions made. 2 for each team now. Each team still has 2 subs to make. Dropped out top. Played by the left foot up the left wing for Ralston. Drawing it down to the Rochester 20. Watched by Sanfilippo. Step over. Moving down inside the 18. Headed away and out by Bertz off of the far wing. Base down there. Steele won't get to it. That's out of bounds. Throw in on the far side. 35 yards out for the Revs. And the throw into Joseph. Turn to the outside again. Rolls it back at midfield. Back to his own side of midfield. And Riley will play it all the way back to his keeper, Reese, outside of his 18 at the 20.
With Kinsella coming in now, he plays a central midfield role. Dorman now goes to the natural right side that he's very dangerous from with those swerve balls.
That slipped up the right wing. After the ball, brought forward down inside the 18 to the 6, roller down in front, tipped in, it's loose, and the center is cleared aside. Coming back, Ambersley able to knock it away. Oh, and a golden opportunity there.
Willie Sims is going to want that one back. Great run again. Dorman's very dangerous, beautiful ball. Sims misses the easy one.
Lines up the right side for ball, gets tangled up with Ralston, and it's recovered by John for the Revs. Has it in his own 20, 71st minute of Paytech, still no score. Ralston brings it forward. Rolls it ahead. Checking back of the ball, Kinsella will switch it off on the right side to Riley. Moving out to his own 35, drawing it forward as he's chased there by Delicott. Drops it back once again. In the middle to Parkhurst. With the right foot, drives it downfield. Sanfilippo getting in as he and Noonan battle for the ball. It comes loose. Noonan has it. Takes it, turns, but can't get away. As is blocked away at the 20 and carried forward by the Rhinos.
Good fight. Frankie Sanfilippo mistimed the first one. His speed able to recover.
Knocked away from Ambersley. Kinsella to the outside. Offside. Against Sims. He's in on the right wing too far.
Dangerous, though. Sims, you can see, he's a pacey forward. I think he's giving the Revs more options right now than Twellman. He's moving off the ball.
Right forward. Drop back at the midfield line for Riley. Again, 72nd minute here at Paytech, and still scoreless. Off the right wing. After it goes Dorman deep in the right wing corner. To the end line. Able to stop it. Keeps it in play. Puts it away off of Steele and out over the end line. Yeah, it's over the end line, and so it'll be a corner kick now for the Revs.
Twellman taking off the boots and the socks. He's got 2 bags of ice. I can't see if it's on his knee or his ankle, but he's asking for 2 bags of ice. The trainer working on him and Franchino getting taped up with ice as well.
Right-footed kicker, out-swinging kick. Service down inside, headed along the 6, comes out the near end of the 18. Locked away on top. With it, Ralston takes a look. With the right foot, goes for the back post, but misses 2 feet wide to the right. Over the end line, another goal kick for the Rhinos. Sponsors of these broadcasts include Nextel. Helping groups get things done, call 800-NEXTEL-9. By Best Volvo, Rochester's exclusive Volvo dealer at 1500 University Avenue. By the World Gym, the official strength training facility of the Rochester Sports Group at 1717 East Avenue. All of those making these broadcasts possible all season long.
This is when all those hard, long days in training, all the conditioning that these teams do, hopefully will pay dividends tonight. We'll see who's done a little more on the training pitch.
Off on the far wing, that's put it away, but off of Delicott. Into the stands on the far side. It'll be a throw in for the Rhinos, or rather for the Revolution on the far side. Lorentowicz at the midfield line, drops it back in the center circle. John brings it forward with the left foot, rolls it ahead. Cross midfield, checking back on the ball. Noonan switches off to the right side. And Kinsella after him, but that's knocked away. Checking back, sliding in. Ambersley ends Kinsella, and it's brought away by Sims of the Revs. 20 yards out. Sneaks it up the right side. Moving in. Cross in front, but blocked away out over the end line. Checking back is Steele. Nice job defensively.
Actually offside, so they'll negate the whole attack. But I'm telling you, Willie Sims, since he's come on, the Revs have really got another dimension in their attack. He's done a good job coming off the bench for Taylor Twellman. Twellman, again, icing down on the sideline. I'm not sure if the hunger wasn't there tonight, but For Twellman, you expect a little more.
So it's a restart for the Rhinos. Free kick for Vallow from his 20. With the right foot, drives it out through midfield. As the ball is headed away, Cancela with the right foot tips it to the outside. Dorman able to settle it before it goes out of bounds and keeps it in play. Dropping it back for Riley along his 35. Drives it through midfield off of the far wing. Headed away by Pelguda. As it's nodded forward to the outside again, pushed toward the middle, moving up Laurentowicz, but stolen away by Menyonger. Cross midfield. Menyonger on the tack as he has Joseph all over him, rolls it in the middle, and Ambersley continues on. Down to the 35. Looking to slot it through for Radosian. Checking back on the ball. Able to play it ahead and catching up to it himself. Slips it to the outside for Steele off the left wing. High cross. Where's he going? What was that?
Wow. Steele has come off the bench.
That's about 100 yards high and 50 yards wide of the net.
Should be fresh. There's no excuse for that. He's had several poor touches here in the second half. That's just a great attack. Gone away for the Rhinos.
Tipped into the center circle ahead, Laurentowicz. Dropping it off there, moving in to tip it aside. As Steele, but the foul is called. Restart, and the Rams have it. Cross midfield off on the right wing. Push toward the middle. It's Cancela looking to make that Dorman looking to sneak it through. Turning as Sims. Brings it out to the 25. Pops up in the air on the far side. Dorman side volley kick. Punched away out the right hand of Vallow. A great save for Scott Vallow. And it's turned to the outside of the near wing.
Beautifully struck volley from Dorman. Willie Sims, though, set it up with a nice little chip pass. Vallow making a claim for MLS again.
Right back in the middle, moving in. The shot by Noonan knocked down to the 20. Again out top as the ball rolls loose and carried away by Pelguda. On the left wing, brings it ahead, looking to slot it through, but it's in behind Adosian and brought away and turned by the Revs. On the near side, Ralston up the left wing. Trying to play it down in the middle and does. Bertz nods it back to the keeper. Vallow stops it. It is 76th minute, no score here at Paycheck.
What a great save from Scotty Vallow. Diving to his right. The rebound there at the 6. No one there, luckily for the Revolution. The Rhinos defense clears it away. But Dorman also, I think he's turned up his game since they made the tactical switch to put him on the right side.
Vallow low drive kick through midfield. Cancela coming down with the same center circle. And he got spun around by Ambersley, grabbing onto his right arm. And on the restart, quick restart, here come the Revs. Upfield, the roll on the 6, sneaks through and out the near end of the 6. Once again, it was Sims in. All he had to do was get his left foot on the ball and tip it in the open end of the net.
I don't think Andy Dorman's going to serve any more balls in to Sims. That's 2 now that he should have been on the end of. But Dorman again, big change for the Revs. He has been very effective.
Throw in for the Rhinos. Menyonger will volley it ahead to midfield. Adosian able to flick it across the midfield line, and turning back goes Riley. We're in the 77th minute. The Revs with the ball in the center circle. To the outside, up the right wing, carried across midfield by Laurentowicz. As he's slowed up there, being watched closely by Ambersley, drops it back at midfield for Riley. Now Delicott on him. Riley turns back, and he'll drop it all the way back to his 35 in the middle for Parkhurst. To the outside, John up the left wing. Being watched by Adosian, rolls it back in the middle to Parkhurst, all by himself, and into the center circle for Cancela. Cross midfield for Joseph. As he's grabbed onto by Menyonger, the ball loose in the center circle. Knocked flying was Lines. No call. Play goes on. Off the left wing ahead for Steele. To the 35. Takes a look at the middle. Rolls it out to Ambersley. Back on the outside for Steele. Got away from him and rolled out of bounds. It's been a tough night for Johnny Steele.
Night or nightmare. Wow. He's having a stinker. Got to call it like you see it. Great player, but tonight, so far, not his evening.
Joseph with the right foot tips it through midfield. Sanfilippo steps in and he knocks Sims over and the ball downfield. So the foul is called at the midfield line. Quick restart. Here come the Revs up the left wing side. Noonan after it. Drawing it down to the Rochester 20. As at the near corner of the 18. Crosses down in front. That's knocked down. Cancela turns to his left. Has the ball moving in. Takes a shot. Puts it over top of the crossbar. Comes down and goes wide out over the end line. Vallow with another great save. Blocks it away.
The Revs, they could be up 3-0 right now. Maybe even 4-0. If it was not for Scotty Vallow. He's having a huge performance tonight. Cancela did a great job to turn inside the 18. The shot was hard. Driven right at Scott Vallow. If he picks a corner, I think from that distance it's difficult for Vallow to make a save. But the substitutions by Nickel paying off.
Corner kick off the right wing side. They go short on the corner, punched in front, and then popped up in the air and outside the 18. Ralston in underneath it. Gives it off. Cancela on the near wing to John. Has it 40 yards out. Off the left wing, the near side of the field. Chips it down inside. And it's headed away and out by Sanfilippo. Far corner of the 18 again. Kinsella from 25 yards out. Feeds it down inside. Dorman rolls it back along the 6. It's crossed through and out. Rolling out over the end line. Goal kick for the Rhinos, and other sponsors of these broadcasts tonight include Swagles, the official hot dog at Paytech Park. By Cintas, the service professionals. Discover what Cintas can do for you or your organization. By Phoenix Graphics, for all your printing needs.
Very impressed with the substitutions, the movement by Paul Mariner and Steve Nickel. They read the game very well. Dorman wasn't very effective in the middle of the park. They shift him out to the right. Kinsella can spray balls left to right. Now a big change here for the Revs.
Well, Newton coming out and Brown going in the 80th minute.
Newton, the big target man coming off, he's exhausted. Slowly walking over to his place on the bench. But the Rhinos have to watch out now for Sims and Brown, the fresh legs up top. Sims has already been a factor.
That's 3 subs on the night for New England. Knotted forward, flicked ahead by Delicott for Adosian. Headed back, Steele will settle it there for Menyonger, turning up the left wing side. Menyonger on the draw, down to the 20, turns it to the outside. Steele, return pass to Menyonger. Rolls it out in front, moving in Ambersley. Turns to his left, still has a point in the end line. Chipped it in front of the back post, and nobody there. Delicott moving in the middle, but couldn't reach it, and rolled across the goal mouth out the other side.
Both players, both teams, it's just a matter of somebody wanting to get on the back door and neatly tuck it in. They just don't have it right now. Both sides leaving that backside open, and the balls are just rolling by, waiting for someone to tap.
81st minute, scoreless here at Paytech. Reese delivers through midfield, but that right to John Ball. Gets the right foot on it, pushes it up the near wing. Ball on the attack, down to the 20, switching. Now turns back, still has it on the right foot. Now he sends it through. Delicott settling it at the 18. Back to net. Rolls it over the far side. Shot in. Line. Missing line to the right side, out over the end line.
Reese got a piece of it, and luckily for the refs, because it was going in. A very tricky play there as Delicott laid it off nicely to who else? Johnny Steele with the outside of his left foot. Tries to flick it to the far post. Reese just fingertips it away.
Corner kick to be taken by Aaron Lines. Left-footed kicker. In-swinging kick. 81st minute. It's scoreless. Lines is set. Here's the service. In the box for the back post. Up goes Adosian. Heads it straight up in the air, but it's out over the end line. So the Rhinos not getting anything on the frame, as it'll be a goal kick once again for the New England Revolution.
And walking away, Bertz had some words for Adosian. Not only Adosian went up for the header, but he had to reach back for it. Bertz was coming in. He could have driven it down, and he's right. He's got to call off Adosian there, but again, you're seeing Adosian trying to make too much happen tonight, trying to force it just a little bit.
With the right foot driven downfield. Alguda up, he got pushed, but got a nod on it. Bertz able to drop it back inside. There's a challenge on the ball, and Bello puts it off the foot of Ralston out over the end line. Goal kick for the Rhinos. 82nd minute, no score.
What a breakdown that would have been for Bertz and for the Rhinos. As a very poor giveaway back to the keeper. Bello's got to hurry out to it. The refs get a piece of it again. The way the game's going, you could see have a situation where there's a breakdown, a major breakdown like that.
I think I said Ralston. That was Brown, actually. There was a challenge on goalkeeper Vallow up in the air, nodded forward as Adosian tips it to the outside for Steele. Down to the 18, tried to turn it back in the middle, but it was booted away off his foot. Played by Dorman up the far wing, and after it goes Sims. Into Rhino territory, turning to the outside of the right wing as he's 1v1 with Talguda. Rolling it along the 25 in the middle, trying to sneak it through. Ambersley back to help out, boots it away. Laurentowicz up with the ball. Cross on the near side, Sanfilippo. Well, he couldn't do anything with it, so he does nod it over. Kinsella and out of bounds on the near side. Throw in for the Revs. 18 yards out on the near side of the field. We're in the 83rd minute, still scoreless. The throw in. Ralston pushing it to the outside again. Kinsella on the near wing with the right foot, sends it down inside, moving in Laurentowicz. Being challenged by Menyonger. Ball rolling to the end line, across into the hands of Vallow. At his 2, picks it up.
Well, second half has been extremely busy, extremely sharp for the Rhinos, reading everything off that line.
Downfield on the left wing, Steele after it. Has Adosian and Ball breaking up the wings. Tied by Steele on the left wing side. High cross in the middle, moving in Delicott. Head ball in the air, but it's played away and out top. Booted away. Out top, Ball takes it, turns to his left, tries to sneak it through, and then slotted through, but Delicott couldn't get moving.
You know, if Ball didn't pick it up, Ambersley's streaking in for a strike. Ball just goes too much.
Right ahead by Ralston. As he turns to his right, that's tipped away by Palguda and recovered by Lines. Well, I'll tell you what, everybody looking a little tired right now.
Yeah, the legs are heavy. The breathing gets harder. You're sweating. And a substitute who's a little more fresh than the guys who played the full match could be the factor.
Ball up the right side. 1v1 with Avery John. Trying to not make it through, but John blocked it and carries the ball away. On the near side, up the left wing for Sims. We got the coaches both standing up along the touchline on the near side, pointing downfield.
Lorenowitz was off getting treatment behind the bench, and then they were waiting for him to get back onto the field. He finally got the word.
Cross midfield. As is recovered, Cancela turning it to the outside on the right wing, and a Dorman pass long up the right wing side. After it goes Brown, sneaking in behind, being chased by Palguda, moving in along the 6, rolls along the 6 out the near side. As Sims fighting for the ball, couldn't get to it.
I don't know who's at fault there, Sims or Brown. Brown had Sims wide open. He played it a little late. I think the pressure from San Filippo enough to push Sims off the ball, but I tell you, for a substitute to get this many chances, it's something you never see.
Well, Sims could have scored a dozen himself so far.
It's amazing the opportunities he's gotten in about 10 minutes of action.
He'll be seeing Tenwa Bansu for the Rhinos coming into the game, as Rochester about to make its third sub of the night here in the 85th minute. And who he's coming in for, I'm not sure. Here's the throw in to the Rentowitz, spinning back, rolls it ahead across midfield, and taken by Cancela. Moving forward, looking to the outside, rolls it off, dropped back by Dorman across midfield to his own side of midfield for Riley. It is still scoreless here at Paytech Park, 86th minute. Drop back in the middle, rolled out on the near side for John. The other two games that these two teams have played have been one-goal decisions. One, the Rhinos winning the last time they met on PKs. Down in front, Ambersley sliding in to steal it away. Adosian, one-touch ball, bringing him across midfield. Turns, switching to his left to get away from Brown. Ahead for Menyonger. Looks downfield, turns it to the outside after Adosian. At the near end of the 18, Adosian crossed along the 6, but headed away and out. That's in the middle, 35 yards out, where it's taken by Joseph. Drawing it forward into the center circle. On the near wing, Cancela will switch it to the outside, and Sims up the right wing. Turning it off at the far end of the 18. Deep in the far corner. Has it 10 yards out. With it crossed down in front, but that went off of Palguda out over the end line. A corner kick once again for the Revs.
Looks like Menyonger is going to be coming off for Bansu.
87th minute. Bansu in, Menyonger off.
Expensive substitution here for the Rhinos. So we'll see if Ambersley and Bansu play the defensive midfield roles, and Lines pushes up to play the top of the triangle position for the Rhinos.
Well, Menyonger is off. Bansu is on. Corner kick off the right wing side. And scoreless here at Paytech.
Sells very accurate with these services.
Service in the box. Bent in and picked off his 4-yard line by Vallow.
See who the substitution is going to work out here tactically for the Rhinos. Bansu now running out there, making the adjustments. Looks like the Rhinos are going to go 4-4-2.
Yeah, it looks like he'll be a central defender.
Yeah, 4-4-2 now from that 3-5-2 position.
Turned ahead. Ambersley switching to the outside of the left wing. Steele will cross down in front, but getting to it. That's booted high in the air by Parkhurst out to midfield. Headed forward by Bansu. Tipped forward further by Lines, but right to the feet of Joseph, and it's taken back by the Revs. On the far wing, turned to the outside, and rolls out of bounds.
Now what happens?
Yeah, should have been off the Revs. They thought they had the ball.
What happens now, the Revs have stayed in that 3-5-2, so they've got the man advantage. I thought the midfield battle to this point was even. Interesting to see why Coach Kelly wanted to go with 4 in the back.
Well, because the Revs are getting in behind all over the place right now. They need somebody to take care of that Sims.
We'll see.
Rod forward to midfield. Cancela along the midfield line. Looking for the through ball, but then went sneaking through and rolling off where it's grabbed by Vallow. Pass ahead. Turned upfield by Lines. I think his defenders were getting a little spent also. Palguda and Bertz were tiring, and getting a little help from Bansu could freshen them up a little. Here's ball down inside the 18. Rolling out in front, and it comes up at the 7 where it's picked up by Reese just outside of a 6. Picks up the rolling ball.
So Lyons and Ambersley are playing central. Just got to prevent the creative midfielders.
Knocked down a handball by Brown, but no call made. And now Sanfilippo plays it back to his keeper. Vallo. Pass out to the 25. Taken by Buns, who turns it to the outside on the left wing for Palguda. He'll draw it forward now, the 89th minute. And if somebody doesn't score in the next 2 to 3 minutes, we'll be playing an extra 30 here tonight.
We're working overtime tonight.
Odd forward. There is no golden goal, as they say. No sudden death. It is, if you go to overtime, you play 2:15s. Odd forward, Steele grabbed onto, slowed up, and the foul is called as Steele was gone to the races. And the yellow card is issued to Riley.
Absolutely, Riley. He's been in there for 90 minutes now. He's one of the players who's tired. Johnny Steele fresh coming off the bench. Riley just couldn't keep up with the pace of Johnny Steele tugging on the jersey. And now the Rhinos, as we approach the 90th minute, great opportunity here on a restart. Putting some numbers in the box. Pelkuda, Bertz, Delicat, Bonsu, huge targets.
Off the left wing side, the kick to be taken by the Rhinos from about 30 yards out. So far in the match, the shots are even at 9 apiece. Ball, the right-footed kicker is there. Lyons, the left-footed kicker is there. Who will take the kick? This again off the left wing side, the far side of the field. The whistle blows. Lyons step over, ball will take it. In-swinging kick for the back post, but too high and too wide. That's headed back in the middle by Bonsu, but just out over the end line as Bonsu tried to put it back inside the frame.
Why Lyons didn't have a go there? He has been the maestro. He's been so precise with his services, and it would have been an outswinger. I think it would have been a great choice for Aaron Lyons to pick up that service.
Reese jams it out through midfield. Stoppage time, 2 minutes of additional. Headed in the air, Dorman in underneath it. Pushing it forward up the right wing side. Dorman turning to the outside. Will drop it off there. As back in the middle, Laurentowicz run over by Ambersley. No foul, and play goes on. Long ball downfield. Adosian trying to get in behind, but that's too far, and then rolls down to the 18 where it's taken by Reese. He'll pass it ahead out to midfield. Reese selected to the All-Star team. 4 of these players selected the All-Star, but they will not be playing on Saturday in the All-Star game because they got a game the next day.
Yeah, that's just poor scheduling for the MLS. They're playing against Chivas. There's a doubleheader at the Coliseum in L.A. But the Revs, guys like Twellman, Dempsey, they want to get a look at teams from Europe. Twellman was in Germany for a while. Dempsey, the word is he could go to Germany as well. Now, you play solid against a team like Chelsea, who's won the English Premiership. Your stock, your value goes way up, but they don't get the opportunity.
Pass in toward midfield where it's settled by Cancela.
16, James Riley.
And now brought away by Sanfilippo. Long up the right wing side for Ball. Moves it forward down to the New England 35. Drawing it down to the 20. Goes high for the back post, but that's flighted through everybody and out over the end line. Once again, the Rhinos just a little bit too much oomph in those crosses.
Yeah, just take a little bit off of it. Fatigue also starting to settle in. You get tired, the legs get heavy. You don't come around the ball like you should to serve it in the box.
Right ahead, still scoreless. Here at Paytech in behind Brown as he's chased down there by Bonsu. And they'll tip it away. Nice job by Bonsu. As you saw a little bit there, the fresh legs helping out, I think.
It sure did.
Against some fresh legs of Brown as the ball slips through midfield. Headed to the outside by Adosian, and running onto it goes Johnny Steele up the left wing as he's challenged from behind by Dorman, tackled and taken down.
Oh, no way.
What is that call? A foul is called on the Rhinos.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
Wow.
That's it for 90.
All right. It'll go an extra 30 here tonight. An extra 30. We're going to go to overtime. The first overtime session coming up in just a moment. Remember that it is 2 15-minute overtimes. We will go the full 30 minutes. In Open Cup play, there is no golden goal. We go to 30, and if it's still tied at the end of the overtimes, then it goes to the PKs.
I had a feeling tonight was going to go the full distance, go 90 minutes plus the overtime. Very hot, very sluggish. Both teams not as creative as they would like to be. But again, the heat, a huge factor with that tonight. And now they got to work even harder. So we'll see again who's got the conditioning and the legs left.
This might be a bit of an advantage for the MLS. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the MLS, or advantage for New England, the MLS does play overtime.
No, they tie.
At the end of regulation?
They tie. They tie. The Revs have 6 wins, 6 losses.
Yeah, I know there's ties, but I thought they went to a 10-minute overtime.
There was a period where they did try the overtime session, but now Don Garber and the rest of the league are in this kick about it's your game.
First Division and MLS rules are the same then?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. Take it back. I didn't say anything about
good try
an advantage.
But, if there's an advantage, maybe the Revs, I don't know, they really saved a lot of energy in that first half because they didn't do too much. So we'll see if that helps them at all.
Each team has one available substitution. For the Rhinos, you still have Becky, Bolton, and Kramer that could come in off the bench. And for the visiting Revs, you have Wynn, Smith, and Williamson.
Becky could be a good choice. Adosian and Delicott, in all honesty, just haven't connected tonight. They're playing too far apart. Dosian's way off the mark for a forward right now, and just haven't made that connection. Hopefully in overtime they can link up.
I think you mentioned it, I think pretty accurately so, that Adosian has been sort of on his own page here tonight. I know he's had a couple of crosses, but it seems like he's going for net instead of that team play. When he's got the ball on the outside, he's not crossing, but he's trying to do what he can to win it himself.
Again, trying to show too much to the Revs and be the key factor. He could be the key factor playing as a team with the rest of his guys. Again, when the balls are served in the box, Adosian knows no good being the player on the far flank. You've got to have more numbers in the box. If Delicott's 1v3, easy matchup for the Revs defense.
Interesting that the Rhinos this season have, 7 ties? 8, 2, and 7, I think it is, on the season.
Yes.
And the Revolution have 8 ties on the season, a 6, 6, and 8 record. So both teams have been pretty used to this scoreless or the ties at the end of regulation.
Yeah, well, it won't be a tie tonight. Again, PK's 2004 in Ludlow, Massachusetts ended PK, so nothing unfamiliar to these two sides.
All right, getting set here. Rhinos now shooting the net to our left. Scott Dallow in goal down to our right. Here we go in the first overtime. 15 minutes long. Off in the far wing. It's cleared ahead at the right side across midfield. Snuck through off of Ambersley, but bounced away from Joseph. Again, that is tipped loose and then hammered away and downfield. Back goes Bertz, nods it away on the far wing. Cancela in a collision with Lines, and Cancela turns back with the ball at midfield. Into the center circle, looking to slot it through up the right side. Brown is in behind. Offside flag is in the air, so the play is negated. Offside against the Revs.
Brown, who has come on for Noonan, hasn't had that same impact that Sims has his head down, not aware where the defense is there. But Sims, this game could have been over 10 minutes ago. He had 4 or 5 relatively easy opportunities to poke it in. He just couldn't get out.
Tip-ins.
Yeah, exactly.
They're all tip-ins, all about exactly the same spot.
I just didn't find himself in the right spot.
Dallow directs it downfield. Headed up in the air by Riley and settled there by Laurentowicz. Dodged it to the outside, but Steele gets in underneath it as he's holding onto the arm of turn back of Dorman. Rolls it ahead, and now a pass out near midfield on the near side for Cancela. Long chip downfield and a foot race for the ball. Trying to get through is Sims. He'll clear it up the right side, catches up to the ball himself. Being chased there with Sanfilippo. Sims at the near end of the 18. Rolls it out along in front, but Bonsu tips it ahead for Ambersley. His pass over right back to Joseph, and he crosses on the far side. Nobody there but Ralston. Moving in for the Revs. On the left wing side, the far end of the 18. Right-footed roller, and he missed the right post by 2 feet. Close.
Bad giveaway there by the Rhinos. Ambersley and Ralston. The net was even moving. That was so close to the Rhinos' goal. And again, breakdown. Physically retired, mentally not on the same page. Ambersley, major giveaway there.
Goal kick for the Rhinos. The Rhinos are here Saturday night against Atlanta. Back to First Division play on Saturday night here. Of course, every game now so important as we get down near the end of the final stretch in USL First Division play. With the right foot, Dallow drives it out through midfield. Delicott up, couldn't reach it. One big bounce to Adosian, but it's also popped away. Now Delicott in underneath it, heads it forward. Now over that right to Riley, who plays it away up the far wing. Right out across midfield. Sims dropping it back at the midfield line on the far side. Fade toward the middle for Cancela, into the center circle for Joseph, and across midfield for Laurentowicz. On him right away is Steele, but Laurentowicz switches it off on the near side for Dorman. Down to the Rochester 35. Looking back in the middle, looking to slot it through to Brown. That one comes loose, and Bertz is there to bang it away. Out on the near side, Pelguda up the left wing for Steele. 3rd minute of the first overtime. Pass ahead for Adosian. Won't get to it as it's then cleared away by Parkhurst. at midfield, moving up. Steele has his jersey grabbed onto by Dorman. Play goes on. In the middle, Ambersley slotting it through, but too far ahead for ball. Rolls down to the keeper. Out ahead in return by the Revs. Cancelo on the left wing on the outside. Cross midfield into Rhino territory. Drop back again, a midfield for Cancelo. He'll pass it off into the center circle for Joseph. Feed it forward to Brown, turning to his left. Sneaks it to the outside for Laurentowicz at the Rochester 35. Chip along the 18 on the right side. Oh, he tried the first time it away. Sims looked to pick it out a bit here, but whiffed on it. And it rolls out over the end line. A goal kick for the Rhinos.
Sims, I tell you, he's missing the easy poke-ins in front. That time he's going for the world-class right-footed volley. Totally whiffs on it. You got to give the guy credit because the chances are there. Just the finishing touch needs some work for the youngster.
You have to give him credit, or you have to give his teammates credit.
Teammates have set the table for him beautifully, but to find yourself in that space, that does take work. But Sims is a youngster. He'll get that finishing touch.
Riley brings it forward up the near side. Cancelo taken down on the bump by Pelguda, so it'll be a restart for the Revs, just to the Rochester side of midfield. 5th minute, near the first overtime. Cancelo dropping it back. Pass to the outside at the right wing. Slotting the ball through. Ahead, Brown dropping it off. Cancelo continuing on. Down to the 20. Has it in the middle with the left foot roller, but blocked away. That off the foot of Bonsu out the far side. Cancelo slips it up the wing. Crossed down by Ralston, but it's blocked away and out top. And Ambersley will boot it away over the far wing. Picked up again by the Revs. Slipped ahead to the Rochester 20. Sims sends it down inside Noonan, or make that Laurentowicz with a right-footed chip, but missed wide of the right post out over the end line. That off of the Rhinos. Or is it?
Yeah, it was a slide tackle there, I think, by Bertz as the ball was trickled through from Laurentowicz, and there's an injured player now for the Revs.
A corner kick for the Revs.
Kinsella has come on. He's played central midfield. They pushed Dorman out to the right, and he's done a very nice job. He's got a lot of possession, great vision. He can spread the ball all over the field. It's a nice weapon to have coming off the bench.
5th minute. Again, we're in the first overtime session here at Paytech. Players will take advantage of the opportunity to get a drink of water. And still, the Revs player is down on the field, and you see who it is or what he's holding on to.
It was Laurentowicz. He got taken down.
He went down hard. He went down kind of funny in a way.
I think he landed on his shoulder, if I'm not mistaken. But he was down before at the end of the second half. Looks like he'll be okay.
All right, rolls over, gets up. 6th minute now. And the corner kick off the left wing side. Again, remember, if a goal is scored, the opposition still has an opportunity to come back and even the game up. As there is no golden goal. Now Laurentowicz makes his way off the pitch on the far side.
Big target missing for the Revs in the box.
Here's the right-footed kick in. That's knocked down along the 6th, and the loose ball is carried away. Laid off on the far side and up into the stands on the far side for a throw-in for the Revs from 40 yards out along the left wing side. New England throw-in. Laurentowicz back on the pitch. Tips it off there. Ahead with it. It's drawn up the far wing. Turning to the outside is Sims at the far corner of the 18. Sims drops it back to the outside again for Laurentowicz. Has it 35 yards out in the third pass in the middle for Brown trying to sneak it through to Sims. He'll tip it up in the air down to the 6. One bouncer grabbed by Vallow at his 4-yard line.
The defending there from Bonsu. Didn't play the ball. Neatly kind of shielding off the player. Vallow reads that, anticipates it, comes out, wins the ball for the Rhinos.
Out to midfield. Ball is fed through. Delakai lets it roll to Edozian to turn the other way, and so it is recovered by the Revs at their own 30.
They're just not playing well together. That 2-forward system, it's so crucial to work off each other, just not working well together.
Dorman on the near wing, challenged by Steele, so he turns and plays it back to the keeper. Reese has it at his 18, feeds it ahead. Out to the 30, and a pass ahead for Joseph. Takes a look at the center circle, rolls it through midfield, and after it, Cancelo slots it through at the right side, and Sims on the break, trying to get back Pelguda. Sims moving in, takes the shot, he puts it high, he goes high over the crossbar. Sims with the right foot, one-on-one with Vallow, and he puts it high.
What a great ball from Kinsella. Kenny Bertz did keep him on sides. Sims with his speed comes in hard, drives the shot right at the keeper, but he puts it high. Again, Sims has got to be wondering what's it going to take to put one in tonight. He has had all sorts of chances.
All right. Bertz is down on the field, and Dave Pasquale, the trainer for the Rhinos, will come out with a water bottle.
What a major opportunity for Sims.
I thought he would go one side or the other. I didn't think he'd go for the crossbar because Vallow's coming out straight up.
It was a poor choice. He used the laces. That's the power shot. With the inside of the right foot, swerve it around the post. The power shot there, not the right choice, as the keeper has got that center angle. He lost all control on the shot. Sims, though, I mean, what's it going to take? This guy has had chance after chance. And luckily for the Rhinos, he's been off the mark.
Now Bertz is up and okay. He'll walk off the field under his own power. 9th minute now in the first overtime session.
I'm sure he's just cramping up. He had about a 30-yard sprint to catch up to Willie Sims.
All right. Rhinos a man down at the moment. Vallow takes the kick with the right foot. His burst douses himself with water. Now he wants back on. And he comes back on. So Kenny Bertz back in the play, and the ball out of bounds on the near side. It'll be a throw-in for the Rhinos in New England territory to our left in the first overtime. And along the near side, Adosian draws it up the left wing, spins with the ball, and feeds it out on the near wing for Steele as the 35 yards out. Drops it back for Palguda. Off the left wing, rolls it to the outside, Adosian. Now to the 25. Turns to his right, still has it. Spins back with the ball, step over, turns back to his right, pass ahead for Ambersley. To the outside, Palguda. High chip, down along the 6, moving in, knocked down, Delicott turning, trying to get a shot away. Ball bouncing loose, is booted away out the near side. Cancela hopped over his foot, and back is Palguda, grabbed and hauled down from behind. By Cancela, the whistle blows.
Yeah, wow, what a chance there. Delicott did a great job fighting, winning the ball in the box. Just didn't trickle down for him to get a shot off.
Lines, turns it to the outside up the right wing. Brought forward by Sanfilippo. Goes high for the back post. Headed back in the middle. Skipping along Adosian. He shanked it. And goes wide up to the end line. Tried for the side volley kick and whiffed on it. Puts it wide left.
Adosian is watching the Willie Sims book on scoring there. What an opportunity. Just didn't make not even a good contact on the ball. Almost a whiff on it as he hit it with the outside of the foot. It goes straight up in the air. And wow, what can you say? Adosian, you want to make your last team pay. There was your chance.
Corner kick off the left wing side. Lyons will serve it up. First overtime session still scoreless at Paytech. Between the Rhinos and the Revs. New England Revolution. The winner moves on to the quarterfinals, I think it is.
Quarterfinals against the Kansas City-Chicago match tonight.
Still waiting for play to pick up. All right. The ref blows the whistle, says, all right, serve it up. Lyons with a left-footed kick. High in the box. Up they go. Hit ball, but that's knocked away and out top and brought away by the Revolution. Brown spinning around, dropping it back down to his 18. Cancela long on the right side, but right to Lyons. The Rhinos take the ball right back. Moving up the left side. Lyons along near the end line is Palguda. They near into the 18. Now across down in front, but that's booted away out top. And after it again go the Rhinos. Ambersley chasing it down. Turns back toward the middle with the right foot. Again for the back post. Headed back in the middle. Up they go. Punched away by Reese. And out top. Underneath it, Joseph. Walk forward. Has taken down his ball. Whistle, no call. Rides with the left foot. Takes a crack at it. Knocked away. Ball with a shot on the right foot, but puts it high and wide.
Look
and
at the
Ball is very upset. He is yelling at the referee, and he's going to draw the yellow card.
Great action. And Ball's furious because he was taken down. Michael Kennedy, the official, says, no, we're going to play the advantage because the Rhinos have possession. You're going to take the free kick over that possession or advantage call every single day of the week. That's a poor call. Ball was blasted into. The Rhinos player didn't have possession in an advantage situation. I don't like that call. It's a Ball retaliating, gets the yellow card, but that should have been a free kick for the Rhinos.
Well, so Ball gets the yellow card in the 102nd minute.
John Ball.
Came in, Shelly Joseph just undercut him. Now, Adosian did get the ball after the contact, but he's got his back to the goal. How is that an advantage? That's a poor call by the official.
Reese will take the kick. We're in the 13th minute of the first overtime, and the ball delivered downfield. That's nodded forward, but a big bounce inside the 18, and a second, third hop. It'll be stopped there by Vallow. Vallow brings it forward. Takes a look downfield. Drives it outside of the box. Vallow with the right foot will drive it away. Adosian in underneath it. Heads it off. Flicks it to Delicott. Turns it back to the outside and moving up on the ball is Sanfilippo. Down to the 40. Rolls it to the outside up the right wing for Adosian. Approaching the end line. Watched by John. Here's Adosian's cross down in front. Wide left of the net. Moving in for the header. Was it Steele?
It was Steele, and it was saved by Reese.
Corner kick. As the Rhinos get it going, line speed down in front, headed away out the near side, and Brown takes it. Oh man, do the Rhinos have a chance there?
Reese was about 3 inches away from Johnny Steele as he got the header. He just made himself big. Great work from Matt Reese.
Off the right side, long service down in front, and Reese up in the air, hauls it down at his 6.
Quality goalkeeping, Matt Reese. Very solid performance tonight.
Ron along on the near wing, up the right wing side. As he turns back, Reese has made the most number of saves in the MLS this year. He leads the league in the number of saves.
He is a standout.
Reese has it with the right foot, drives it high in the air, fights it through midfield. Palguda up to nod and across midfield. Ambersley checking back. As he'll tip it off, Palguda in underneath it for the Rhinos. His own side of midfield now sends it through. Delicate with the back heel up the near side, but no help there. Ambersley chasing, but getting to it first is Parkhurst. Turns back with the ball. A minute to go in the first overtime session. I wonder if we have stoppage time and overtime, and we had some injuries.
Renowitz was hurt. That could add to
and then Bertz was down.
I've never seen a lot of stoppage time, though.
Right through midfield, stepping up lines. It took a big hop on him, sort of came up and clipped him. And it's brought ahead by Cancela of the Revolution. Turns to his right, bringing it, slots it through on the right side to Sims. Moving in, down to the 8, takes a shot, punches to it, but Dallow all over the end line. Another great save by Scott Dallow.
Great save or a bad miss from Willie Sims. I don't know. You can look at it either way. Beautiful service from Cancela. And Willie Sims again just driving it hard straight at the keeper Vallow. Hey, give him credit. Standing up tall, big, making the save.
Another corner kick for the Revolution.
Great save from Scotty Vallow.
Scoreless. First overtime. Cancela will take the corner, right-footed kicker, and out-swinging kick.
Soccer fans, there will be 1 minute. 1 minute of stoppage time.
All right, 1 minute of additional here in the first overtime. High service in the box. Headed up in the air by Delicate. He's in underneath it again and trying to dot it forward. A big bounce. That's flicked away outside the 18 to the far end and chased down by the Revolution. On the left wing side, Riley drops it to the outside. Ralston back along 35. Will switch it to the open right wing, and in underneath it is Cancela. Settles the ball, slips it ahead for Brown, tips it back to Cancela, 25 yards out, works toward the middle, now chipped up the right side, but a big bounce to the 6, where it's grabbed by Vallow. He'll throw it off on the near side, brought forward by Steele up the left wing. Stoppage time in the first overtime. Steele rolls it in the middle for Lines. Takes the look downfield, spinning around still with it to the outside for Steele, at the midfield line. His pass ahead, ball, trying to get to it, nodded away, moving in Adosian, able to turn the ball up the near wing, looking to feed it through. It's blocked away now by Parkhurst. And there's the whistle to end the first overtime session. So 1 overtime is complete, and we'll take another break here before starting our second overtime. If you can believe it, through 105 minutes, it is still overtime session of the net to our right, Vallow and goal down to our left. It is still scoreless between the Rhinos and the Revs here at Paytech Park. Fourth round of Open Cup. Pass ahead for Brown. Feeds it off in the middle. Laurentowicz moving out. On the attack, the Revolution. Pass trying to spot it through, but Palguda tips it aside. And it's played back to the keeper, and Vallow will first time it away. On the far wing, out across midfield, Riley in underneath it. Revs take the ball, drop it off. And if it's still tied at the end of this session, then it goes to the penalty kicks. Out into the center circle for Joseph. Rolls a pass ahead for Brown. He's watched there 1v1 with Bansu. Brown's pass off, sneaks through the far wing, and they're picked up and brought away by Steele. Pass in the middle for Lines. Counted from behind, taken away by... Foul is called as Lines was hauled down.
Late, a little sluggish there from Brown. Again, tired here. The Rhinos have a couple players warming up. Becky, Josh Bolton loosening up for the Rhinos. Coach Callaway's got the card if he wants it still.
All right, Palguda with the left foot drives it away downfield. That's nodded forward out on the near wing and taken by Ralston to the Revolution. His pass in the middle for Joseph. New England on the attack. Cancela got too far ahead of him and taken away by Bansu up the right side for Ball. On the attack from the Rhinos. Ball turning it up the right wing. 1v1 with John. Inside the box. Switch back to the right. Moving it forward down in front. It's the center. The shot blocked away up in the air. Adosian left the center for line. Took the shot but it was blocked. And played away on the far wing. In underneath it. Here's Steele with a cross. Down inside. John heads it away and out top. Take bouncing ball. Ambersley can't get to it. Sanfilippo, one touch on the near side of the ball. Turns it up the right wing again. Ball brings it forward. Down to the end line. Another cross attempt. Low in the box, but kicked away out of the near side.
Riley sacrificed his body there.
Moving up, Sanfilippo. Cross down along the 18. Delicott turning it behind. Up in the air. Lines to the shot. Lower in. Punched aside by Reese. Hits out of the end line and chased down by Adosian. On the left wing. Cross in front. Hit ball. It misses the left post. By inches off of Delicott. Reese had moved the other way. If the shot was on the frame, it would have been in.
If it's not deflected off of Parkhurst, then the goal. And Don, I've got to say, we have seen some of the best goalkeeping tonight between Matt Reese and Scotty Bell. Those guys, hats off to them. Tremendous performance in the nets.
Corner kick off the left wing side. Here's the service from Lines in the box. Up they go. Head ball to the back post, but it's up over top and comes down on top of the net. All right, goal kick for the Revs.
Both keepers, hats off. Tremendous performance. Reese, you can see why he's selected the All-Star game, and Scotty Vallow. The Rhinos lucky to have him here. Those guys have been tremendous tonight.
108th minute. Second overtime. Reese with the right foot drives it out through midfield. Mansu and Brown tangle up. Brown turns to the left, brings it out on the near side, leaves it off for Ralston, but sliding in to block it away is Sanfilippo. Ahead for Ambersley up the right side for Ball. Brings it ahead on the right wing across midfield. Being chased by Laurentowicz. Pass in the middle to Dosian. Switching back to his left. Has the ball. Drops it off along the 18. Has it. Dummied through by Delicott, but rolled right to the defender. And pushed out on the far side. And Salas sends it up the near wing across midfield. On the attack is Brown. He's watched 1-on-1 by Bertz. Down to the 18. Rolls it off in the middle. Cancela to the right foot. Pushing it off on the far side for Sims. Switching watch by Pelguda. Inside the 18. Coming back. Takes a dive. And play goes on as he got bumped from behind by Steele.
Not going to get that call there. As Ralston, though, for the Revs, he is out of gas. 50-50 balls, not challenging. Finally, very slow to track back on John Ball. This is where the Rhinos have capitalized, the Johnny Ball Ralston side.
Off the left wing side of Dosian, battling Riley as the ball rolls out. Throw in on the far side of the field for the Revolution from their own 30. 110th minute. Ball still yelling at the ref. You better lay off him. He's already got a yellow. Push to the outside across midfield, and here come the Revolution again. Joseph on the right wing. Down to the 30. Pass in the middle for Sims. Trying to sneak it and does turn it to the outside of the near wing for Ralston. Has it 20 yards out with the right foot. Cross for the back door, and it's flicked through. And out the far side, it went off of Sims, it looked like. Vallow chasing it down, and he couldn't get to it. It's a corner kick for the Revolution. I thought it hit Sims.
Yeah, I thought it did too, but Vallow apparently saw something we didn't because he came sprinting off his line to try and keep it in play. Couldn't do it. The Revs got a dangerous corner kick here, but both teams in this heat, they are spent. The goalkeepers, the only reason we're still here on the air right now, Matt Reese, Scotty Vallow, awesome stuff.
110th minute. We're in the second overtime. U.S. Open Cup play and scoreless. Corner kick off the right wing side. Service into the box, up and headed away, and out top. Flick forward by Lyons, out to around the 30. As is blocked forward by Riley, pushing it off to his right. Turn back on the near wing, Dorman. Ralston crosses at the back post, headed away again at the far end of the 18. In underneath it, booted away by Lyons, long downfield. But John gets to it, nods to the side up the near wing. Underneath it, Ralston for the Revolution. Along the Rochester 40, turning toward the middle. Sneaks a through ball to Laurentowicz, and a give and go return pass to Ralston. His pass ahead, but he turned it in behind Brown. It rolls down inside the 18, and the roller picked up by Vallow.
That's just a matter of Ralston used to playing with Dempsey, Twellman, Noonan up top, Brown and Sims not sure where to go with the ball from Ralston.
Ball on the right wing, blocked away now by John. Sanfilippo long up the right wing side. Dosian settling at the feet, turning him back on the near wing for Sanfilippo. As he looks around, looks back to his right. Dosian battling one-on-one, switches away with the ball, coming out along the 25 of the middle. His cross down in front along the 18. Delicott sneaks it through, ball with his shot. Roller, he puts it wide left. John Ball goes to the back post and puts it wide to the left side.
Well, the table was set beautifully by Matthew Delicott. Top of the 18, he's got his back to the goal. Draws two defenders towards him. Quickly turns around, sees that Johnny Ball is wide open, and Delicott slots it through John Ball. just got to do better. At least get it on the frame there as Matt Reese comes rushing out from about 12 yards away.
Dozian signals over to the bench to Coach Calloway to get him off. So it looks like Becky will be coming in. Dozian has nothing left in the tank. Off of the far wing along the far touchline. We're in the 112th minute. Laid back on top. This is the second overtime session, still scoreless. Becky will be coming in. Joseph a pass ahead to Laurentowicz. Cross midfield to the Rochester 35 for Cancela. Spinning, trying to get away from Bonsu. As they push, and Bonsu brings it away. Nice play by Tenwa Bonsu up the right wing side. Dozian trying his best to make a run. Dozian to the outside, pass from Bonsu to the end line. Moving into Dozian, but it slipped along the end line and booted away. And out over the touchline by John on the near side. Throw in deep in the corner for the Rhinos.
Avery John, 90-plus minutes played. He's still got the speed. The Trinidad and Tobago International has done a nice job at the left back.
113th minute. Becky is in. And Dozian is out. So that's the last sub on the night for the Rhinos.
Two huge men in Dozian, in Becky and Delicott. Dozian and Delicott definitely did not connect tonight. Maybe one or two times they had some good passes. Otherwise, I didn't think they were on the same page tonight.
Lyons is going to take the throw in. Ordinarily you'd see Bertz, but he's going to stay back at the midfield line. Pass, throw in, short to Buns, who turns it, or make that Becky, turns it to the outside for Lyons again, draws it to the end line. 1v1 with Ralston, rolls away off the foot of Lyons and out, so it'll be a goal kick for the Revolution.
It's a good opportunity there for Lyons to move into some more space and serve a ball into the box. Maybe a little too delayed, but again, 113, 114 minutes, how can you fault these guys? They are exhausted. The legs very, very heavy.
Cleared away downfield by Ralston. That's flicked forward. Big bouncer coming down around the 20. Bertz is back with Sims on him. Bertz plays it up the near wing to Brown. Drawing it along the left wing side. Being watched by Sanfilippo. Turns toward the middle, giving it off to Sims, 25 yards out. Sims now with his back to net. Plays it off in the middle, out to around the 35 for Joseph. They'll give it off to Cancela. Looks to the right side. We're in the 114th minute. Hit across midfield, but unable to get to a Delicott. It's controlled once again at the midfield line by the Revolution. Off the left wing side, a pass ahead. Rolled off in the middle. Laurentowicz turning to his right with a right foot roller, but that's then booted away by Bonsu off at the far side.
Bonsu's done a nice job controlling, settling down the defense since he's come on.
Feed ahead in the middle for Sims, trying to sneak through as he lost the ball as he was spun around, and it's pulled away by Ambersley. Off the right wing side through midfield. Ambersley long to the left wing. Steele will try and get it behind Riley. Headed back to the keeper. One bounce to the 18, grabbed by Reese. Throws it off on the far side, chased after by Dorman. Steele on him. Dorman out of midfield, slows it up. We're in the now 115th minute. Cross midfield, out on the near side. Turning toward the middle on the 35 is Brown. Looks to slot it through to Cancela. On the near side, center at the 18. The shot in. Just outside the right post. Dallow making a dive for it. He missed it, but it's inches outside the right post.
Good shot there from Cancela. Again, he's come on off the field. On the field for the Revs off the bench, and he's got a beautiful right foot shot, swerving. Takes it with the right foot, trying to bend it around the post there. Vallow, I think if it's on the frame, he's got a piece of it.
All right. Ball placed in the 6 by Vallow. Again, 116th minute out of 120. Ball flighted forward, still no score. Hit for Becky off the chest. Tried to sneak it through to John, but that's blocked away and pushed out on the near side by Avery John. Off the left wing and across midfield. Pass through on the near side. After it goes Sims. Bertz catching up to him at the 18. Sims turning toward the middle, moving back to his left. Being pushed by Bertz, and the ball knocked loose. Is booted out over the end line by Sanfilippo. So it'll be a corner kick for the Revs.
Good defending there from Kenny Bertz. Sims has got some pace. He's going to drive at you in the box. What he's looking for is contact. He wants some contact to be taken down. Bertz stands up strong. No foul there. And Sanfilippo comes in with some nice support.
Right-footed kick, an in-swinging kick. Here's the service for the back post. Up they go. Flighted over everybody as Joseph couldn't get to it. That rolls through and out the far end of the 18. Stopped along the far touchline by Joseph. Rolls it through along the end line. Here's a shot in. Hits the outside of the net. As going for the short side was Dorman. That off of Vallow, evidently out over the end line because it's another corner.
The Ravs coming on there. Dorman, though, from an impossible angle, going for the shot. He's better off just driving it into the traffic there instead of going for the shot from that terrible angle.
Dorman, right-footed kick off the right wing side. It'll be an outswinger. Serves it up. High in the box once again. Up they go. Nodded away and out top. Locked away. Lines his push, but is able to shovel it ahead for Becky. Brings it upfield. Charles Becky. They're approaching midfield. Now switching. No, he put it down the middle of the field and no help there. His teammates Steele and Ball both look back and say, what are you doing?
Steele, I mean, he's wide open. Becky, there's no excuse. You're not tired. You're fresh. You've got to have the vision. That could have been a huge attack.
As it was like a 3-on-2 at the time. Locked away after it. Bonsu turning back with the left foot. Drives it off at the far wing up into the stands. Throw into the midfield line for the New England Revolution. And we're in the 117th minute, 118th minute.
I enjoy the sideline antics of Paul Mariner, the Revs assistant coach, stomping his feet, pointing, yelling. Great intensity from the assistant.
Downfield, John has it. Along the near side of midfield, Ralston stepping up. Watched by Sanfilippo along the midfield line, turns toward the middle, rolls it ahead for Laurentowicz. Moves it ahead. Sneaks a pass through, off the right foot of Brown, bouncing away, but he turns back with the ball, takes a crack at it, one bopper into the midsection of Battle. Final keeper has the ball.
It's a good save. That's a tough shot to deal with. It takes a hop on Battle on the slick surface. Just does a good job, gets his whole body behind it. There's no rebound, no chance it's going to sneak through.
Battle with the right foot drives it away downfield. Becky up, able to flick it through, rolling just too far ahead of Delicott down inside the 18, where it's grabbed by Reese. To the outside of the far wing. Now we're in the 119th minute as the second overtime session is very near in. Becky says it was off of the Revs, but the ref says no. It's a throw in on the far side for the Revolution. Into the center circle, brought forward by Ken Sala. Cross midfield down to the 35. Turns back to the right, looking to slot it through and does. Sims after a chip shot. He scores. Sims, wait a minute, offside. Offside flag is in the air. Offside.
Yeah, Sims definitely was just a step behind, but Kinsella again. His service, his vision, it has been beautiful tonight. Sims finally puts one in the back of the net. Not going to count, though. He's offsides as the Rhinos off defense just stepped up enough to get him in that offsides position.
Well, that's the first one. Legal or otherwise, it's made it in the back of the net tonight.
Yeah. Sims, what else did he do? He scores, but guess what? It's offside. It's not going to happen.
Now the 120th minute. Lighted downfield as it's flicked to the outside and chased to the end line by Ball. Deep in the right wing corner along the end line. Turning it along the end line. Booted away by John, that comes on the near side of Lines after it. Getting to it at the near touch line. Aaron Lines on the right wing side, goes to the outside, and Sanfilippo overlapping. Has it 10 yards out. Here's a cross from the back post. Up they go, punched away by Reese as Becky was going for the ball. Cleared out near midfield. Calgutta stepping up, but Brown knocks it aside. Now Lines comes back. He'll hit it back in the center circle for Bonsu. Nods it forward across midfield. Ambersley looking downfield, drawing it forward. Pass ahead for Becky, turning back to his right. Chips it through. Delicott after big bounce where it's grabbed inside. At about the 8 by Reese.
Reese, he's very precise with his timing. His anticipation off the line, just perfect.
Tipped across midfield and back for it, Sanfilippo. Dropping it off. Bertz rolls it ahead, center circle for Bonsu. Takes a look downfield. Rhinos are pointing downfield that John Ball was open on the right wing. There's the whistle, and we go to the penalty kicks here tonight. So through regulation, through 2 overtime sessions, it is still scoreless between the Rhinos and the Revolution. We'll take a 60-second break here, 1-minute timeout, and this is the PKs here tonight to decide this game, and it's very unfortunate it's going to come down to that in such a well-played defensive battle between these two teams to come away and have it decided on the penalty kicks.
It sure is. It's an unfortunate way to decide, but I think after 120 minutes in 90-plus degree temperatures, these guys could not go on anymore. There's just too much to ask. PK is not the best way to end it, but it's a cup. Someone's got to move on to the quarterfinals, and this is how it's going to be decided tonight. And before we get into that, regardless, the keepers, I thought, were fabulous this evening. Both
outstanding. Keepers. It might still come down to the keepers yet tonight.
Regardless of...
I guess it will probably. Yeah.
It sure will, but regardless of who does what in the PKs, Scotty Vale and Matt Reese deserve a huge round of applause.
All right, the Rhinos without Adosian, Howes, Ben Younger, and Kraft, who were subbed out. And then the Revolution without Franchino, Noonan, and Twelman were also subbed out. And we go to the PKs here tonight. And looks like we'll be shooting at the net to our right. Vallow takes his shoe off. He's adjusting his sock. And he'll get ready to also head down to the net. All the players now moving out into the center circle. As we'll see who will be taking the shots. The winner in the PKs moves on to the next round, the quarterfinals.
We're going to the open end. You're a little surprised.
Yeah, going down to our right. All of those fans sitting up to our left are probably not too happy about that decision.
So with the coin toss, the Revs have elected to shoot second. So Ambersley will go first for the Rhinos, meaning the Revs will get the last crack at the PK.
So Ambersley, the first shooter on the PK. Talk about a little pressure for the youngster right here, and to be the first shooter up, boy.
And look at the Rhinos, everyone arm in arm on the bench. The Revs just kind of casual, laying on the floor. And the Revs, every single trainer, player, equipment manager in line with the rest of the team. It's great to see.
And the Rhinos, yeah, even the players that are still on the pitch out in the center circle again, arm in arm.
Get Rex in there too. You're right there, Rex. Come on, a couple steps over.
Rochester! All right, so Ambersley will place the ball on the spot.
Listen to the silence.
Yeah, it is quiet here. Everybody else is tuckered out, too. It has been an interesting battle, scoreless through regulation and 2 overtime sessions, and now we go to the PKs. To be decided who continues on to the quarterfinals. All right, Ambersley will take the first kick, right-footed kicker, and he scores! Puts it underneath Reese, who dove to his left. So Ambersley scores.
Ambersley, I think he just went down the middle with it with some pace. Reese, as keepers do, pick a side. Ambersley went straight down the middle. No mistake there for the Rhinos.
For the Revolution, Charlie Joseph will take the kick. Joseph, a big boy, at 6'3", 180 pounds, out of Grenada.
Sorry, Joseph, another one of the players who's had some aspirations to go overseas. And a little upset about not getting a chance to go against Chelsea this weekend.
So Vallow will move in against Joseph. We're in PKs to decide this fourth round action in the Open Cup. Vallow in the middle of the net. As Joseph places the ball. Getting set for the kick. All right, Vallow is set. Joseph with the shot. Punched away by Vallow. Diving to his right. He punches it away. And the Rhinos lead in the shootout 1-0.
Vallow read Joseph like a book there. He knew he was going to go to the right. And Vallow going to the right. The shot at that height especially, that's the worst height you can have on a PK. Just a little above the waist of Scott Vallow. Easily slides to his right. Makes the save.
All right. John Ball next up for the Rhinos. Ball next up.
Rhinos can catch some breathing room here if Ball finishes.
Ball placing the ball. Reese. Heels on the line. Set to go. Maul moves a little to his left. Coming back. Shoots. Scores! On the right corner is Reese diving to the right. Ball comes away.
Down the middle again. I think it was the middle. I don't know if it was corner or not. I couldn't tell from here.
Not corner, but a little bit to the right side.
A little bit. They're seeing that Reese is going to dive and take the poke to the right or the left. So they're going right down the middle. John Ball, nice finish there as the Rhinos fans erupt.
Next shooter is Dorman for the Revolution. Andy Dorman out of Chester, England, a 24-year-old. And Vallow will try and guess right again. Here's Dorman with the right foot moving in. Shoots, kicked away by Vallow. He dove to his left, but he kicked his right foot out. He kicked his right foot out as a trailer. Dorman going down the middle. Vallow got the foot on it. What a tremendous save by Vallow.
Unbelievable. You got to do whatever you can as a keeper. Get yourself as big as you can. And he does it. Not with the hands, it's with the feet. But whatever works, whatever keeps it out of the goal is huge, huge save for Scotty Vallow.
He dives to his right and kicks his foot back out to the, or dives to his left rather, kicks his foot back out to the right. All of a sudden his leg came about 10 feet longer.
Just sprawling out, getting as big as he could. And it's a great save. Velo's had an incredible night.
All right, Delicott next up with the right foot, moving in, shoots. Oh, he tipped it way up over top of the crossbar. Covers his eyes as he walks away, put it 5 feet over the crossbar.
Wow, that's a bad miss. Delicott at least got to keep it on the frame. He went high with it. Almost a chip. It wasn't very hard. Didn't have much pace on it. That's a big miss for Delicott. Velo now, the pressure back on him again. Cancela, master on these restarts. We'll see what he does from the PK spot.
Jose Carlos Cancela out of Uruguay, the 30-year-old, moving up next. So, as the Rhinos lead 2-0 here in the third round of shooters, Cancela goes for the shot, chip shot, and he put it in. That's what Delicott tried to do, a little chip under the crossbar.
That's
courageous. He scores.
That is a Zinedine Zidane World Cup PK. To take the little chip like that, it takes a lot of nerve and a lot of skill. That time, Cancela did a good job.
Tim Wabansu of the Rhinos is next up to take the kick. So the Rhinos leading 2-1 here in the shootout. Or the penalty kicks, if you will. 2-1. As we went through regulation and 2 overtime scoreless. All right, Bansu, right-footed kicker, backs up on the ball. Set to go. Takes a run and a little stutter step with a shot off the crossbar up in the air. And it comes down and in behind. Oh, man.
You can't ask Scott Bell to do anything else. He's made 2 incredible saves. Delicott, Bansu, just up and over the net. Those are big, big misses. The Revs now with a huge opportunity to come back into this match.
Chance to tie it up, and moving in now is Steve Ralston. Ralston, 32-year-old out of St. Louis. Valo is set. Ralston with the right foot. Stutter step moving forward, shoots. He puts it low in the lower right corner. Makes it look easy, and now we're even up in the shootout.
A little stutter step, freezing Scott Valo. Ralston sees Valo cheated to his right. He goes to the left of the keeper. Neatly with the inside of the foot, places it in.
Aaron Lyons, the next shooter for the Rhinos. Lyons next up. We're even at 2 goals apiece here in the PKs. The Rhinos were in an excellent position to close it out.
They sure were. This is the last
excellent
shooter for the
position,
Rhinos.
but 2 misses.
Is Lyons the last shooter?
Is the number 5.
So if Lyons misses the Rev scorer, this thing's over.
Yeah, Lyons set now with the right foot. Moves here with the left foot. Takes a shoot, scores! Lower right corner. Lyons puts it away, and the Rhinos are up 3-2.
Great composure, Lyons there, and Reese, he guessed right. He went to his left. That was the correct decision, but Lyons on the ground by the time the keeper's hand gets over to that spot. It's not going to happen. Well taken, and look who's taking the last PK. Look at this.
Oh, Reese, the goalkeeper, is taking the shot. I was wondering why nobody was coming forward. Matt Reese, the goalkeeper, will try and tie it up here. Moving in right-footed shot. Scores. He puts it away. Nails the right corner. Even at 3, so now we go to the sudden death shootout.
Could be one of the best PKs we've seen the whole night by the keeper. Reese drives it hard to the corner. Velo gets to the right. Shot just had too much pace on it. Now it's 1-for-1. 1-1 here for each side.
Bertz will move in to take the kick.
And the pressure gets even worse now. Bertz knows he has to score, because if he misses and the Revs score, that's it. There's no more shooters. 1-in-1 situation here. A lot of pressure.
All right, so Bertz is set. The rookie defender moving in with the right foot. Takes a shot. Scores! Off the hand of Reese in the upper corner. Bertz scores. And so the Rhinos lead 4-3.
It wasn't pretty, but Bertz had enough pace on it to have Reese get a touch on the ball, but still go in the back of the net. Nonetheless, it's in the back of the net. Now it's big pressure for Riley.
The defender, James Riley, 23-year-old out of Colorado Springs, is the next shooter. And Valo moves into the net. Valo moving in. Right-footed kicker, Riley. Valo is set. Here's the shot. Scores. Right side, inside the right post.
Well taken by the defender. Good guess, Valo. Inside of the right foot, though. The accuracy, it hits that back netting, and that's a good shot from the defender.
Sanfilippo, the next shooter for the Rhinos. So again, we're in the sudden death shootout. Man, we've gone the distance in this one.
Everything has been taken to the full limit.
This is the 7th round of shooters now, the 7th round. Sanfilippo, the defender. Right-footed kicker as Reese is on the line. And we get set for the next round. Moves to his left, Sanfilippo. Oh, put it over top. Sanfilippo going high, puts it 3 feet over the crossbar.
Lousy. That is a lousy PK. Just, what can you say? Lousy. Way over the bar. Huge miss.
Larentowicz
Sanfilippo walking
can put it away here.
Hands, face in his hands. That's a bad miss. That's over the tent. That's behind the goal. They're waiting for the ball to come back still.
Jeff Larentowicz, a 22-year-old out of Pasadena, has the opportunity of being the hero here tonight. And battle is going to have to come up very huge right now.
A lot of things on the line here. Another possible gate for the Rhinos. Can it be possible?
All right, comes down perhaps to this one. Larentowicz with the right foot moving in. Scores. It's over. Larentowicz goes low to the left side. Ballo diving to his left. Larentowicz comes away. And the Revolution move on in the Open Cup. And the Rhinos' night is done. And U.S. Open Cup play this season is done. Oh, a tremendous game. A great defensive battle. A goaltending duel like you might not see for a long time again. And the Revolution come out on top. Final score tonight, New England Revolution in the PKs win it 1-0. And this is the Rhinos Broadcast Network. Well, here at Paytech Park tonight, the Rhinos did everything but come out with a victory. It's a very well-played game, a great goaltending duel. We went through the regulation and 2 overtime sessions scoreless, and it came down as we went through 7 rounds of shooters. The 7th round of shooters to finally decide it tonight in the penalty kicks, and New England with 5 goals and the Rhinos with 4 in the shootout, coming away with the victory 1-0. So New England will continue on to the quarterfinals of the U.S. Open Cup, and Rochester's season in U.S. Open Cup play has come to an end. Fans, make sure you check in your Messenger Post this coming week to see if you were selected as the Messenger Post fan of the game. Someone at the game might have taken your picture. Winners will receive prizes from the Rhinos and the Messenger Post. Well, tonight, as the Rhinos ended up being outshot by New England 16-15. 16 shots for the Rhinos and 15 for the Rhinos, 16 shots for New England. Corner kicks, 12 for the Revolution and 6 for the Rhinos. And offsides, 7 against New England and 3 offsides against the Rhinos. Again, the Rhinos coming out on the short end of a 5-4 goal scoring in the penalty kicks and end up therefore losing by a 1-0 score. But for the Rhinos, the only miscue on the night has to come down to a couple of the penalty kick shots that were just totally blown away. I mean, they missed the net by a month. 3 shots all going high over the crossbar, and that killed it.
They were poor, very poor, taken by Delicat, Bonsu, and the worst one, Frankie Sanfilippo. I mean, for one of them, they waited to get the ball that went over the net. Very poor on the PKs. When you look at the whole scheme of the game, though, Sims had about 4 or 5 chances tonight. This game could have ended 3-0, 4-0 if it weren't for Scotty Vallow and Sims missing so many opportunities. So, in a sense, maybe the Rhinos were a bit fortunate to get it into overtime tonight.
All right, let's check these things out. Tonight's Pellegrino's sub of the game.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Jose Kinsella from the Revs. I thought when he came in that central midfield position, they shifted Dorman out to the far side. The Revs got much more creativity and much more attack. I thought Kinsella did a good job as a central midfielder.
That certainly did. Pellegrino's sub of the game tonight, going to the Revs Kinsella. And then the power trip player of the game.
I'm going to go co-players of the game, obviously no secret. Scott Vallow, Matt Reese. I thought we saw a goalkeeping display tonight that was the best in years. Both of those guys were on their mark tonight, regardless of what happened in the PKs. The goalkeepers wouldn't have many chances on that, but in the run of play, Vallow and Reese, I thought, were superb.
Well, you know, the scoreless ties through regulation, of course, people don't like it, and it was a very slow pace throughout the game. It did pick up toward the end, the final, call it 15, 20 minutes of regulation. Then the 2 overtime sessions became very exciting. It was very exciting down the end. I think both teams, like you talked about, were trying to conserve energy in this very hot and humid night. But it turned out to be a very exciting evening here.
You can see that the 65th, maybe 70th minute, both teams said, okay, we got to start doing something. I think they both feared going into overtime. With this heat, to play any longer than you have to is a tall order, and they did it tonight. The Revs come out on top, but the first 70 minutes of the game, I thought the heat and both teams very, very slow out there.
once again, the Rhinos show that they can play with the MLS.
Oh, that's never been a question. And this team that Coach Callaway and Matthew Ford have put together, first class all the way, they can compete, I think, game in and game out at the MLS level. I'm not overly impressed with the drastic improvement from USL First Division to the MLS. Every year that gap gets smaller and smaller, so I don't think that's an issue.
All right, that's it for tonight's U.S. Open Cup match. The Rhinos next will be taking on Atlanta on Saturday night here. Saturday night back to league play, and now the Rhinos can really concentrate on league play, First Division play, and get going as they moved up to second place once again in the league. Hope you'll stick around. You'll come on back here on Saturday night. Remember that it's an 8:05 kickoff because of the doubleheader. The Rattlers lacrosse game in the afternoon at 2, and the Rhinos soccer game beginning at 8:05. So that's still to come your way. Coming up next along our network, of course, is the post-game show. As Joe will be back with you. What's going on tonight?
Soccer Sam will join us for your calls at 222-9393, and we'll also go to the U.S. Open Cup scoreboard to see who's advancing to the quarterfinals tonight.
Who cares?
It's true.
Now, who cares?
You're right. A great opportunity. Kansas City, Chicago would have come here if we had won to see Sarakin or Bliss, but it's irrelevant right now. Good point.
Well, certainly an effort tonight I think the Rhinos can be proud of, but it's hugely unfortunate, and they'll be very disappointed in not moving on.
Yeah, very difficult circumstances in the heat to come in and play against a tough Revolution team. They're going to be very disappointed. Losing in PKs is always difficult. It's always a heartbreaker, but now, like you say, their sole purpose, their sole focus is the USL First Division and hopefully another championship.
Joe will be back with you in just a couple of minutes here on the post-game show, so stick around for more. Tonight from Frontier... wait a minute, that's a long time ago. Tonight from Paytech Park, the Rhinos lose in PKs by 5-4 score in the penalty kicks, and therefore lose the game 1-0 to the New England Revolution. The Revolution moving on to the quarterfinals of U.S. Open Cup, and Rochester's play this season in Open Cup play is done. So that's the final score tonight. I'm Don Stevens. Thanks a lot for being along. And Joe and Sam will be along with you in just a moment, so stick around for more.
And welcome to the Rochester Rhinos post-game show. If you're just tuning in now or you're driving home, Revolution advancing to the quarterfinals of the U.S. Open Cup. They'll take the 1-0 win
it's your turn.
in stoppage time tonight over the and penalty kicks. Check that in penalty kicks tonight over the Rochester Raging Rhinos. Looking at some other scores in the U.S. Open Cup tonight, the Revolution advancing 1-0 on PKs over the Rhinos. Charleston and Dallas are 2-2. They're in overtime right now. The Red Bulls 2-1 winners over the Wilmington Hammerheads. And the Houston Dynamo 4-2 over the Carolina Dynamo. Kansas City, Chicago, we have no update on that one yet. And Colorado and Real Salt Lake in the 30th minute are scoreless. So quarterfinals, the Revolution move on. They'll play the winner of the Kansas City Wizards Chicago Fire match. As we get scores tonight, we will post them along to you. When we come back, it's the Nextel Direct call-in show. Soccer Sam will be joining us. Give us a call, 222-9393. You're listening to the Rhinos Broadcast Network. To the Nextel Direct call-in show, Joe Giuliano, joined by Soccer Sam. Sammy, welcome to the post-game show. We had a little chat on the pregame show. You're coming in now here in the post-game. Your thoughts? Difficult one for the Rhinos to take tonight.
I tell you, fantastic game up to the penalty kick shootout. It was just unfortunate there. Scott Vale, the one save he made, I haven't been that excited since I stole my grandmother's meatball recipe, Joey. But I tell you, my heart stopped twice. I had jumper cables working. It was just tough. It was tough. But Rhino fans, I got to give those Stampede guys credit though. Right to the end, they're cheering their team on, tell them they did a good job. And just, we just went high twice. 2 times. You can't go high on the PKs.
After Valo made those 2 saves, you and I were talking during the break, I thought, we're going to walk away with this thing.
I thought for sure we were going to win it right after that. Val was so pumped. He got the whole crowd into it. And then, unfortunately, I'm just surprised that, some of the choices in the kicking, defenders kicking the ball, just, Charles Becke. I mean, a lot of these forwards, that's our problem. The confidence isn't there. They got to be taking the kicks, not the defenders.
San Filippo, that was probably one of the worst. That's like, was it Baresi or Baggio World Cup mess?
Well, we talked about this before, Joe. PKs are tough. Some of the best players in the world, including Roberto Baggio, 94 kick tie. But, hey, for the fans, you got your money's worth. You got to see our Rhino team compete. Forget about New England's record. That's, in my opinion, the best lineup in MLS. we competed with them. We gave them a run for their money. Yeah, Scott Vallow had to make some amazing saves tonight. I mean, why is that guy not in the MLS? I don't get it, but
don't give anybody any ideas.
But overall, I'm very proud of how our team played. PKs goes either way, emotions, stress. And I'll tell you one thing, though. Reese looked calm. He was smiling when he took that PK. He had a big smile on his face. And
now, were you down in the field for
I was
PKs?
right behind the goal.
Oh,
yes,
you were?
Yes.
So you could see their emotions.
And see other emotions. Matt Reese didn't even look up, just buried it right where he wanted it to, and he just had a big smile on his face, looked at Scott Vallow and smiled. And the guys from New England, their supporters group, was just killing Scott Vallow the whole time. Pretty nasty stuff. PG-13 plus.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, the number here is 222-9393. Let's go to the phones. And we have Bill on the line. Bill, welcome to the postgame show. How are you tonight? Okay. Bill hung up. Sorry to take so long to get to you. Let's go back to the phones, and we have the Dean of Soccer on. Dean, how are you?
Pretty good, guys. I'll tell you, I'm awake, 2,000 miles away from Rochester. I'm sorry I missed the game tonight. I'm on medical leave. But first of all, it's too bad for Scotty Vallow. I agree with Sam. There's no reason for that guy not to be in the MLS. Instead of Sunil Gulati being there representing the Soccer Federation, Don Garber should have been present at the game tonight and seeing the project and seeing the spectacular goaltending that we have, and there was no reason for him to be there. But guys, like it or not, you got to give credit to Steve Nichols. His player, was it Willie Sims that kept missing goals and goals and goals?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Well, you got to give Steve Nichols a lot of credit. Instead of Sims taking the shot, he went out with the goaltender. He wanted Matt Reese to take the next penalty shot, and that certainly was the big penalty shot, and I think Steve Nichols deserved a lot for that move tonight.
This is Alex Loy. If you don't know who the Dean of Soccer is, Alex, great to hear from you. Are you down in Florida?
I'm recuperating, guys. I have a little medical problem, but, we're not going to be here too long.
Alex, I'll tell you, you missed a fantastic game. The 10,000, 9 or 10,000 fans who are here.
9,500.
They had, they just got to see some great soccer. End-to-end, 0-0 tie at the end of the game, and it still was so exciting to watch. And hey, PKs go either way, and it happens. And unfortunately, they seemed like it wasn't as big a deal for them. Joe, I don't think they were. Big deal if we lose it or we win it tonight.
For the Reds. I agree. Even their celebration after the game wasn't what I expected to see. I thought they'd be charging the field, but they were just kind of like, I think they were happy it was over with because it was a long, hot night here at Paytech Park. Alex, I wish you were here to see it. You would have seen just a tremendous goalkeeping performance both ways.
Yeah, but listening to Don Stevens and listening to you, Joe, I sort of envisioned that in my little useless mind of mine, how great Scott Vallow was. And again, there's no reason for Scott Vallow not to be in the MLS. But once again, you got to give a lot of credit to Matt Reese for a goaltender of that height. I don't know how high is he. He's way over 6 foot. Come out there and take a penalty kick and score. So you got to give him a lot of credit because right now, I guess, Joe, if you remember, the guy from Paraguay, the goaltender that he used to take penalty kicks?
Yep.
Yes.
Chilarat?
Yes.
Okay. He's no longer playing. There's a Brazilian guy playing for São Paulo, Rochester. He's another guy that goes out there and takes penalty kicks, and those are the decision makers. And that's a nice thing to see, penalty kicks taken by goaltenders. I only wish that baseball pitchers could hit home runs.
Alex, great to hear from you. We appreciate the call. Got some more calls coming in. But as usual, your insight and analysis always on the mark. Thank you.
Get better.
All right, Alex, thanks for calling the number here.
Alex was on another radio show in town. His stool broke and he swallowed the mic.
That's his medical leave.
A little tonsillitis.
Alex, thanks for the call. The number again is 222-9393. The wind is picking up. It's actually changing direction. Soccer Sam's getting blown into me. Okay, let's go back to the phones. Mike, you're on the post-game show. How are you tonight?
Hello.
Hey, Mike. How you doing?
Good, guys. How are you?
Good.
A couple comments. It's exciting game, had its moments. I thought New England looked pretty impressive at times. Not the way they were knocking the ball around, but like you guys said, we held our own pretty good. And I guess I just, I feel bad for Scotty Vella making those 2 great saves, and the guys, I feel, let him down a little bit, but what are you going to do? It happens, I guess. And got a question. I don't know if he took Howells out because he was tired or I know that maybe that has something to do with it, but I kind of question that move there. And I thought John Ball, the frustrating part about watching him, I understand if you make a bad play or something or whatever, but when the guy sits there and hangs his head afterwards, it's frustrating to watch that, and I'm sure it doesn't have to do anything to help the team when plays like that happen, But,
John,
go ahead.
John is such a competitor, and he's been like that all his life, and, he gives it 120%. He just expects everyone to just kind of think and work like he does, and he gets down on some of the guys. You can notice he always gets down on the younger guys. I think he just wants the younger guys to have the same kind of heart that he has and guys of his generation, and sometimes he's tough on them, but he played a fantastic game, though, I thought.
Right. I think the guys really put in a solid effort. The heat must have been something else to play in that, Just you could tell everybody was winded at the end there, and but just like you said, Tim, they really held their own against, the MLS once again, and just a little disappointed in the crowd. I know it's summer and midweek and all the excuses that come out, but I wish there would have been a few more fans out there. So let's get out there and support the team. We've wanted the stadium for so long, so let's get out there and support them, So
great.
But thanks a lot for taking my call, guys.
All right, Mike, thanks for the call. Anytime. The number again is 222-9393. Let's go back to the phones. Iggy, how you doing tonight? What'd you think about the game tonight?
Hey, guys. I lost my voice, basically, so hopefully, I know that I'm long enough to talk to you. I was impressed. I thought we blew as many chances as we did. We're good. And Scott Vallow gave us a golden opportunity to win by stopping 2 PKs. That's unheard of, and we blew it. And that's the story of the game. Other than that, there's a great movie for all the soccer-crazy families to go to. It's playing at Movie 10. It's called Gold. It's about a migrant worker that is an illegal alien from Mexico, and he ends up playing for Newcastle United. Anybody that loves soccer has got to love this movie.
All right, Iggy, thanks for the promotion for goal. And, Vallow, like I said, unheard of, 2 PK stops, and I thought the Rhinos were going to run away with this thing.
Movies. Last time I took my wife to a movie was American Graffiti. Man, that was a long time ago, let me tell you. But, hey, Vallow's the kid is an amazing goalkeeper. It goes to show you a lot of our players, the way they played tonight. Somewhere in MLS, MLS is not like the NFL. There's not 100 scouts. It's usually that one coach, and it's that one coach's decision. And if he likes you, and he keeps you on his team, and he moves from team to team, and he brings you with it, but if for whatever reason you don't fit into that clique, I mean, there's some guys out here on this Rhino team tonight that I think easily fit in with the New England team or could fit in with any MLS team.
I was having the same exact thoughts during the match tonight. I thought, Lines maybe. Could be an MLS kind of. Vallow for sure. John Ball.
John Ball,
though, maybe his pace is too much for the MLS, though, because that style of play is a little slower than what we're used to seeing. So maybe that's too much of a letdown for John Ball.
Kenny Bertz played fantastic. I thought Palguda back there.
Yeah,
Frankie Sanfilippo was everywhere. He cleared off the line one time. In the first half, I thought Nate Kraft was amazing. Coach decided to go with the extra midfielder to get a little more scoring opportunity there and brought in Steele. But overall, there's so many guys on our team that could just play anywhere in the country. And we played against some MLS, not only MLS players, but players on our national team's roster.
Sure.
The
Twelman,
Noonan.
Reese even had a couple appearances.
Hey, guys, I did think that when Nate Kraft got subbed out of the game, our defense lost a lot. And I'm not for sure if I'm Coach Callaway that I take Nate out again because they really exploited that side of the defense.
Yeah, Nate, I thought was having a good performance. I don't know if he got hurt. He took a knock near midfield, and he went down hard on his lower back, so I'm not sure if that was a factor. Johnny Steele did come in for him, but I think it was a 3-5-2 right off the bat. I think Nate was an outside midfielder.
He was kind of overlapping.
The Rhinos did shift
defense.
when Bonsu came in.
Yeah, there was only 3 guys back there when Johnny Steele came in. And Powell even yelled at Steele, but it wasn't Steele's responsibility back. And, Bonds did a great job. So, I mean, if you're doing good on defense, I wouldn't change it. If you got to take Nate out, if Nate's hurt, I would have put Bonds back there, but leave the same formation. Once you messed with that formation, New England took advantage of it.
Yeah, it's a good point, Iggy. Thanks for the call tonight. We appreciate your call, as usual, here on the post-game show. Bonsu did come in. They went to 4 in the back. I think Don made a great point in the broadcast. Sims was killing them, finding space here and there, and then they go to 4 in the back to stop some of the attack there from the Revolution. Thanks to the call from Iggy. The number here again is 222-9393. If you're just tuning in, the Rhinos have been eliminated from the U.S. Open Cup. A 1-0 loss to the New England Revolution on penalty kicks this evening here at Paytech Park. And unfortunate, Sammy, for the Rhinos. Kansas City, Chicago on the horizon. It would have been great to see Bliss or Saracen.
Yeah, definitely. That would have really brought this franchise to a new level, new stadium. But, Joe, it just happens. It's part of the game. Now we got to look at the USL Championship. That's our next goal. This goal is out of the way, unfortunately. But if these guys keep on playing like this in our league, no one's touching us.
Sammy, what do you say? We take a break. We'll come back with some trivia.
Let's do it.
Your chance to win tickets to the Rhinos and the Montreal Impact August 11th. And big news out of Montreal. Former Rhino up there now.
Billy Sedgwick. Sedge is with the Montreal No Impact. Oh, man, I can't wait. I can't wait to hear the Stampede guys ripping on Billy Sedge.
He's going to run up into the crowd. All right, let's take a break. You're listening to the Nextel Direct call-in show driven by Auto Depot and Auction Direct on the Rhinos Broadcast Network. And one of Sammy's Cugines, compadres on the phone, Johnny Ball. John, welcome to the post-game show.
Hey,
how you doing after a very tough loss tonight?
Yeah, it hurts. But, we just got to focus on Atlanta now.
John, I tell you, buddy, you just played an amazing, amazing game. You were just up and down the whole game, just toying with them. You were kind of like playing with them, like they were like college kids, just toying with them. But it's just unfortunate we couldn't finish. You were putting the cross in the box right in front of the goal, and guys just hitting wide. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. I had an opportunity, I think, in like the 110th minute where I thought I was offside, so I kind of rushed it, but I should have done better. But, when Vallo puts you in the opportunity at the PKs on the first 2, you can't squander that opportunity, but whatever, it happens.
Johnny, I saw Soccer Sam walking around with portable air conditioners. How much of a factor was the heat tonight?
Actually, the heat didn't bother me at all. I don't know about the other guys, but I didn't think it was that bad. When you lace them up and it's game time, it doesn't matter if it's -5 or 102. You just got to play.
And how about facing an MLS team? What differences did you notice from MLS compared to USL competition?
Let me tell you, for MLS, the top league in the country, I'd say, they give you so much room. It's unbelievable. I mean, I had like 60 yards of space to dribble at the guys. In USL, you don't get that. I'll get kicked into the sky if that happens.
You did a great job against the Trinidad and Tobago national team player, Avery John. You ate up Joey Franchino, forced him out of the game. You were all over the place tonight in these conditions, and you had your way with those guys tonight quite a bit.
Yeah, it was, I took the challenge with Avery John. I saw him in the World Cup, and I thought, he did a respectable job. I thought it'd be a little bit better, but, obviously the other countries didn't expose him as much. But, it hurts right now, but, we'll wake up tomorrow and be over it.
Well, John, Saturday night, your former team, you spent some time there at Atlanta. The contract was almost signed, man. You had your first name signed on the contract, and then Christy Conamini calls up and says, Johnny, we need you in Rochester. So those guys going to come out and try to chop you think?
I think a couple of them might come after me. Joe Fool has come after me in the past. Last year, he got me red carded, but, I just got to keep my head cool and, take their lift and, hopefully they give penalty kicks like they did last year.
Timmy, players coming after John Ball, unheard of.
Yeah, right.
Well, Johnny, now the shift focuses, or you focus now to the USL First Division. The Open Cup out of the way now. Does it make it a little easier now to focus on a USL championship?
Personally, I like to win both, and, right now it just hurts a little bit, but, yeah, we have to return our focus to the league, and, we got a game in hand in Montreal, and I think they play tomorrow night or something. So we'll have 2 games. So, yeah, we got to turn our focus back to the league and, do what we keep doing in the league, except win this time.
Speaking of Montreal, former Rhino Billy Sedgwick up there now. You guys might bump heads when we play Montreal on the 11th.
Yeah. Billy, if Billy marks me, I'll be happy. I'll be very happy. I mean, I love Billy to death. I think he's a good guy, good player, but I know Billy's game, and, I'd love to go one-on-one with Billy all night long.
He did it for years, indoor and outdoor, so it's going to be interesting. All right, well, Johnny, baby, we'll see you Saturday night against the Atlanta Silverbacks. It's going to be big.
All right, you guys take care, man. Thanks for having me again.
Anytime, Johnny Ball. Thank you very much. Let's go back to the phones, and the number here again is 222-9393. Steve, you're on the postgame show. How you doing tonight? Steve, how are you tonight?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks for calling.
I thought it was a great game. I thought New England definitely had the better of the play. Their chances that they took in the box were quality, just about every time. If it wasn't for Bello, we probably would have lost the game 4-0 during regulation. But maybe you guys can educate me on something. I just don't see anything in Delicott. I know he's a leading scorer and everything, but he's slow. He doesn't hustle. He doesn't go to the ball. He really makes nothing happen up there. The only thing I see him do well, he's good with the corner kicks, both on defense and offense, but I don't know why he didn't get lifted from that game. He shows, and I see that all the time from him. I just don't see anything out of him. Am I wrong, or is it just me, or what do you guys think of his the way he plays?
I'm going to disagree with you. I like the way Delicott plays. I think the problem with him and Adosian, or Delicott is left up by himself all the time. Adosian wanders off, kind of drifts off here and there, and then balls are served in the box. Delicott's 1v3, 1v4. I think Adosian's trying to make too much happen. This is not a knock against him, but I like those two forwards playing closer together. I think Delicott's left out to dry quite a bit, and I think he's a better player than people give him credit for. I like Delicott up there. I don't think him and Adosian worked well together tonight, though.
They got to get that working.
Absolutely.
They got to do something. I mean, they're just not clicking up top. And then Velo comes up with a great kick save, and your striker airmails a penalty kick to the tent. I mean, come on.
The PKs were a disaster tonight, no doubt about that. Disaster.
They were up 2-0. I mean, that's it. You got that game. I think you got the game, and I thought we had it. And it's up 2-0 PKs. That was a good game. That was exciting. I mean, it was a 0-0 game, but it was an exciting game. I thought New England played very well. We had some good chances, too, towards the end there in the second overtime. I forgot who was in the middle, took that shot. He just missed it wide. If he buried it, it would have went in, tried to place it. But it was an exciting game, and what can you do? Let's move on. But I'm going to keep watching Dog Guy. I'm just a little bit disappointed. So anyway,
all right,
guys,
Steve,
have a good
we
one.
appreciate the call. Thank you very much. Number again, 222-9393. And Steve said that Delicott didn't perform very well tonight, I like the way Delicott plays. I just think he and Adosian need to be a little closer together up top, 10, 15 yards apart.
I agree, Joe. I think Endosian, one thing that surprised me about Endosian, second overtime, he kind of called for a sub. He looked over to the coach, said, I need a sub. And I'm thinking, man, dude, you want to win this game, man. You want to show New England who you are. But I think he was just gassed. He was just, extremely tired. So, but it's unfortunate because, I mean, that gives you another shooter, at least hopefully in the PKs.
Absolutely.
But Johnny Minyonger being out kind of messes you up. Howes the shooter out.
Those are two sharpshooters.
Yeah,
right.
Those sharpshooters are out. And, those guys are just the midfield. They're working hard. Aaron Lyons, when Johnny Minyonger went out and Howes went out, I mean, I looked at Lyons. I mean, he was struggling for a while there. Yeah. He got a second wind after a while, but those guys were working up and down the whole game.
Hopefully they're pumping fluids right now because they probably lost who knows how many ounces of fluid tonight. But back to the phone. The number here again is 222-9393. Kyle, you're on the postgame show. How are you tonight?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We're hanging in there. Rhinos losing. What'd you think about tonight's game?
Overall, I got to think that the Rhinos played a good game. And regardless of the result, we played good for 120 minutes. And when it came down to penalties, Scotty Val came up.
You still there, Kyle? Okay, well, Scotty Val came up I'm going to add the last
Go
one.
ahead, you finish it.
Big.
Came up really big.
Yeah, I think so. I think Scottyville came up big, and Sammy and I said it before. We thought we were going to run away with the PK thing, but soccer's a funny game, and PKs are a funny thing, and crazy things happen in this game. What I wanted to ask you, Sammy, was Sunil Gulati, the president of the U.S. Soccer Federation, in attendance tonight. Did you get a chance to speak with him at all?
I talked to him for quite a while, and he loved the stadium, loves the atmosphere here. There's some talk, about MLS coming here and stuff. And
what was the nature of his visit?
He is with New England. He's the director of soccer operations for the Kraft family.
And he's also the president of the Federation.
Of U.S. Soccer.
He's doing both.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's still with them. So, he loves Rochester. He's been here since every Open Cup game he's here. So, Sunil Gulati is a big fan of the Rhinos and what we've accomplished in soccer.
Back to the phones, and let's go speak now with the coach of the Raging Rhinos, Lori Calloway. Coach, welcome to the post-game show. I'm surprised the guys aren't doing PKs right now. How you doing, Coach? Tough one. I'm sorry. Bad joke.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Oh, Coach, we're okay. How are you tonight? Tough one. PK is always a tough way to go.
Yeah, disappointing. Great game. I thought New England probably edged it in terms of their quality of possession, but the chances at both ends were, in terms of the clear-cut chances at both ends, were not equal probably, but we had enough chances to win the game. Could easily have been 4-3 either way with all the chances in the 90 minutes, and in the overtime there was, again, a couple of good chances of them, a couple of great saves from Ballo, a couple of spectacular saves from Reese, and unfortunately for us, a couple of very poor misses in front of goal. So, but then to go up 2-0, in the shootout with Scott's brilliance, and then lose it, particularly with guys who've been some of our best shooters in practice, is disappointing. So there's a lot of positives to come out of that game. You're playing the third or fourth best team this season in the MLS, equally on the night, and we'll take those positives. We'll take the positive of not having the interference of the Open Cup anymore, so it gives us more chance to concentrate in the next month and 6 weeks or so when our schedule gets very hectic. It takes that out of the equation, so even though we wanted to have that interference and that problem and the pressure of both, it is a positive that we're not involved in it now, so we'll look at it that way and move on and try and get back into that second spot and then back into first spot in the league.
Coach, what was the factor with the heat tonight? I know Johnny Ball, who's a freak of nature, says there was no problem, but the heat tonight, how big a factor was that?
I didn't quite hear that, Joe, the question.
The heat. How big a factor was the heat this evening?
Well, I think, we've both been training and playing in incredible heat recently. New England, I understand, is even hotter than here today. The heat index was about 115, I saw on the news, and it played in 100 degrees in Kansas City last Saturday. So, I don't think it was a factor either way as far as it favouring one team or the other, but I certainly thought a lot of the opportunities late in the game and in overtime came because of fatigue with defenders, just not being able to track people. Scott Palguda probably should have come out at the end of 90 minutes. He had a sore ankle, but we were limited in terms of our defensive options at that point, having put T-Bone in and not having Taylor and Perry and Ricky Lewis available because of various problems that they've got. So I think they got at us a little bit down the right because of Palguda's being lame. And we certainly started to get at them because I thought they looked very tired in the back towards the end, and we created chances because of that. So it was a factor because of that, but I think it was both ways.
I think John Ball did a tremendous job against the Trinidad and Tobago international defender. But up top, Delicate and Adosian. Coach, I see those guys look like they're going in different directions. Delicate, a true forward. Adosian seems to wander and kind of go all over the place. Do you want him to be that kind of floater? What's your thoughts and your process?
No, in fact, we tell him exactly the opposite. You've got to get in contact with Matthew. Matthew's going to win you a lot of balls that you can get with your pace, you can get on the end of. I don't want you floating back into midfield. I do want you getting wide for balls that are played diagonally out in behind, especially in behind the three. as they played tonight. You need his pace and his mobility to get in behind people from, say, balls that are changed, the play is changed. But when stuff is in the general course of, playing through midfield, you need your second forward off the big forward. And Connolly seems to be having a problem getting understanding that. And, and we work hard in terms of our drills where we have two forwards working together in our shooting drills. We work endlessly on that. And, you can only ask for it so many times before you have to make changes. And, if he's playing that way and scoring goals, then that's one thing. But I think Delicate is an effective forward, but he needs a smaller forward, let's call it, or a fast forward to play off him.
Coach, after halftime, you took out Nate Kraft. Did you see something weak on that side? You wanted to put a little more offensive power in there with Johnny Steele? What was the thought there?
Oh, Nate he got that nasty knock on the side and said to me as he came out at halftime he couldn't go anymore. And so I decided to stay with the three-man back and put Johnny Steele, which would give us more offensive threat than Nate was giving us. I think we lost a bit of balance there. Nate's a good little player in terms of combining, and he's got tidy feet and he's got that great little delicate left foot, but he couldn't go, so it wasn't a tactical substitution, it was an injury substitution. And Johnny Steele, did some great things when he came in, and he frustrated us a little bit because of his quality getting crosses in. Some of it wasn't as good as it should have been, and he knows it, but he worked his ass off. He got back and won a lot of tackles for us, and a lot of credit to him for the shift he put in. But I think we were a little indecisive in that final third again, and a lot of it was the crosses. Even Bowley, he had a great game again, but some of his crosses coming in were not maybe as precise as they should have been. So, they know. We talked about it. We've talked about it. We've had a discussion at the end of the game, and I'm not going to criticise any of them because they were absolutely magnificent in terms of the effort they put in tonight. The players that need to know where they have to improve, we discussed that, and we'll go back to work in the morning on doing that.
Well, Coach, tough one tonight, but now we get our focus on the USL First Division season. And, hey, we got there. We had the opportunity in the PKs. Unfortunately, it was a quick shift back into New England's favor. But thanks for your time. Tough one tonight. We'll talk to you on Saturday.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Coach Calloway joining us here on the Nextel Direct call-in show. We say we take a break, come back, and do the trivia?
Let's do it.
All right, we'll take a break, come back with trivia. I promise. If not, Soccer Sam will remind me.
I'm emotionally
I know you are
drained.
I feel
I'm
so
drained.
bad for you.
I was ready to celebrate. I had my camera ready. It was like Dell makes the two saves.
You have your hair on or off?
I took my hair off after that one, and I'm like getting ready. All right, I can't wait for. I'm thinking in my mind how I'm gonna produce this final segment, the Rhinos advance, and then oh man, Reese takes that kick and.
Didn't it just shift suddenly?
Yeah, it's just once I see he had this evil smile on his face, Matt Reese. It was scary. And once I saw that, something went through me, and I knew something was wrong.
All right, let's take a break. Sam's going to try to regroup here and get his energy back. You're listening to the Nextel Direct call-in show driven by Auto Depot and Auction Direct on the Rhinos Broadcast Network. We are back on the Nextel Direct call-in show. It's Joe Giuliano. Soccer Sam, are you regrouped? Got the energy back?
I'm ready, baby.
Final score just in. Colorado 1-0. Over Real Salt Lake. Final score, Colorado over Real Salt Lake 1-0 this evening. Soccer Sam with me here, and the number again, 222-9393. This is the Nextel Direct call-in show driven by Auto Depot and Auction Direct. Sammy, let's go to the phones. We have Aaron Lyons on the phone right now. Aaron, how you doing? A tough one tonight against the Revs.
Yeah, it was very tough game. Obviously mentally pretty disappointing how it ended, but that's football, and just have to regroup and have a bad night's sleep and then get on with the job tomorrow.
Aaron, is this your first time playing against an MLS team? Did you play with them when you were with Portland last year?
No, I missed. We played San Jose last year, but I missed that game. I was an injury, so it was the first time I played an MLS team. How much of a difference, if you ask me?
Yeah, Aaron, I tell you though, baby, I think you've been waiting to come to this country for a while, play some soccer, and that was the premier league in this country, and I think you stood right out, man. In my opinion, I think you, John Ball, and Scott Vallow stood right out, could play with those guys all day long, any time of the week.
Yeah, I thought Vallow had an exceptional game. He kept us in the game with great saves. Wally was energetic right to the final whistle. That's Wally. You can always count on him. At times a little bit of his quality in the final third wasn't there. He knows that, and he had an exceptional game for us, and he was he was a real light on the right side tonight for us, as he has been all season.
How did you feel about playing again more central than on the flank? How'd that feel for you?
I love it in there. I get more involved. I can have more of an influence on the game. I can talk to players around me. I can, sort of dictate the way we play, and tactically as well. I can talk to players around me. I enjoy playing in there, and I think you can see that in the way that I'm playing at the moment.
Yeah, you're definitely in great form. Sammy, go ahead.
No, it's just the confidence there. You can see he's just controlling there. That one shot you had, though, Aaron, man, it was like, you placed it perfect. It was going right for goal. I saw your eyes, man. You had the celebration working. You're thinking about what am I going to do? What kind of celebration? And then, boom, last minute.
I was going to pull out the haka after that. I had it all lined up, Shane. It didn't come through. It's just, for me playing in that position, I'd like to get, as involved as I can going forward. And the coach, he likes me getting in, trying to get in the box anyway. It's not always possible, but when I get forward, I like to take one of those opportunities in the coming games for sure.
Aaron, a little off the beaten path here. What's going on in these New Zealand soccer bars? They're giving out yellow cards for people who had a couple too many and red cards to people who are getting sent out of the bars. Is this something common in New Zealand or what?
No, I don't know what's going on there, mate.
And they say if you have a red card, you can go back the next night, turn in your red card for a free drink.
I'm sure my brothers have had a few red cards then.
How's the atmosphere in the locker room after, the PKs? Vallow had those two saves. We thought, wow, the Rhinos are going to run away with this thing. Then that quick shift in the flow of the PKs. How's the atmosphere in the dressing room?
It was obviously very, very disappointing. Heads were down, from the players, especially the players that missed the penalties tonight. We worked on them the past 3 or 4 days in training, and this morning was the only day that I think every player scored. We all looked really focused on the penalties, and it was just a little disappointing. But, some players deal with pressure differently. I mean, there was a few young boys. Mike Ambersley stepped up and, as a rookie, sent the goalkeeper the wrong way. I mean, that's great, It's disappointing, but we've got to get our heads up because we've got a big week, 10 days ahead of us, where we can, if all goes well, clinch a playoff spot with a win over Atlanta, who are breathing up, down our neck, sort of push them away from us a bit. And then we got Montreal. We've got a bill open with them that we've got to put them away after that disappointing loss. After playing so well up there in Montreal, we've got them within I think 3 days. We play them twice, so 3 or 4 days. So and then we're away in Minnesota. So it's a big 10 days. We've got to step up. We've got to put this behind us. That's football, and get on with it.
A lot of big games coming up. Get your rest and get those fluids in you. Aaron Lyons, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
And Aaron Lyons joining us here on the post-game show. What do you say, trivia?
Let's do some trivia.
Go to trivia?
Let's do some trivia, man.
Okay, let's do it. The number is 222-9393. Trivia question, your chance to win 4 free tickets to the Rhinos, the Montreal Impact, August 11th. There's something else going on that night. Some other guys. What's going on?
A little tribute to the franchise, I call him. Doug Miller, number 19 for the Rhinos, going to retire his number. And Doug Miller gave so much to this franchise, gave so much to soccer in this community, and he's still giving. But they are going to honor him on the 11th, and I'm happy to see that. I think it kind of shows some of these guys that are playing right now, knowing that, hey, down the road, this franchise is going to take care of you. Re-signing Billy Andrecki last week. Superstar Billy Andrecki. I mean, there's a lot of nice things happening, so I can't wait for Saturday night against Atlanta, because they're giving away lunch boxes. You know, I'm in summer school, and I usually bring like a suitcase with like six salami sandwiches. So I'm going to get me an official little lunch box on Saturday night here, and then on the 11th, the Doug Miller night. And then
all right.
Wednesday, we're going to Montreal, right? We got to go.
We're going?
Let's go.
We're going.
Let's go to Montreal.
We're going up to Montreal. All right, here's the question for tonight. Who is the Rhinos' all-time leader in assists in U.S. Open Cup play? Who is the Rhinos' all-time leader in assists in U.S. Open Cup play? Give us a call, 222-9393. Must be over 18 to win. And, Sam, you've been on the phone for a while. I apologize, but thank you for waiting. Sam, welcome to the postgame show. How you doing?
Good, Joe. How you doing, Sammy?
Good, thanks, Sam.
What'd you think tonight?
Well, I bet I saw Greg Simmons out there in triplicate tonight.
It happens.
It happens. It's a tough one, you know?
Yeah, really. Well, I tell you, I really don't think it should have gone to penalty kicks. I think we have a team that's very difficult for them to finish. They've had the opportunities all night long.
I agree with that, but I think New England had a lot of great, that Sims guy, as soon as he came out, I think he had 4 or 5 chances that were just right there. I thought he should have had those easily. So I think the Revs had maybe a little bit of a better of the opportunities tonight. Sam, you still there? Oh, I lost one Sam, but I still got the other Sam.
I'm still here. You know, the other thing, a lot of fans aren't understanding it. It's not like you just go up, you take a PK. You just ran for 120 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Up and down against national team players, guys that are on a call for a national team. They're on the alternates
in the pool.
In the pool, baby. But 120 minutes up and down. I mean, it's just you're mentally exhausted. The emotion. I mean, you're thinking, I got to do this.
Oh, you're talking about taking a PK in practice where you bury it. 10,000 people, 120 minutes, 90 degrees. You do things you don't normally do. You're fatigued. The legs are heavy, and that stuff happens. Not to make excuses, but that is definitely a factor in the PK situation. The number again, 222-9393. And this guy's got to stop playing so well, because MLS or maybe Europe is going to be knocking on the door. Scotty Vallow, just tremendous. I think this is the best I've seen you play in a long time, Scott. You've been awesome tonight. You were absolutely fantastic. Congratulations on a great performance.
Thanks, guys. Obviously disappointing, but fortunately for us, the sun will still come up in the morning, and we'll get back to work and start thinking about it then on Saturday.
Scotty, Matt Reese also, I think for goalkeeper performance-wise, you two guys probably had one of the best performances we've seen from 2 goalkeepers in the same match. You got to give him a shout-out, too, don't you? You did a good job as well.
Yeah, no, the save he made on Johnny Steele's header was unbelievable. I'm not sure he knew much about it, but he just, that's why he's in the national team pool.
What about the save you made? That one PK save when you dove to your left, just kind of dragged your leg behind. Is that something you work on just to keep your whole body in the play on the PKs?
You just try to make an educated guess. There's no rhyme or reason. You just I try not to have a preconceived idea of which way I want to go, and just kind of let my body, tell me what's going to happen, from the approach that the shooter takes. And I was lucky to save the first 2, and so I'm still in disbelief. I won't sleep tonight.
I tell you, Scott, after you saved that second one, man, the reaction that you got from the fans, man, doing your, I know you're doing some Hulk Hogan type. I don't know what that was, but it was wild. But buddy, I got to tell you though, man, all year long you've kept us into a lot of games. But tonight, I think not only do you prove that you belong at the next level, but man, if anybody that's part of the national team program was here tonight, they're overlooking, I think, one of the best goalkeepers in American soccer right now, baby. You are on your game like I've never seen anybody else on their game before.
Well, thanks, guys. I've been working hard. I really took this off season seriously. I had the birth of my son Braden. Really put everything in a new perspective. And with him and my wife Lindsay was my support staff, and
I got a new perspective on things, and I really feel comfortable here in Rochester, and it's allowed me to really just kind of relax and just try to play my game. And I think that all those things, put into one has really allowed me to excel this season.
All right, Scott, bring it down a notch, because I know Sheffield Wednesday was in love with you, trying to get you over to Europe. So just bring it down a notch. We don't want to lose you just yet, all right? Just cool it off a little bit, would you please?
Well, hey, guys, I'm just trying to win a championship, If that means I got to, keep playing how I'm playing, that's what I'm going to do. I love this club. I love the organization. I love the fans. And there's nothing more that I want to do than win another championship. And that's just what I'm trying to do, boys.
Hey, Scott, I was pretty impressed after the game. Very disappointing loss. A lot of the fans, they're here for a long, long time. They left. But you guys still toured the stadium, thanking the people that hung out. And then when you got to the Stampede guys, I mean, you shook each and every one of their hands and said, thanks for coming. Thanks for your support. That's got to be tough to do, my man.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough after a loss. But it's still something that we're obligated to do. The fans are the people that pay our wages. Without them, this club couldn't bring as many premium players as we have. And, I wish more would stick around so we could really tell them how we feel. But, it's something that we're obligated to do as professional athletes, is thank the people that come and support us.
Scotty, let's get focused now. Atlanta, the USL First Division season back on track here, but absolutely fantastic performance tonight. Congratulations. We'll talk to you Wednesday.
Well, thanks, guys. We'll get back at them. I had Atlanta on Saturday. Hi to my family who's listening in Indiana and Pennsylvania, and my wife and my baby, and we'll be home soon.
All right, Scotty Bello, thanks. If you're part of the Bello connection there, you should be absolutely proud of his performance this evening. And you say the next level. Sam, I say the next level, not MLS. It is pouring rain right now, is Europe for Scotty Bello. I think Europe is definitely not far-fetched at all for Scott Bello.
I'll tell you, he's an amazing goalie. And I said it earlier in the broadcast, for those of you that missed it, it just goes to show you, though, that MLS is not necessarily the best soccer players in American soccer. I think some of it's connection, some of it's who you played for in college and who they know and they bring in. But it's not like the NFL where there's 100 scouts and those scouts are critiquing and taking notes. It's that one coach making that decision. I'm bringing this guy in. And a lot of times tonight we get to see some of our players are.
And Bello to have that performance tonight with Sunil Gulati in attendance, the right place, the right time, that's a huge factor.
There's another guy in attendance. You got to help me with the name. He's like the
Ivan Gazidis.
Ivan Gazidis. He's like the number 2 guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's right up there in MLS.
Ivan Gazidis, and Frank Duras says something to him after the game about Scott Bello, and he's like, he's ours, stay away from him. And he said something to the effect where, how do we let a guy like that get away? How does that happen?
You know what it is? It's poor coaching decisions is what it is. Absolutely the factor there. As it's pouring rain, Sam, hopefully we can stick around here a little longer. We're starting to get wet as the rain is coming down sideways. The number again, 222-9393. I think we have Sam back on the line. Sam, are you back with us? Eric, how are you, Eric? Sorry about that. Welcome to the postgame show, Eric. How you doing?
Gentlemen, I got to say, I don't have anything negative to say about tonight, man. I got to tell you, the Rhinos probably played the best game against Open Cup competition that I've seen in a long time. Even last year, the Metro Stars, they pretty much beat up on the Metro Stars. The Metro Stars last year, they looked like they didn't care. I mean, you agree with me on that? Last year, the Metro Stars didn't show up, but this year, the New England team showed up. Even though it was 0-0 for 120 minutes, it sounds like a terrible game. It was a terrific match. A lot of action. Could have gone either way. I'm really proud of the guys. I'm proud to be a Rhinos fan. And nothing but positive tonight, fellas. That's all I got to say. What do you think?
Well, Eric, I got to tell you, man, first of all, I love what you're saying here. And we talked about this last week about 0-0, no scores in soccer. And you got to admit, man, despite no goals tonight, it was an amazing game right up to the PKs.
The fans were just like, it was so tense, those 2 overtimes. I mean, the fans were just waiting on every single play. It just seemed like, damn, we get some great chances. And you're just holding your breath. All of a sudden, New England's back, and they're getting some great chances. And they almost won in. And it goes back and forth, back and forth. It's attacking, exciting soccer. It's probably the best game that I've seen played at Paycheck other than the Miami match. Just
Eric,
because of the action.
Trivia's still out there. Want to take a shot at the trivia?
Guys, I don't need the tickets. I just need my 2 restaurant and Locanos certificate sent to me at some point from previous.
Oh man, give me fired again, Eric.
Thanks for the call.
No, it's all good, Sam. You know that.
Eric, I love it, man. I met Eric and his family during the turkey drive back a couple years ago, and these people just love this team.
Yeah, we do. I'll send my regards. I'm actually at the house right now, so I'll send my regards to the family.
Please do that. All right. Thank you, man. Thank you.
It was great match. I'm disappointed with the result. I'm not upset, Go Rhinos. Let's win the league championship. And, great ambassadors for the sport of Rochester. Back in Rochester, talked to some of the Revolution fans that came to the game, and they love the stadium, they love the crowd, so it's all good, man.
Hi, Eric. Thanks for the call. Soccer Sam is getting dripped on from above here at Paytech. But the number is 222-9393. We don't have too much time left here, as we'll take some more calls. Probably the last 2 calls of the show tonight. Slick, you're on the post-game show. How you doing tonight?
Hello.
Hey, Slick. How are you?
Hey, hi, guys.
Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Disappointing night. I'm really, really feeling down, but that's the way the game goes. Matt Reese cannot tie Scotty Vallo's boots. Scotty stopped the first 2 PKs. We missed 3. Matt Reese didn't touch the ball. We missed it. And I learned my soccer at the George Stites School of Soccer. You take a penalty kick, you hit it as hard as you can into the corner of the net. You don't try to juke it. You don't try to go over the goalie's head. You get up there and blast it. Bolanos did the same thing last year. Delicott did it, and T-Bone did it. That's not the way you take a penalty. You watch the World Cup, they blast it into the corner. Boy, I'm upset. There's no way we should lose after we stop the first PKs. No way. Anyways.
Unheard of a PK. 2 PK stopped and the team, falling down still.
A lot of energy over in 132 tonight. It was fantastic. We hosted there was about 20 Revolution fans came in from Boston and New England. We had a nice tailgate with them. Great bunch of guys. They had a great time. We had a great time. We marched over with them when they were chanting to the stadium, and we were chanting to the stadium, and it was a lot of fun. That's the way it should be. I wish more people realize that you go to the match not to sit there and watch it, but you go there to watch it and have fun. So.
Get a feel of it. Slick, you were chanting some kind of like sad song at the end of the game when the players are coming by. What was that all about? What was that song you were doing?
My sad song?
Yeah.
You heard it? That's my song that I wrote for the Rhinos.
But it was like really like kind of sad, like kind of like almost like a funeral type song. What was that all about? What were you singing?
We lost, but we still love them.
No, but after that, you were personally, I heard you were chanting something else.
I was singing my song that I wrote.
Can we hear some of that?
What is it?
Let's hear some of that.
It's on the webboard.
Come on.
Hey.
Look, come on.
I'm not.
Just a little.
No.
Come
I
on.
haven't had enough beers to do it. No.
You did.
It's a tune that I wrote to Danny Boy. And,
it was like Danny Boy, but it was like something soccer related.
Yeah. It's old Rochester, and it says, win or lose, we're going to support you, and we're going to sing in the rain and the sun and in the wind and the snow, and we're going to, even if your tears will all be our tears, and we love you so, and
it was like a combination of like Wayne Newton and Britney Spears, man. You were
well, I got
right
Britney Spears in me.
I know you do. Slick, man, we got the trivia out there. You got a guess for us?
Well, I'm not going to be here for which game is it, the Montreal game?
Yes.
If I take a guess, could you give it to the next caller?
We'll have the next caller take a guess. How's
what?
That? We'll have the next caller give it a shot.
Yeah, and what happens if the next caller doesn't get it? Then you're going to have 4. You're sitting on 4 tickets. I'm going to say Nate Delicon.
Nate Delicon. Good guess. Not even in the top 6, though. Good try, though.
Well, then why is it good if we're not even in top? Hey, come on.
Because I like you.
It was a terrible guess.
I like you. You're a good man.
Top 2.
You sing songs. You drink. I like you.
You write songs.
What else can you ask for from a guy named Slick?
We'll see you Saturday night, guys.
All right, Slick. Take care, and thanks for the call tonight. Let's go back to the phones. Adam, you're on the line tonight. Rhinos losing PKs. What'd you think about the game tonight?
Yo, what's up, guys? It's Adam.
I'm just chatting with you, brother.
Okay. Well, there's nothing much to say about the game because they played good. There's not much complaining. I mean, obviously they got to work on a little bit of finishing, but what team doesn't, They they played a really good game. You know, I mean, after the game when the players were coming down to 132, they're all apologizing. Sorry guys, that loss, But it's like, yo, guys, there's no need to apologize, man. You guys played the game of your life today. Went to PKs, and it happens. But the one thing I do want to talk about is that disappointment in the fans, other than mainly 132. Because a few weeks ago, we had some soccer mom call in complaining about how her kids can't, give players high fives. Where was she today?
Soccer
we
mom?
lost. Right after we lost, the whole thing is empty. Looking around, these players are walking around, and they're clapping to ushers. It's really pathetic.
No, I saw that too. That's a good point. Kind of embarrassing to see that.
I mean, I know you were talking about it, Joe. You were saying if they do it every week, they're just gonna lose its touch. What's the point of them going around the circle and thanking ushers? When Val was talking about he's got to go around thanking the fans. There's no fans. The only reason why that lady called in, first of all, that one night, is because she stayed behind after the game because of the fireworks. If there's no fireworks show, the minute the game's over, they're all gone. It's all about jealousy. That's all it is.
Well,
they're jealous that the players love us more.
Yeah, you guys are loved, but I think they appreciate what you do. The whole game, you guys did not stop chanting. It's amazing, and but a lot of people with families, though, that's a long time to be out with your kids. You want to get home, and it happens. But Adam, you guys just keep up what you're doing, man. Hopefully, I think this explodes.
I mean, I know, a lot of you guys, you say we do a lot of good things, for that. It's nice, nice compliments, but those guys are giving their all on the field. We're just returning that favor. I mean, there's no need to thank us, for what we do. We just do it because we love those guys in the field. Can't wait for, can't wait for the town hall meeting. That's for sure on Saturday. That I can't wait for.
Should be interesting. Be interesting. Adam,
go ahead.
I look over to 132, and at the start of the year, I saw a lot of empty bleacher seats. As each game goes by, the crowd gets thicker and thicker. You guys are doing something right.
Oh yeah,
the fans up, so keep it up.
People are starting to figure out because, before we're in the bullpen. I mean, if you look, if you're a fan and you're looking at us, first of all, how do you get there? Second of all, it looks like they're a special group because we're in the bullpen. Come on, and people are figuring out that they don't need tickets for 132. Just to have some fun. And I mean, it's nothing like whatever, but like. In America, what I've noticed is you go to every event, and you have a number ticket, and fans have this perception, my ticket is aisle 5, row, seat 5, and I cannot leave that seat, Where with 132, it's basically a general admission area. You just come in, stand, clap, cheer, have fun. That's what it's all about, having fun.
I love it.
Well, keep it up, Adam, and it's great stuff from the Stampede. Thanks for the call tonight.
You guys going to Montreal?
We are going to Montreal, yes.
Yes, we are not going to be anywhere near you, though. Last time I almost got killed. I almost got killed last time. They attacked the bus and everything.
35 guys going, man.
All right, well, I'm gonna film it, but I'm gonna
film it from a distance.
I'm gonna film it for a distance, and I'm not gonna have any rhino wear on.
Sam, you get better, okay? And then the minute you do get better, I better see you in 132, man. Okay? Because
I'll be there, man. I'll be there dancing.
I'll be mad, man. I'll be mad.
Hey, but do you have a glass of trivia?
Oh, that's right. Trivia's out there.
I don't know what the question is.
Who is the Rhinos' all-time leader in assists in the U.S. Open Cup?
In the Open Cup?
Yep.
I'm going to go with Lennon.
Lennon, not even in the top 10.
Wow.
Not even in the top 10?
Nope. Not in assists. Not for Open Cup.
All right. Well, before you guys end the show, if no one answers it, give us the answer.
I will. Sam reminded me. I'm terrible at doing that.
Yeah, me too.
All right, Adam, thanks a lot. We'll talk to you Saturday.
Peace out.
Right, let's go to the phones. This will be our last call of the night. Brian, you're on the post-game show. How you doing?
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Good, Dr. Sam. I got there late tonight because I had another broadcast come in I had to do, but I came in, and when I came in, I could not believe the score. It was scoreless. My partner, thank you, Jessica, for filling horn down the fort for me till I got there. And, man, what a game for the part I seen. Man, shots. I could not believe the shots by the Rams. I thought this game should have been, Joe, you're going to probably agree with me, 2 or 3-0 in that second half.
Yeah, I agree, buddy. And you got to watch out. I heard Jessica's broadcast, Brian. You got some competition, so watch out. She's good.
Well, she's my partner, so. And I don't know if I could do this, Stanley. Can I get your permission for this? Can I take a guess at the trio?
Yes, Brian, you could, as long as you give the tickets to a good cause.
I will. I'm going to give it. If I win these tickets, whoever does not have tickets for the game on the 11th, I'm giving you my tickets. And my answer is Hector Marinero.
Hector Marinero.
Oh, yeah, buddy. You nailed it. Man, good one, Brian.
Yep. Plus, I got my media guy with me, so that's
you devil. He's got
cheater.
4 assists all time. Hector Marinero.
Yep. But Sammy, one thing though, I cannot believe that the referee, going back to the match, I cannot believe that referee tonight blew. I don't know what was that call all about at the end of the first half of first overtime. No call made. It should have been a foul, and the whistle blew on that first overtime, or was it a first end of regulation?
Yeah. Brian, I don't remember. I tell you one thing, though. One of those linesmen, man, that guy was wearing one of my shirts. He had some extra poundage work in there. He was struggling to keep up. But I thought the referee did a pretty fair job. I thought
fair.
so.
Fair is a good assessment.
He was fair. Brian, one thing, though, buddy.
Yep.
This Rhino team, that starting lineup tonight, the way they played against this MLS team, if they can continue to play like that, we are going right to the USL Championship.
Oh, I agree, Sammy. I agree with you 100% because I tell you what, because I know you guys got to wrap things up, but I tell you what, Sammy, if the Rhinos could play the remainder of their games like they did tonight, I guarantee you, knock on wood, wherever it is, I feel like you a little bit here, they will go far as the playoffs. And quick question, what are they going to do for the fans who has the ticket D in their package?
What are they going to do with that ticket for D?
Even though that was supposed to be if we advanced.
Right now we don't know. That is designed for that, and maybe they'll bring on another exhibition.
Maybe playoff situation. Who knows?
Playoff could be. We'll have to find out. Maybe at that meeting they're going to have Saturday.
That's right, and I'm going to be there representing my broadcast team. So, guys, I know you guys are going to get up there. Thank you so much. And Sammy, do me a favor.
Yes.
Feel the kick and feel the kick for life. Bye-bye.
But wait, Brian, we got to get his information to get his tickets. We'll get Brian's tickets. We'll tell Kelly, our producer,
in the office. Yeah, she'll
to get him take care of him at the Rhino office.
What do you say? A couple more calls? Any more calls out there? 222-9393. No one at this moment, Kelly says. Sammy, Hector Marinero, the all-time leader in assists with 4 for the Rochester Raging Rhinos. I thought that was a tougher question when Brian had the book, that little devil.
Well, I know that obviously the Chris Kennel goal, one of the most popular goals in Rhino history against the Tampa Bay Mutiny. But I remember in Hershey, we played somebody in Hershey. I think it was New York in an Open Cup match. Do you remember that?
No.
It was a neutral site for some reason, and Hector scored there too.
Or
he assisted there. I'm sorry, he assisted there. But I'm surprised that Lennon's not in there.
It goes Hector Marinero with 4, Henry Gutierrez with 3, Doug Miller with 3, Kerms, Sedgwick, Suarez, and Nicky Vinovich with 2.
Nicky.
You believe it?
I believe it.
So Hector Marinero, the all-time leader in assists. The number again is 222-9393. We're going extended here. JT, you're on the show tonight. Welcome to the postgame show. JT, come in.
We lost JT.
Good try, though, buddy. Good try.
Hey, it's kind of weird that this week I ran into a couple people that are not Rhino fans, but they're telling me how they listen to the broadcast. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, you just said you're not a Rhino fan. Well, I listen to Fickle all the time. I love that station. It's the greatest. And I was tuning in one day, and I heard you and another guy on the radio, and I just started listening. And it's kind of cool that Fickle listeners are nice enough to let us do this, but they're becoming Rhino fans. And Rhino fans, I mean, a friend of mine's a huge Rhino fan. He's got that 93.3 on at all times listening to Fickle Radio now because he became such a huge Fickle fan because of the broadcast being on Fickle.
It's a very nice accommodation both ways.
Helps both.
Absolutely. JT is back. JT, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Oh, we're good, JT. How you doing tonight?
Oh, not too bad. Just passed through a monsoon on the way home, it seemed like, but looks like the game ended just in time. Just want to say,
we're still at the stadium,
it was a heck of a game, played by the boys. I can't say enough about, how good the team played, especially with three backs, coming against a guy that probably, a lot of say should have made the USA team in Tolman, but just want to get props out to Valo. I mean, that guy is unbelievable. I can't say enough about him. Obviously I'm in 132, and, him coming over and doing that chant with us after the game the other night brought a lot of the guys closer to him, and, we can't say enough about, what he does for not only us, but, the team in the city. Can't say enough about it. Just also want to say, it's going to be a couple big games next week versus Montreal. Can't overlook the game on Saturday. And, I definitely appreciate you guys, and, saying that all we're doing for 132, we just, keep trying each game to get more and more people there. And there's, people that come by that, are just having a great time. And, some of them might sit up towards the top because, they have little kids or whatever. And, want to be right on top of all of us, maybe jumping up and down and making noise on the bleachers, which is fine, Eventually, that section is going to be full, and it was nice to see down at 130 and 131, and even down to 129. There was some people joining in our Scotty Valo chants during the PKs, and you definitely tell that the crowd was getting into it. But I really think it's too late, during a match for a crowd to get into after 120 minutes and then 2 or 3 PKs.
Good point. Great point.
Better late than never, though. Let's not forget that. Better late than never. Maybe next game it starts right at the kickoff, right?
Yeah, hopefully. That's what we're going for. But anyways, I'll let you guys head home. It's going to start raining like a son of a gun. But anyways, I'll talk to you guys Saturday.
Thank you very much. And yeah, those guys 132 getting bigger and better as the games go on. Sammy, your final thoughts?
Well, I know a lot of younger kids are kind of going over there. I just hope in that game against Montreal, there's this one chant that they do. They're French, they're whatever. I hope that they get rid of that chant for the younger families, but I love what they're doing. I wish I had the ability to go over there with a mic during one of their chants, and how they play the music all over the stadium. It'd be great to hear their chants in the actual speakers. If we could pull that off down the road, it'd be great. I filmed some stuff. I handed it to my producer, John Catalano. Hopefully, eventually, they'll get on the scoreboard and show the fans what these guys do. But this is what it's all about, loving your team. You heard it tonight. These fans, we lost tonight, a huge game. I'm emotionally drained.
You are. You're not yourself tonight.
But still, man, I mean, these guys just love this team, and it was a fantastic. Joe, you know what it's all about tonight. It's one of those things where we win this game, and just the media jumps aboard,
sure,
and the people that weren't here jump aboard, and that's what I was shooting for. But I think anybody that was here tonight that was a first-time fan or got a free ticket from a buddy, they're lifelong fans. This was a fantastic game. I'm out.
Sammy, thanks for all your help on the pregame and the postgame as usual. Awesome performance, and we'll talk to you Saturday.
Thank you.
All right, Soccer Sam joining us as usual, pre and post here on the Rhinos Broadcast Network. Final score again tonight, the Revolution and Rhinos playing 120 minutes scoreless. The Revs advancing on PKs, and I hate to say this, but Delicat, Bansu, and San Filippo with the misses on the PKs for the Rhinos, but heads up play from Scotty Valo, who was absolutely fantastic this evening for the Rochester Raging Rhinos. We're going to wrap this thing up. For Don Stevens, Soccer Sam, our great producer Kelly Hilton, I'm Joe Giuliano. We'll talk to you on Saturday night, 8:05 kickoff, 7:30 pregame.
The Rhinos continue play in the U.S. Open Cup on Wednesday, August 2nd at 7:35. The stakes are even higher as the Rhinos take on the New England Revolution of the MLS.
Sutter step moving at right foot. Score!
Then come help us celebrate Rex's birthday party on Saturday, August 5th, where your Rhinos take on the Atlanta Silverbacks at Paytech Park. Kickoff time 7:35. Rex will be celebrating with all of his mascot friends. The first 2,500 kids 12 and under receive a lunchbox courtesy of Zweigel's and Foodlink. Bring a non-perishable food item to donate to Foodlink and receive a coupon good for a $2 ticket discount to the game.
Backdoor side, look for the kick, throw in, and score!
U.S. Open Cup match on Wednesday. Rex's birthday party on Saturday. For tickets, go to the Paytech Park box office located off Smith Street. Ticketmaster.com or call Ticketmaster at 232-1900. Soccertown, USA. Your team, your turf.